Alright, just give me a second here, guys, as I attempt to edit some things. Do that, and then make slow mode. Very good. Very good, very good, very good. I think we got all that working. Should be alright. And I think we're good. I think we are good. Happy New Year, everyone. Welcome to another live stream. So the thing of it is that these storms right now are kind of like pretty weak. So that's kind of the good news. I really wanted to live stream a lot later on today, but there's just kind of like a bunch of tornado warnings now. So I was just like, you know what? Fine. I'll live stream, but these tornado warnings are pretty garbage. All right, so if you live in these, I'm not saying fully discredit them, but I'm also telling you they're pretty bad. So you should be fine on that premise. But yeah, Happy New Year to everyone. Hope you all had a good New Year's. For people who don't know me, my name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy and Nate, and yeah, we're going to be doing live coverage of this tornado event here today. I would have uploaded a video this morning, but I decided to do one thing that I haven't done in a long time. And that was actually full on pay attention to the event from bottom to top. From the morning, setup from the morning all the way into the afternoon and all the way into the evening and stuff like that from yesterday and then back into the morning here. And I continue to pay attention every single hour as to what the different trends were and stuff like that. And that was kind of the big difference here. I haven't done that in like a super long time. And doing that kind of stuff, for me, at least helps me understand what the environment is not only like, but it also allows me to get better at my own forecasting. Because we all know that, you know, no one is exactly perfect here. But I've basically done something completely different that I haven't done in a long time. And I don't exactly regret it, honestly. I kind of enjoyed what I did. So I'm just hoping people stay safe here from this event. Let's take a look at the two new tornado warnings. One which is about to impact Bowling Green here. And I'm not joking when I say this rotation's kind of garbage. I mean, it has a little bit of rotation here, but it's like super linear. So what basically is happening here is the entire storm is being put on its side. And you got this entire line that just elongates here from like Brownsville all the way down to Bowling Green. And because it's kind of like tilted, the rotation is kind of tilted too. It's not exactly pixel to pixel right on each other. And it's kind of just being pushed off by a lot of these strong damaging winds. So at the moment right now, it's not too organized, and it hasn't been really all too organized for like a while. As a matter of fact, you know, it had a tornado warning over when it was near Russellville, but like it, you know, ever since then, you know, since it was in Corinth, it hasn't really done anything. So I mean, it still has rotation. It's on the southern end of Bowling Green. So if you're along I-65, heading towards the Smiths Grove and the Park City areas, I highly recommend you guys just go ahead and get into some form of shelter. That would probably be the best case scenario for you if that was, well, if I were you guys, just in case if this thing does end up, you know, turning out to be tornadic. But for the most part right now, that seems pretty tame. Now, this other tornado warning down here, on the other hand, this one that's near Middleton and Franklin, this one's kind of the opposite. So you guys can see how the velocities are showing up here with the greens moving towards the radar and the reds moving away. So right within there, you can clearly see there is rotation with a little bit of contamination there, but that's not that big of a deal, honestly. If this thing decides to tighten up, I would not be surprised if this thing does produce a like brief tornado. It would be getting off closer towards the I-65 areas, north of the border of Tennessee and Kentucky, so north of Mitchellville, near the Franklin vicinity, heading towards U.S. Highway 31 West. So if you live over there, all right, if you live in that general vicinity near Franklin, heading towards the Woodburn area along I-65. I highly recommend you guys get into a safe space because there definitely could be something there, something tornadic that could definitely start to spawn. There's actually been reports of damage past. It says Train Spotter reported a tornado that did damage to a grain silo near Highway 79 and 1151. So there's been a history of damage over here with these storms along the line, but otherwise, for the most part, it's kind of, a bit shaky. Yep, Happy New Year, everyone. Glad everyone decided to come to the live stream. Now, for people who want to know what all has changed, nothing much. I'm going to be completely honest with you, nothing much. You can see here's the convective outlook here from the Storm Prediction Center. You can see there's a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 on yellow, and 3 in orange. And so you can see, if you remember what the outlook looked like yesterday, it hasn't really changed all too much. As a matter of fact, the orange kind of like shrank a little bit. But for the most part, it does have, its characteristics for it to be tornadic. And you can clearly see the tornado risk here as it moves on through. Now, the one thing I will say, is that my areas to watch out for are kind of not exactly in the 10% tornado risk, okay? I know full well that there are, this entire line that's moving on through right now. If we go to the satellite imagery, this line here, I know full well that as it moves on through, this could potentially create, tornadic conditions. But I don't think that that'll give you like the strongest tornadoes possible. And that's if something else happens, all right? And I'm watching down here. So right along the border of the 10% and the 5% here in central Mississippi, or north central Mississippi, north central Alabama, heading towards the northeastern portions of Mississippi and northwestern portions of Alabama. This area right in here is kind of where I'm watching. Anywhere from Columbus and, well, there's just actually the general area of Columbus, Eupora and Tupelo and Coleman, Jasper, Florence, Huntsville. That kind of area right there, I really am, kind of concerned about. So, I do have 2021 on there. Jeez, I thought I fixed everything. Oh well, it is 2022. But, still, this thing is a pretty significant day. We already have a tornado watch that is in effect right now. For portions of south central Kentucky and western to middle Tennessee, and that'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if there was people who are trying to wonder as to when that tornado watch would expire, that's when it would be. Although I do believe that you guys could potentially get another tornado watch after that, because there's going to be another line that could move on through, and I'm kind of concerned about that one as well. But that line, that second line that'll move on through, I think will be more of a strong damaging wind risk rather than a tornado risk. So we'll have to see as that continues to move about. But these storms are kind of doing their own thing at the moment. And of course, that's the reason why there is a tornado warning right now. So let's look back at it here real quickly. We got the one tornado warning, which just passed Bowling Green. This is over for Warren County, and that'll be in effect until 12:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then we also have the other one here, which is for Warren and Simpson counties, and that'll also be in effect until 12:15. So watch out there. There is a little bit of rotation with the cell over there now in Bowling Green, but only just a little bit. Let's see if I can take some storm motion and tell. Yeah, there you go. So we have a little bit of rotation here. Of course, reds are moving away, greens are moving towards. So right in the middle, almost along I-65, heading towards the U.S. Highway 68 areas, is where the rotation would most likely be. So watch out for that. I don't see any turbulence here indicated by spectrum width that is anything too concerning. But for the most part, we got, some severe weather here within this general vicinity. And we're just going to have to continue to watch out as to how this continues to unfold. Latest scan just came in, and this storm kind of just intensified a bit. It definitely did intensify a little bit. Got a lot of this surface-based activity. You got more oranges here in this general area, but the only issue with that is that you have a lot of inflow that's surging in right now. So we have reds, as I said, moving away. But if we take a look at the reflectivity, okay, this clearly means that the reds moving away is your inflow moving into the storm right within here. So in order for this to really, kind of pop off a bit more, is you need your greens to really surge on and touch, the brightest reds and oranges here, and we don't exactly have that. It's actually kind of pretty disorganized for the most part. So until you see these greens really start to become kind of bright right next to these oranges, not expected to do a whole lot at the moment, but this does look like this thing could probably produce now that it's past Bowling Green. So we're gonna have to watch out for how this thing unfolds, but for the most part, yeah, it'll be pretty interesting. So, a lot of people are asking as to what could potentially happen for some other areas. So I'm going to pull back up the convective outlook here. If you're in the yellow or the orange, I would watch out for severe weather today. All right, specifically areas along the orange or along the border of the orange. Like if you're along the yellow, but you're like, right next to the orange area, then you need to watch out 100%. But if you're like near the green, if you're like along the border of the green and yellow, unless if you're like in Georgia, I could potentially see something in like northern Georgia heading off towards the Appalachians, then you should be fine. But otherwise, yeah, it'll be pretty interesting to say the least. So, one thing I asked for you guys to help me out here to try and get the information out to as many people as possible is by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this out to as many people on YouTube as, it possibly can. So, if you guys keep liking the live stream, tell other people to like the live stream to help me get this out to as many people as possible on YouTube, then you're helping me get this information out to as many people as possible. So, if you guys do that, that would be greatly appreciated. As I said, we're all just one giant team, and we're trying to get the information out to as many people as possible. All right, I'm looking through here. What is the blue box? This is a mesoscale discussion for snow and stuff. Yeah, heavy snow. So I actually had a pretty interesting hot take. I said that the winter weather could potentially be worse than the severe weather. And so far, just by looking at it, that kind of is looking to be the case, but we'll have to just see as to how this continues to move on through. When is Memphis gonna get hit the worst? Well, let's take a look here at some of the models, all right? Let's, you can see what the, my thumbnail was. And where I got it from. Looks like Weather Bell is just gonna take a bit, isn't it? There we go. All right, and then we're gonna do precipitation, reflectivity, 16Z. And so Memphis is getting some scattered showers and thunderstorms right now, but then they're gonna get another line here, probably at like 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock. Maybe a little bit later than that. And then you guys just consistently get a bunch of rain. And then this will continue to move on through. But you guys can also see where I'm coming from with how these random showers and thunderstorms that kind of form out in front. This right here is what I'm kind of concerned about. You can see how more of these continue to form all the way throughout the evening into later on overnight hours. And that's kind of what I'm really worried about. Is that what do they do? But things should turn linear. Things should turn linear by like midnight. Of course, if I need to continue to live stream past midnight, I will. It might be a little bit hard enough for me to actually, get a live stream. The live stream saved, but I'm going to try and take that risk. Unless if there's like something very, very significant. But otherwise, I think I might take that risk here tonight. And everything with the 5 says, how will these storms affect Bigfoot and UFO sightings? I don't think that'll impact your sightings at all, my friend. So you'll have to see. So someone asked about Tennessee. Yeah, Bowling Green is under a warning. They are indeed. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. Bowling Green's not under a warning anymore. They're fine. Smith's Grove might start to go here in a second. That's starting to look kind of concerning. Yeah, if you're in Tennessee, all right, I would just watch out for severe weather if you can. All right, I saw a lot of people are like, you know, in Tennessee in general. You know, my recommendation to you is just watch out for the potential for severe weather because it's definitely possible today. It's definitely there. Yeah, wow, yeah, you guys are sending me damage from Hopkinsville earlier. And that looks pretty crazy. All this is like low top supercells too, which is kind of even more scary. Round 3, you should be concerned. I wouldn't be concerned, I'd be cautious. Because if you're concerned, then you're probably going to not be able to make the correct judgments and you'll be rushed. So if you know, chill and keep it clear, open mind, you'll be fine. That's fine, Sunshine, that's fine. As I said, we're, well, I didn't say this before, but we're all basically doing the same thing. We're all trying to get our analysis out to as many people as possible. So we do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings out here in the middle of Tennessee, and we're going to continue to kind of see this. It's going to kind of like interlude. You're going to get a lot of activity, and then we're going to not get a lot of activity. And then we're going to get activity, and then we're going to not get a lot of activity. So I think the storm will be better by 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, trying to fly from Atlanta to Quad Cities. I think the storms will be a lot more significant as we get to later and later on in the day. So, new tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning for southeastern Marion County in central Kentucky, northeastern Taylor County in central Kentucky.
That's all the way up here. Let's see if I can find. Do I have a radar for that? I do. So this is, as the guy said, Marion and Taylor County here in Kentucky. That'll be in effect until 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. So if you live here in Bradfordsville, Merrimack, and the Phillipsburg areas, guys need to kind of take your proper precautions because there might actually be a tornado on the ground right now. And yeah, I definitely think that there probably is. There's not a debris signature, but it's not like that matters a whole lot. Right now, at least. Because this storm definitely, yeah, it has very strong rotation. You can see here, reds and oranges moving away, greens moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And this is a very tight couplet, very small, tight couplet. We have a new tornado warning on top of that.
Tornado warning for southwestern Greene County in central Kentucky, southeastern Hart County in central Kentucky, northern Barron County in south central Kentucky, northwestern Metcalfe County in south central Kentucky, southeastern Edmonson County in south central Kentucky.
So I was gonna say something and then they just kept going and going with how many counties there were, but this is the extension for the cell that went through Bowling Green and is approaching Smith's Grove. Now, for me here, all right, this kind of looks like the bottom edge is kind of jutting out, so it's got a lot of strong damaging winds more than anything. So you might have a bit of a bookend vortex here at the top, maybe paralleling the interstate here, Interstate 65 here in Kentucky along Smith's Grove and Park City. So watch out for that. Could potentially be a tornado back over there. But let's take a look back at this tornado warning that is over here near Phillipsburg, because I am actually pretty intrigued by it to see if it actually was on the ground at some point. It definitely could have, but I don't think I see anything real convincing. Yeah, I don't think I see anything real convincing here as to whether or not this was on the ground, but honestly, I think it probably was on the ground. I mean, these storms are pretty small, you know, very small, low top storms, so you're not going to get, you know, like these thunderstorms to go up like 30,000, 40,000 feet quite yet. So I would not be surprised if like this went on the ground, but it just was like, you know, didn't loft debris super high up in the sky. That's kind of like my thought process right now with most of these storms. If you guys do find anything, please be sure to at me on Twitter, at Nate, excuse me, Nate_Snyder. Throat hurts from that. That kind of sucks. So yeah, if you find anything, please be sure to send it my way, because seeing is believing, alright? I'm gonna want to try and, someone is calling me. Give me a second. What? Anyways. But yeah, people are gonna see this, think it's a bucket of spilled paint, not really believe me. So if we show people what exactly is happening, then we can try and help people. I think there might be a new storm here that could potentially go tornado warn. I'm watching the cell here near Summersville. That actually looks pretty significant here. If it can just start to wrap itself around, you know, if it really wraps its rear flank downdraft around, then we'll have to see. But yeah, Summersville, Hobson, that could potentially start to fire off here real quickly. And we got a lot of these storms that are kind of just, you know, storms that can slide under the radar here for the most part. And they may try to like kind of fire off across the board, but yeah, pretty early day here. Only 2 tornadic storms at the moment, not to, you know, not to discredit their potential, but only 2, and it's been pretty, you know, pretty crazy here so far. A couple storms that have just been moving about, not exactly too strong, but not exactly weak either, so they're just kind of mid-tier storms trying to produce some tornadic rotation. Let's take a look, actually. I'm curious at these other cells here in Tennessee. And there's one cell that actually is rotating near Centerville, so I'll have to watch out for that. But luckily, these storms are starting to get into like an area of good radar. So I shouldn't be too concerned. But I'm watching the cell here near Somerville. That one, actually, I'm pretty concerned about. Let's see storm motion from morning, and we got that there. Yeah. So yeah, Bradfordsville is pretty interesting. They still have a little bit of rotation on that. Doesn't look super tight, so can't say that's on the ground right now. Summersville, yeah, I'm sorry. That thing just kind of looks... That thing looks strong, so if that does go on the ground, I would not be surprised. And then the cell that's over here near Smiths Grove and Park City. This one's, as I said, along a line. So the line is just kind of pushing up against it, and it's just really messing everything up. So you might have a little bit of a bookend vortex where it has a bit of a whirlpooling effect, but otherwise, you know, not really all too much here that's kind of firing off a lot. Weather channel says nighttime tornadoes likely. Well, more than likely you could have the chance for that because, you know, it's winter. It becomes nighttime a lot earlier. So, but yeah, these storms are not really, I mean, they're getting close to 30,000 feet. So you got like these low top supercells, but otherwise they're not exactly super tall at all. That's what the Echotops looks at. Echotops looks at how tall thunderstorms actually could be. So the left, you have your legend. You know, your teal is 20 to 30,000 feet. Yellow is 30 to 40,000. Orange is 40 to 50,000, and red is 50 to 60,000. But if we see red today, I might, I might lose it, because it's not exactly anticipated here today. But yeah, that's Summersville storm. Now, for whatever reason, has a severe thunderstorm warning rather than a tornado warning. Hazard 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I am kind of... Yeah, just treat this as a tornado warning, honestly. This cell looks to have a pretty strong tornadic updraft. The one thing I will say is that the boundary is kind of like cutting it off so that the inflow in itself is kind of hard for it to get into the storm. But other than that, it's not really that, you know, that different from the other cells. It's just a bit stronger with its velocities. So I'm kind of, you know, considering the following about how that might not be tornadic according to the National Weather Service. But it says tornado possible, so it's not too far off the mark. But yeah, this the bigger concern here, you know, in my opinion, is the fact that this cell here in Summersville is now heading towards Campbellsville. All right, so now I look at Campbellsville, and I see that it doesn't seem to be a scrub town. I mean, you know, if I look up the population, it has over 10,000 people. It has actually over 11,400 people. And it's been steadily increasing as of the past decade. So, you know, this is not a scrub town whatsoever. You know, more and more people have been living in here, and now it's potentially going to be impacted by a tornadic storm. So, need to watch out for this if we can, but this does look like something that could potentially be tornadic. Let's take a look at the other cell over here that was over near Park City. It looks like it's kind of went linear now. So the only two storms that I really need to worry about right now is the Bradfordsville cell, and then of course the Summersville cell, which is just going ham right now. And the one thing I want to show you guys here real quickly, all right? See this area blue right here? This is not debris. This is actually air. This is inflow inside this little outflow boundary that's right in here. That's kind of surging in. And that right there is pretty crazy. So if people thought that was like debris and stuff like that, nope, that's what it is. That right there is not debris either. If you circle that and then you just switch back over to reflectivity, it shows you it's in the green. But let's take a look. Velocities have not updated, so we'll have to wait here for the next scan. It looks like the storm is gusting out. So look at this. The outflow boundary has become a lot more dominant over all of this. You definitely have some very strong gusty winds, especially if this outflow boundary is surging as fast as it is. This is definitely close to hurricane force winds, and it still has some pretty strong rotation as well. You can clearly see this body of green right here. Typically, when you see how it starts to dip off like this with rotation, you know that this actually is relevant with something supercellular, because that actually is a part of that arc that I was talking about. You remember last stream we had the arcing characteristic that we would typically look for. You can actually see that on the velocities here. If you see that kind of match up with the arcing characteristic, you know that this storm is going to be probably at least somewhat tornadic. Whether or not it produces or not is a different story, but this definitely is looking like a storm that could potentially be tornadic somewhere along the way. So we'll have to continue to watch out for this. The base with the 5 says, dude, I'm happy you're growing. I remember when you had like 2,000 subs. Well, it seems like quite a bit of ways, you know? Quite a ways while ago. It's pretty crazy. So glad to see that you've been with the channel since then, and I really do appreciate the support. I really do. Farmer Matt also has become a member for 8 months. Says, geez, time has flown past very quickly. Hello, Nate. Hello, Matt. Thank you so much for becoming a member as well. You know, $5 a month just to support my channel. That's really amazing. So thank you so much. What radar am I using? The program itself is GR2 Analyst, but the actual radar I'm using is KLVX Louisville. So, real quickly, let's take a look at the convective outlook, because I see that there is significantly a lot more people here. in the stream. And this just basically tells you here what your outlook for severe weather could potentially be. So you have your 1 out of 5 in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. So wherever you guys are, that is your risk for severe weather. If you're in the yellow or if you're in the orange, I would watch out, unless if you're like towards the outskirts of the yellow. So if you're like on the border of the yellow and green, I wouldn't worry about it too much. But if you're like over here near the border of like the orange and yellow, I would watch out, and I would try and tell people, if you know anyone who lives over there, to watch out as well, because there could potentially be some strong severe weather that moves through in your areas. So that's the reason why I'm asking you all, every single video, every single live stream, I always ask you guys to like the video, because it actually helps me get this information out to more and more people. That's just basically the only way to do it. If people don't like the live stream, if people don't like the videos, then the content that I provide that is talking about life-threatening, storms won't be able to get out to as many people as possible. So if you guys help me out by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you're helping me get information out to as many people as possible, and that's greatly appreciated. So a lot of people, I've seen like 5 people talk about Atlanta already. You guys, I'm actually going to watch Atlanta pretty closely here. They're not expected to get like the main portion of the tornado risk, but you can see this massive line of storms that start to move off into the general vicinity of Atlanta, probably at about 5 a.m., right? Around 4 to 5 a.m. And then you guys are expected to get just some general scattered showers and thunderstorms around midnight too. Now, they're not expected to be anything super significant, but for the most part, that is definitely your main risk there early tomorrow morning, when you guys can get that line. So just something to kind of, consider. Let's take a look back at the storm over here that's over near Hobson. So we already have reports of damage, several structures, power poles, and trees damaged. Mutual aid is responding. Wow. So, what county is this then? County name, Taylor County, Kentucky. So, Taylor County, Kentucky. Scanner. Let's listen to the scanner. See what's happening over there. Error connecting to the feed. Yeah, thank you. Oh, it's because it's offline. Well, that's the reason. Yeah, literally Taylor County is the only one that's offline right now. That's not fun. All right, well, anyways. Yeah, these storms are still continuing to kind of move on through. The storm that has the tornado warning that passed through Smiths Grove and Park City is now near the Cave City and Horse Cave areas. And it's moving on towards Pierce, but once again, it's the same old, same old. This thing continues to be a bit more of a damaging wind creator rather than a tornado producer. So that's the good news here for right now. But otherwise, these other storms, like the Summersville area, even the Bradford storm, although that's kind of passed outside of the tornado warning already, still has quite a bit of rotation. What about Kansas City? So Kansas City is getting quite a lot of frozen precipitation from what I've heard. So just watch out if you can. Let's see if I can pull it up on radar. And yeah, you guys are getting a lot of snow, and you're expected to get some more snow. So just watch out for that. Watch out if you can. Let me read this mesoscale discussion here that they issued for the southern portion of the risk. So probability of watch issuance is a 95%. It says a gradual increase in thunderstorm coverage is anticipated from northern Louisiana, southeast Arkansas, and central to northern Mississippi this afternoon. Tornadoes are possible, and a tornado watch will likely be issued to cover this threat. So they don't know when it's going to start, but they know it's going to happen, which would make sense. Let's see. Odin with the 5 says, can you check western Mississippi for me real quick? think the cap could be breaking since there's a whole load of convection occurring. Let's see. It's a lot of scattered activity here. Holy. Let me take a look at the satellite imagery. I'm curious about that. Wow, a lot of these storms are kind of just popping up now. You kind of can see that. I'm not sure exactly if the cap itself is breaking, per se. Let's see. Surface-based cap inversion. I mean, there's a little bit of cap inversion. But, like, the closer you get to, like, Jackson and Meridian, there's, like, less cap. So, as of right now, you know, I wouldn't be too concerned about it. I don't think anything is going to start to gain traction until a little bit later. I want to see the meme thing, though. Yeah, there it is. So there's a little bit of a tornadic potential for most of these storms if they do start to intensify. But other than that, not really expected to be a whole lot. I want to go back to this storm over here that's moving through in Tennessee. There's quite a few of them, first off. But let's talk about the ones that look like they could be tornadic. And there's this one over here. I was just looking at a couple of them. There's quite a few of them, actually. And this one right here is probably the most obvious one out of all of them. This is passing over I-40. All right, this is passing over the interstate I-40. And it really has kind of just upticked here within the last few frames. So if you live over here near Bold Spring, north of Nanelli, in the general vicinity of State Highway 48, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because this storm definitely looks like it could be tornadic. It's heading off towards Dixon, and if you know anyone who lives near Dixon, they could potentially be in the tornadic risk here. But yeah, this is one of those situations to where these storms are really starting to kind of ramp up, and it's not looking good on that instance. Now, people are telling me to check Twitter here. Yeah, I do need that. Let's see. New tornado warning, it's the cell. So we've been calling for that one.
Tornado warning for southern Dixon County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Humphreys County in Middle Tennessee, northern Hickman County in Middle Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. So there's your new tornado warning, and that's kind of not surprising, isn't it? I mean, we're looking at it, and it just went, you know? So this thing is still going. It has a bit of turbulence. It does have a little bit of turbulence within this. So maybe a brief tornado that occurred here. Excuse me, here with this, but just got a lot of stuff here from Twitter. Look at this. A lot of damage here in Memphis from high winds. Look at this. This tree was uprooted. Whew. Look at the damage on the house, too. That is pretty crazy. And then we also have some more damage here. Let me retweet that. Thank you, Carbonado. Yeah, as I said, if you find anything on Twitter here, please share them with me, because I do want to get this information out to as many people as possible. But man, oh man, I mean, these storms did all of that. You know, no one was just, you know, being a lumberjack here today and chopped up a bunch of trees. You know, these storms actually did a lot of damage here. And these are the smaller ones here so far. This is another video. That's from Rumble. So let me see if I can find that. Oh yeah, this is a bit of a video. So this is from Hopkinsville. Or at least this is what people say it's in Hopkinsville. That's not confirmed from myself specifically, but look at that. And you can't even see the tornado except for the stuff that's spinning around. Maybe a little bit of condensation there, but yeah, I mean, that's a tornado right there. And I could just barely see it.
Oh my God.
I mean, look at that. That is indeed a tornado. And my goodness. I don't see any sort of debris here right now. But the turbulence is really starting to spike. I mean, yeah, this thing, I would not be surprised if this was on the ground. So it's basically paralleling the interstate I-40. I want to actually see here if I could pull it up. If I can pull this up here, I might be able to see something. But I have no clue. If I can. Where is this? I have no clue. Will this work? I can't see. It doesn't seem to be working all too much. Anthony with the 5 says here in Minneapolis, it's negative 31 outside and it's 69 degrees inside. In other words, 100 degrees colder on the other side of my living room window. Well, have fun over there, my friend. You're definitely going to need it. It doesn't look like there's anything here right now. Let's see. Can I see anything there? No, not yet. So if this does get closer and closer to, say, Nashville, then I'll be able to, like, cover it a bit more. But I can't see all too much here. Because this site has traffic cameras. But I'm not sure they're working all too much. It won't matter all too much, though. I think this thing is still on the ground. I mean, there's even other rotations that are south of this. There's this one near Lobelville. That has rotation, too. I mean, if you're new to the channel and you're trying to figure out how I can find all this, I mean, to most of you, it might look like a bucket of spilled paint, but trust me, all right? What the velocities are doing here is you got a lot of greens moving towards the radar, which is over in Nashville, and then you have reds moving away from the radar, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Now, where they touch here, you know, so this is a good example, kind of like that. So where they touch like this to where you have a lot of these greens, a lot of these reds, is where you can probably safely determine that there is a tornado over there. So, you know, especially when they touch flat like this, you know, if they're like kind of like this to where it's like on an angle, then that's probably not all super tornadic. But, you know, this right here, you still have some pixels that are like long ways touching. And there definitely could be something there still. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was still a tornado, at least on the ground right now. And yeah, that still could be potentially the case right here. So we're going to have to watch out for that. What is the new weather tornado warning system I got there? It's GR Earth. So it's it's another program that pairs with GR2 Analyst, and it works pretty well. And then, yeah, we also have this other cell near Lobelville, as I said. So this cell, you know, this band of cells, there definitely could be a lot of activity that starts to move on through. Does anyone know if there's any sky cams over in, like, Dixon, Kingston Springs? I know there is some stuff in Nashville. There is quite a bit of stuff here that is starting to kind of register. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to get in their safe space. And that's kind of the reason why I'm doing this stuff here live right now. If you know anyone, you know, and if they don't believe you, you can send them my way, or you can send them to your local news station. They're probably doing live coverage of the tornadoes and stuff like that. But, you know, by sharing this information to as many people as possible, that's helping me get this information to as many people as possible. And a good way to do that is by sharing this with friends and family and on social media, Facebook, Twitter, especially if they live in these areas, because they could potentially need this information, especially if they're under a tornado warning, you know, let alone a tornado watch. So, but yeah, this general area, you know, of Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi, Alabama is kind of under the gun here today. You know, by liking the live stream, by the way, you know, this is another good way of helping out. You actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible on YouTube. So that's a good way of, you know, spreading the information as well. But yeah, Lobelville, if you're over here, I highly recommend treating this as if it was a tornado. Get into your safe space as well, because this probably could go tornado warned here soon. Would not be surprised. Wow. So there's some damage in the Hobby Lobby and Kroger and Bowling Green. Wow. Now it's not a whole lot of damage, but you know, it's just some. It's still damage. And you know, you can clearly see the damage across the board. Not significant, but it's still damage. So thank you, Theo. Odin with the 5 says some cells in Mississippi are topping with 25,000 foot echo tops. Anyone in Mississippi preparing now could get ugly within an hour or two, expecting a tornado watch soon. Yeah, I agree. As soon as these storms in Mississippi really start to fire off, then I could start to get pretty concerned because, yeah, that type of stuff down there, that's where I'm most concerned about. All right, if you were to ask me where I'm concerned about the most, all right, I'm going to turn off the storm or the satellite imagery. Here's the convective outlook here for today. You have a 1 out of 5 in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in the orange, all right? So this is where the general risk is here for today. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, or if you live in these areas, you know, tell them that this stuff could be potentially happening. And if you're in the yellow or in the orange, specifically if you're in the orange or along the border of the yellow and orange, you need to watch. You know, like, you need to watch out for severe weather because it is definitely significant. But if you were to ask me as to where I would be watching out the most, it would be this area right here. Specifically, you know, this general vicinity right here. This is where I'd watch out the most. You do? Hold up. That's the Nashville weather cameras. So someone said that Dixon has a sky camera. Let's try and see if we can pull it up here real quickly. I know it overlooks the town, but I want to see for myself as to... That might be it. Henderson, Mount Juliet, Clarksville, Dixon, Tennessee. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Huh. That is some low clouds there. How close is Dixon now to these storms? Really close, actually. It's getting pretty close to the storm that was really tornadic. So this is a good camera to use here to look at this. But, like, man, look at how low to the ground these clouds are. Yeah, good call, chat, for helping me find out these sky cameras. As I said, if you know any place to where I can get sky cameras, feel free to, you know, ping me on Discord and stuff like that. Sheesh. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, I'm just looking at something that someone sent me. But yeah, man, look at how low these clouds are. I mean, I'm kind of looking at this And this is like some super low clouds. I mean, like, no joke. The cell phone pole tower, you know, might just barely be enough to touch how low these clouds are. Because these are like really low clouds. Now, if I were looking for something tornadic, I would look down here, because that's where these storms are coming from, where it could potentially be tornadic. So I think we're actually in a really good place to watch this stuff. Someone just said new mesoscale discussion, and that is indeed true. So let's go over here to take a look at that. It says the threat for damaging wind gusts and tornadoes continues across central Kentucky and middle Tennessee within Tornado Watch number 3. This threat will persist downstream into more of central Kentucky, middle Tennessee, and northern Alabama, where a watch will likely be needed, which is kind of what I said earlier on. We kind of knew that there was going to be a new watch that was going to be issued downstream. So let's take a look back at the radar here. Now, this storm here that was near Bold Spring, all right, the one that was paralleling I-40 and is still doing so, doesn't really have as much rotation anymore. It's kind of pretty weak. It, tried to sustain for a little bit, but then it kind of just withered away and went a bit more outflow dominant. Actually, not really. A bit more of a linear event. Bit more of a linear event here. You can see strong damaging winds creating a bit of a curl, a little bit of a bow echo, as I like to call it. And that kind of creates a lot of strong damaging winds that surges in behind all of this, all the thunderstorms. And in this case, if it actually does create that, then the tornado threat for this thing would have to, cycle on through and form another one downstream. But that's if it does cycle, and it doesn't look like that is the case as of this time. So we'll have to continue to monitor that storm because it is currently tornado warned, but this cell over here near Lobelville, this thing still has a little bit of rotation. A little bit of spectrum width too. I don't see anything with debris, but yeah, I mean, it's just, these storms are really hard to kind of see. They're really small. They have a lot of rain, so they're going to be rain wrapped, but they do have a little bit of a hook here, a little bit of an inflow notch, which is where the inflow comes in to feed the thunderstorm, a lot of that moisture. The rotation here is as follows. You still have reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards, so still have something there. But, compared to this cell up here, you don't really have too much. I mean, you have grays, green grays that are moving towards and reds moving away, but you see this giant line here. And if you remember what I was talking about as to how whenever you see that kind of angled line, that's kind of means that there's going to be more of a strong damaging wind threat with that. That is the same case here. So, yeah, a little bit of hail with this cell here. A little bit of hail. Let's see how much hail this is. About a half an inch of hail. So you have a lot of hail concentrated within a certain spot of the storm. No debris here. You kind of just see some hail. Now, if you were to see debris, I keep checking to this product. You guys see a lot of this red and then some of these other colors. This here is the correlation coefficient, and it takes a look at the shapes of objects in the sky. So for the most part, all this red is rain. And then if you ever see like blues, I need to take out these whites. These whites look ugly as all get out. But if you ever see any of these blues or greens, then they can either be air or debris. And so if they're not like underneath the actual rotation, like if I were to circle this like right here and then go underneath it, there's no blue underneath it, so that means that there's no debris and stuff like that. So that's the good news with that. New severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for that same exact storm. So we'll continue to watch out for that. Let's go back up north, go over to this former tornado warning that was over near Greensburg. And I'm kind of surprised this thing is still not tornado warned. Gonna be completely honest with you. Now, it did look like it was a bit more of a strong damaging wind threat for a little bit, but what's happening here, and I think this is a reoccurring trend for this storm, at least up here in Kentucky. I think this is what has been happening for the most part in Kentucky for quite some time, but you have a storm that tries to become tornadic by creating that classic curling characteristic, that hook. And then what's happening here is that when it creates an outflow boundary, which is just the remnants of the rain wrapping around, the outflow boundary goes faster than the actual storm, which basically kills it. It just makes it a lot more of a strong damaging wind risk more than anything. So it's actually kind of going through the cycle at the moment to where the further north you are, the faster that outflow boundary kind of goes. And it's kind of the good news right now is that that thing's not really doing a whole lot. But I mean, it's still looking pretty strong here from this perspective. You have a lot of turbulence. If that outflow boundary doesn't jut out further than, you know, what it has been doing, then we might actually see a tornado like over here near Greensburg, Kentucky. And that's not exactly the best case scenario here. So watch out for that. Watch out for that, especially down the line past US Highway 68 to State Highway 61 and 55. And even towards State Highway 76. Now, there's only one tornado warning as of right now. And there's only 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, too. But just keep monitoring these storms. And as soon as I said that we had 3, they just issued another one for the cell near Greensburg. So watch out. That cell definitely could potentially produce something. I'll come back to that here in a bit. But let's go back over to the live camera here in Dixon. And there we go. It's a little bit better. Just for reference, what are we looking at here? We're looking at the northern edge of the storm to where there could be a little bit of something there. Could be something, but I don't see all too much. So that's the good news. The one I do see a lot near is Centreville. I'm kind of surprised they're not tornado warning that compared to the other storms that have been in Tennessee. But you know what? It's still something to continue to watch out for. And if you're near Centreville, Nunnally, Wrigley, Duck River, need to watch out for this storm. Because that could definitely become tornadic sooner rather than later. So now let's just watch the sky here, see what the storm does. Over here is where I'd watch out for that tornadic weather that I was talking about. Do I think Memphis will be under a tornado watch soon? More than likely, yes. Will Paintsville, Kentucky be hit by these storms? Let me check here real quickly. Google Maps. Paintsville, Kentucky will probably get hit by these storms, but it'd be like a lot later on. A lot later on in the day. So probably, I'd say give it maybe 2 hours, and then they'd probably get some activity. That cam is Dixon in right beside I-40. That's what I was thinking about. Oh, look at that. Look at that over here on the right-hand side. That looks like a bit of a lowering right there. I'm not sure if that is tornadic based or not. Let's take a look at the radar here real quickly just to see. And I don't think it is. It does not look like it. Jeez, yeah, and that has some rotation there near Nunnally. I'm kind of surprised that that's not warned yet, but yeah, this storm over here near Dixon definitely is showing something really interesting. So let's go back to that. Let's go back and try and see if we can figure out what this is. Because I have honestly no clue. It looks like a bit of scud. And it is a little bit of scud. Maybe a bit of a shelf cloud right here. It probably is officially gusted out now. And if that's the case, then yeah, this is a strong damaging wind threat from this one storm here near Dixon. Ryan S., hello, hello. When will this be in Alabama? A lot later on this afternoon and heading into the evening. So let's actually take a look at the be the best way to do this. I think we have a little bit of time before the storm actually moves through Dixon. So let's go back. Let's take a look at the radar here, or the models here. So look at this, all right? You see the line of storms that start to kind of protrude through. Can I actually, is there a better way to look at this? Southeast. Yeah, this is a bit better. Okay. So you can see the line start to kind of move on through, and it will continue to just kind of go about and create a lot more showers and thunderstorms. But Alabama really doesn't start to get hit until, you guys can't see up here at the top left, but it says 4. So 3 to 4 o'clock is when I'd start to anticipate some more showers and thunderstorms that'll begin to form. And it'll just continue to do so more and more. But it'll be in like the northern portions of Alabama. Like the central portions of Alabama, you guys get scattered showers and thunderstorms, but it's not really too significant. All right, when you guys actually start to get big severe weather is when it starts to turn into the overnight hours. So around midnight is when a line of storms can really start to move on through central and even eastern portions of Alabama. But like you guys can see, a lot of these thunderstorms here in like northern Mississippi, central Mississippi into Alabama, that's kind of the storms that I'm really worried about. I'm really watching out for it. All right, so let's go back over here to the Dixon camera. And wow. Look at all these clouds rising here. Look at that. A lot of rising motion here in these clouds. And this is starting to surge on through. You can see the wall of rain that is marching off just to the south of this camera. A lot of activity here, to say the least. Yeah, as I said, you guys are helping me out a lot if you guys share this live stream with as many people as possible, because we're trying to get this information out to as many people as possible. I mean, I'm pretty sure people did not expect to see a severe weather event here for January 1st, New Year's Day, 2022. I almost said 2021 because, you know, I am definitely not too smart, but it's still, this is something that I'm pretty sure most people did not anticipate. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you know, I'll pull back up the thing here on our map. If you live within any of these areas here of the yellow and the orange, or if you know anyone who lives in these areas, please tell them that severe weather is anticipated here today. Because if they don't know, especially with some of these, you know, potential tornadoes, if there even is tornadoes that form from some of these other cells in the future, because let's be honest, we don't know until it actually happens. We only know that there's the potential for them to be. If they do form, and people don't know, people could definitely be impacted, and that is definitely life-changing. You know, forget life-threatening. If they go through it, it is life-altering, life-changing, and if you're not, you know, properly equipped to deal with this stuff, if you don't have a plan of action, this could definitely catch you off guard as, you know, go back to the word life-threatening. So share this on social media with friends and family, like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. I know it sounds like a broken record for people who have stayed on this channel, but it's the honest to God truth. That's how it works. And, you know, I wish I was able to just do it, you know, a separate way to where people could just naturally come in, but people can't see this type of information unless if people actually like the live stream. So if you're helping me do that, then you're helping me get this out to as many people as possible. Yeah, it looks like all the tornado warnings have expired. That is the good news for right now, but we already know that there's going to be more later on. And this cell near Centerville, honestly, probably needs to go tornado warned, all right? I think this cell here, we've been talking about it ever since Lobelville, needs to be tornado warned more than likely. So if you're out in front of this, Centerville, Nunelli, Ringley, Duck River, anywhere near state highways, 50, 100, 7, and 840, treat it like a tornado warning. honestly, treat it like a tornado warning because this storm is really wrapping up quickly. I mean, what's happened here, based off of just radar analysis, is that the storm is actually wrapping the rain from the hail core. It's not exactly a hail core, it's a downdraft core because it can't really form hail with this environment, but it's wrapping the rain around itself and it's making it so that it is very hard to see the tornado coming, and that's not the best case situation here, especially for people who are in front of this. This is a situation where if you're standing outside and you're trying to find this, you're going to see a wall of rain coming, and inside that wall of rain is potentially a tornado, and that's not good. And this storm is actually going, in between Centerville and Nanelli right now. There's a lot of populous areas over here. There's a little airport as well. So people live over here. And there could potentially be something tornadic. I definitely see a little bit of a turbulence drop right within here. You guys can see that yellow. We got a new tornado warning. Probably this one.
Tornado warning for northeastern Madison County in central Kentucky.
That is central Kentucky, and a new tornado warning off of that as well.
Tornado warning for north central Maury County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Williamson County in Middle Tennessee, northeastern Hickman County in Middle Tennessee.
So we have two new tornado warnings. The one that we're currently talking about, the Centerville cell, does now have a tornado warning. More than likely could potentially be tornadic here. We're going to continue to watch out for how this thing continues to unfold and really wrap itself around. But as I said, we've been talking about these cells for quite some time. We no joke have been looking at these cells and trying to get people out ahead of time, informed before they become tornadic. Because that's the big thing there. If you can warn before they produce tornadoes, that is very much so helpful to people who could be impacted. So we've been consistently on this one. Hopefully people in Wrigley, Nanelli, Duck River, as well as people along state highways 100, 50, and 7. I hope that they've heeded the warnings of the National Weather Service, even the people like us who continue to warn everyone. But this is definitely an area of decent rotation. It doesn't seem to be all too significant right now. The velocities have kind of just withered out a little bit, but I mean, I would not be surprised if this thing has produced a tornado within that. So we're going to have to watch out for that. Let's go up to the cell that's up in Kentucky. All right, so we have another tornado warning here. And this is for what seems to be Madison County until 2:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, in regards to this storm, I'm kind of having a bit of difficulty at the moment dissecting it because we're pretty far away from the radar. So I'm going to move one of my radars over to try and account for this. Can I check the 12Z Atlanta sounding? Sun keeps peeping out here in northwestern Atlanta Metro. Yeah, I can check the sounding over there. The observational sounding here in a second. I'd have to pull up Sharpie to do that. But yeah, I definitely can do that. This cell over here near Union City could definitely be tornadic as well. Not gonna lie, this thing has pretty strong signature here. You can see a lot of this bright green and then these bright reds. Sure, there's a little bit of displacement between the two, but just because there is that bit of displacement, there is one thing that I am looking at very closely, and you can see how you have some very bright greens right here and then very dark greens that like immediately shoots down to, shoots down to that. And so whenever you see the big displacement between the velocities there, that could potentially be an indication. I'm gonna need some water here in a second because I'm losing my mind. Let's see. Let me ask if. Let me get some water real quick. I'm seriously like choking over my words right now. And it's like I got a very dry, itchy throat. But that's a little bit better. That is a little bit better. I also have lemonade on the side if I needed it too. But yeah, I mean, this thing definitely looks like it could potentially be tornadic. Would not be surprised. But I don't see any verification as to whether or not it is on the ground right now. So just keep that in mind. Let's go back to the storm over near Centerville. Yep, the velocities have done it again. They've tightened up a lot more. You can see how the velocities have actually went with some bright reds and then immediately goes to the greens. The steep drop off here, that's the big point here. If you see the steep drop off here within this line, that's when you know that you have some significant tightening and there could potentially be something tornadic. And that is something interesting there to watch out for. This little orange pixel, if this expands and becomes a bit more of like this green and blue, we might actually have a tornado in progress. But that is very concerning here for people who are living out in front of this. So repeating the counties again, they just updated it. Nope, no debris signature that I see. But if you're here in Maury, Williamson, and Hickman counties here in Tennessee, you have a tornado warning. This is until 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So if you live in here, get to some sort of shelter. If you know anyone who lives in here, tell them to get into some sort of shelter because this could definitely be impactful. Would not be surprised if this actually produces a tornado here, but if it doesn't, rather safe than sorry. Rather safe than sorry here. So share this on social medias as much as you can. As I said, by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this out to as many people as possible on YouTube, so that if people are scrolling through on YouTube and are trying to get information on this, they can come on to my live stream here. That would be greatly appreciated, because this is definitely a situation that is not the best. How close is this to Johnson County? Johnson County, Tennessee or Kentucky? There's two of them. By the way, I just want to mention here too, just for anyone who's curious, okay? These storms are moving at highway speed, 70 miles per hour. They're moving east at 70 miles per hour. So if you think that you're going to be able to run away from these storms or chase it, you're probably not going to be able to get it. You're probably not going to be able to get it. So, good luck with that. That's traffic cameras. Click the feature menu on the top right. Yeah. Let's see. I want to try and see if I can find any traffic cameras there. It doesn't look like I can, which is unfortunate. But watching here on something else because there's something in my ear that's ringing through. So yeah, this is definitely something to watch out for. Still a tornado warning. The other tornado warning that was in Kentucky, I guess, just got canceled or expired, moved out of the area, something like that. So now we only have one tornado warning. Has the enhanced risk shifted a bit more north and east? There is a little bit of that to where it's moved off towards the north and east. But for the most part, it's stayed relatively tame. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning down here towards the Red Bay, north and east of Tupelo. And then someone has actually pointed out on Twitter, they added me, and they said that there is a new tornado watch, and that is indeed the case here for northern Alabama, eastern Kentucky, middle to eastern Tennessee, far southwestern Virginia. And the probs here is 60-40, so it's the same style of tornado watch that was issued for places like Jackson, Tennessee, Nashville, Bowling Green. So expect consistency there. Turkey on with the 2 says, hi, can you give me a shout out? Hello, Turkey on. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for the 2. I really do appreciate it. Did Bowling Green have a tornado warning? Yes, they did. In regards to whether or not it was an actual tornado, that is still up for debate. But yes, they did indeed have a tornado warning. So observations are kind of weird right now. I'm looking at the obs here for right now, and it's kind of pretty, a lot of southwesterlies, which is kind of weird. It tells me that things might be a little bit more linear, unless if you're like over here towards like Columbus. Because everything's kind of just going the same direction right now. But yeah, this is definitely looking a bit linear here. So someone asked if I can pull up the sounding for Atlanta, the 12Z sounding. I will now. Bowling Green has confirmed structure damage. So that's going to be interesting then. Now, whether or not, as I said, that's tornadic or straight line damaging winds, we'll have to see. But yeah, right now, just based off of looking at these weather stations that are here on my radar, it looks super linear at the moment. Let's take a look here and see, is there any new observations? Oh, there's this new observation from Birmingham. Let's see. What's this new ob? Everything's pretty linear at the moment. Pretty linear. No veering with height all too much. That's from the Birmingham sounding. What about Jackson? I think Jackson's going to be really interesting. Yeah, it does have a bit of that veering. Just a little bit. Not with height here, so it's not that big of a veer. Still a little bit linear, but you still have something there. And then, of course, you have a lot of energy. This is for people who know what they're looking for, but yeah, this is not bad sounding. And then a 12Z sounding. Someone asked Peachtree City. And it's pretty linear there, too. So far, this event looks like, from an environmental perspective, that this probably will be more of a strong damaging wind risk here for the most part. The tornadoes can't really wrap up because the surface winds aren't exactly the best here at the moment. Sheesh. So a lot of people are asking about all these areas here, all right? First off, okay? The way to answer these questions here is by looking at this thing right here, okay? So you see all this, you see these yellows and these oranges and these greens, all right? If you live within any of these areas here, specifically in the yellow and the orange, okay? Then you need to watch out for severe weather from now until tomorrow, okay? There's so many people that are asking me as to specific areas as to where they live, all right? I'm sure you guys know which state you're in, okay? And where you live in your state. So you can, guess as to how close you are. Like say you live in like extreme southeastern Tennessee. Well, you see Chattanooga is right here and they're in the orange, but southeastern Tennessee is like, on the orange or the yellow. So if you live over there, you're either the 3 out of 5 or the 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So that's the big thing here, is that if you live within these areas, all right, watch out for that, and I will be talking about you all with severe weather, all right? So if any other areas, you know, like say Florida, Ohio, stuff like that, I won't be talking about you guys all too much because you guys aren't really being impacted by the severe weather. Now, the winter weather, maybe if you talk about like, you know, Missouri, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, northern Illinois, like Chicago, and maybe even heading off towards Milwaukee, yeah, sure, I might talk about it every now and then. But, you know, for the most part, if you live within any of these areas here, you need to watch out. You know, I highly recommend staying tuned to the channel and, you know, trying to tell people that there could potentially be other stuff coming as well. More severe weather that could potentially be on the doorstep. So that's the big thing that I have to tell you all. But yeah, we do have this risk here for the majority of the south and east, the extreme northern deep south heading off towards the Ohio River Valley and Mississippi River Valley. So I'll continue to watch out for this. Trust me, I will. And, you know, we've been continuing to watch other storms as this has continued to move about as well. So, you know, we've been quick to catch most of these storms as to whether or not they could produce tornadoes so far. I intend that to continue to be the case here. And yeah, Turkey on with the 2. It says, I don't know what it is with all these tornadoes. I mean, the thing of it is that with winter, you just need the energy and it ends up just doing really well. All right, you have 2 aspects that go into severe weather, really. All right, these are the 2 main aspects. You have wind shear, which is the jet stream and all sorts of stuff like that. And then you have energy levels like moisture and CAPE and stuff like that. And usually there's no moisture and CAPE and stuff, but because of us in an active pattern right now with our wind shear, that wind shear is kind of grabbing that moisture that's in the Gulf of Mexico and surging it up. So that's kind of the reason why there's a lot of severe weather activity here from December into January. And yeah, it's pretty fun. Now, I will say, okay, if you want to know what's going into all this, you know, weather stuff right now, why things are going the way they are, I highly recommend you go to my channel over here. So let's see, there's that. You go to my channel, all right, and you go to this video right here. It says a huge storm could create strong tornadoes, snow, and ice. If you click this, I know it has a 23-minute long video, but this talks about everything in depth, like everything you need to know about what this event is doing, how it's doing it, and how it could impact people. And the snow and the ice thing is a big deal too, because that might actually be worse than what's happening with the severe weather. That's the scary thing. So that's one of those things where if you want to watch it, feel free to do so. I do make videos besides live streams and stuff like that I try to help people out with. But for the most part, if you want to know what's going on right now or how this is all coming out to be, go to that video. That video is going to help you. Johnson County, Kentucky. That is near Paintsville. So yeah, you guys are in the 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. This is overlooking Nashville. There's Murfreesboro. That's out in the distance. Mount Juliet, Tennessee. That's a lot of rain. Look at this. Whew. Where is Mount Juliet, Tennessee? That is to the north and east of Nashville. Yeah, look at that. This thing is currently getting hammered by practically anything and everything. Look at this. Big line of storms that are moving on through Mount Juliet, too. So now, one thing that I will say is that this storm over here that was tornadic, that went through Centerville, is heading off towards the general vicinity of Franklin and even Murfreesboro. So we'll have another camera to watch out for as well. The Hendersonville Skycam is actually out at the moment, so that's Unfortunate for us, for people who are trying to see, but it is what it is. Now, we do have other sky cams. So this is over in Luca, Mississippi, and this is looking down to the south. You can see this big severe thunderstorm warning with a lot of precipitation south of it too. So we got more sky cameras here across the board that we'll be able to look at what all's going on. And look at this, man. Look at this, man. We got this sky camera here that is looking through all sorts of different areas. That might be a wall cloud there. That might actually be a wall cloud there. Hold up. Let's see what's happening here with this storm. That might actually be a wall cloud. Yeah, right near Tishomingo. All right, no, not Tishomingo. This might be the storm near Florence. This looks like the storm near Florence. Might be a little bit of rotation, but this storm near Tishomingo actually is rotating very heavily. And we're going to have to watch out for that. But look at this. This is in Tuscumbia. And you can clearly see there's a little bit of a wall cloud with this little small cell. I mean, look at that. Clear wall cloud right there. And man, oh man. Got a lot of stuff here that's just kind of firing off. Let's see if I can get this out here. There you go. I might need one more radar. But sheesh. I mean, if we're going to see anything, it's going to be right here in front of us. If this thing does produce a tornado, it's going to be right here on the camera. But man, oh man, that is an insane looking storm. Let's take a look at Columbus Air Force Base. There we go. Man, that storm over in Tishomingo really is rotating a lot. So you have that storm, you have the storm near Cherokee, you have the other storm near Florence, Cloverdale. And that storm near Tishomingo might actually go tornado warned here. I would not be surprised if this actually was warned. I mean, the velocities here are very strong. You can see the reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where that tornadic rotation would be if I was looking for that. And I mean, that does kind of seem to be the case. Southern Grace and Beauty with the 1, thank you so much. And Malcolm with the 5 says, great coverage of the highest risk areas. Yep, that is the plan here. We try to cover the highest risk areas, try and keep them safe. And of course, we want to care about the other people too, but they're probably not getting as much weather as some of the other areas. So we try to cover the worst, but we try to cover it all evenly too. So if there's like a tornado warning and it's outside the main risk area, then we're going to cover the tornado warning too. Because tornado warnings are more important. The most important thing about covering weather. And then Mark with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support to the channel. Let's go back to that. I mean, look at this wall cloud. Sheesh. That is an amazing looking wall cloud right there. And it's coming right into view. So if this actually does produce a tornado, we're going to watch it here live. But this here, this is just for reference. All right. This is here in Tuscumbia, Alabama. So we're right about here. And it's looking, I believe, at this cell right here, north of Barton. Now, this other cell over here near Tishomingo is going to get closer and closer to Tuscumbia as well. So we're going to be able to see what happens with this storm too. But that, I mean, this is right on the doorstep. I mean, this is a big wall cloud right here that's surging about. And that might be a little bit of a funnel there. I can't tell. We're super far away, but that is... I mean, I'm looking down here at this base, and I see a lot of appendages there. I mean, look. There's one right there. If I take that away, you can see it right there. That seems to be the main one that I see, actually. But yeah, that is a wall cloud and a half. I mean, this thing is super low to the ground. And this is live out of Tuscumbia, Alabama. We are looking at this storm here that is potentially tornadic. And the live camera looked a bit further south to see if there's anything else over there. And that doesn't seem to be the case. I'm not controlling at the moment. Oh, they're zooming in. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Wow. That looks to be a bit of a funnel cloud right there. That definitely seems to be it. Look at that. That is definitely... There's something in there at least. You know, that is easily a wall cloud. Not sure if that's a funnel completely, but I would have to say that it is very close to being a funnel cloud. Look at that. That is super close. And as I said, we're live in Tuscumbia. Now, this is a camera live out of Tuscumbia, Alabama, where a storm that is severe warned has some rotation with this. And just for reference here, all right, so here is Tuscumbia, and I think they're actually looking at the tornadic cell, which is right here. It's about to cross over the Cherokee and Barton areas of Alabama near US Highway 72. So if you're near over those areas and heading off towards the Florence and Tuscumbia area, I highly recommend seeking some stronger shelter. Heavy shelter at least. Because this storm, you know, if it does produce a tornado, it's definitely going to do it. But man, oh man. I mean, we definitely got something right here. And I am not too surprised about this at all. I mean, this is a big wall cloud right here with a lot of funnel action. I mean, look at this. This thing goes really low to the ground right over here. I mean, it's about halfway in between the cloud base itself. You know, you can see the clear, sorry for blinding everyone, but you can see the mesocyclone and how it spans up this way. And you can clearly see wall cloud down there. I don't know why it keeps panning down to the south. I have no clue why it's doing that. It might be because... Oh no, this is the other cell. So this is the one from Tishomingo right here. Look at that. That is even lower. So we have two cells here that actually have wall clouds. Holy. My goodness. So this is looking at the cell up here near Cloverdale. That's what we were looking at before. It was the cell near Cloverdale that they were looking at. And now it's panning over to the cell that's over near Cherokee. And look at that. That is a very large wall cloud. Look at how low that spans. My goodness, that is insane right there. That is a very low wall cloud. That might go, actually. That might produce a tornado with how low that is, because the distance between the funnel cloud itself in the wall cloud and the ground is not very far at all. Very close to the ground, very low to the ground. And I am not surprised at all by this. I mean, my goodness. That is it. That is very low. I mean, I could barely see it above the ground. That's how low the wall cloud actually is. Let's go back over here to the rotation that's heading off towards Cherokee. And yeah, we got that there. Definitely got some rotation still. Red's moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, heading off towards the Cherokee and Barton areas. Right along US Highway 72 here in Alabama. And this is in northwestern portions of Alabama, just to the west of Tuscumbia and Florence. So if you know anyone who lives over there, guys got to go ahead and take your proper precautions, all right? I know there isn't a tornado warning. I know there isn't a severe thunderstorm warning. This thing continues to rotate a lot. And if this thing does amplify, this thing does intensify as it moves off through, not only are we going to be able to see it, but you guys probably will be able to see it because it'll be right on top of you. So you need to take this proper precaution if you can. But man, oh man, that is a heck of a wall cloud right there. That is a heck of a wall cloud. Now, it's still got a little bit of ways away, so we won't be able to fully see it in view. You know, I'm seeing some pixels that might concern me a little bit, but I'm not going to say anything right now completely. That is a pretty low to the ground wall cloud there. It's a pretty low to the ground wall cloud. And it's got a bit of turbulence there too. Look at that. You can see a little bit of the reds here. Little bit of turbulence right within that area that can indicate a bit of a lowering, because tornadoes do create turbulence. And we do have a little bit of that activity right within there. So watch out for that, because that could definitely do something. Could definitely do something there. But yeah, we got a big wall cloud right there. And we're going to see how this continues to move about. What does it mean when you see a wall cloud come down and head straight towards your house on the ground, but not a rotation noted? So if there is a wall cloud that doesn't have rotation, that is a shelf cloud. That means there's a lot of strong damaging winds. But if you see a cloud that is rotating counterclockwise, then that is not good. But yeah, I mean, this storm definitely is looking really interesting here as this continues to move about. You know, we may not have storm chasers and stuff like that to show you all, you know, because this channel is A, pretty young, B, not very popular completely, and C, you know, doesn't have a whole lot of money, but we try to work with what we got to try and give you all an idea as to what's going on here. And so far, the programs that I haven't disappointed quite yet. So guys, if you know anyone who lives in these areas, as I said, you need to tell them to get into their proper precautions, you know, whatever precaution they have to where there could potentially be a tornado, because this storm here, all right, we'll take a look here again just for reference. Here it is. It's right off near Cherokee and Barton. And here's Tuscumbia, here's Florence. If you know anyone who lives in any of the four towns that, or four cities, I should say, that I just mentioned, and tell them to, you know, seek shelter if they can, sturdy structure if they can. Because this storm could definitely produce a tornado anytime it wants to. It just needs to, you know, spin up a little bit more. And it seems that it's trying to do so. Trying to get its act together. It's in a very good environment, I will say that. It's got some decent energy. It's got a lot of strong wind shear, favorable wind shear here for this. So I would not be surprised if this thing starts to kind of wrap up a bit more. But this is a lot of stuff here so far. Let's see how far away this is. This is about 15 miles away from Tuscumbia, so this is moving quite a bit. Storm track here looks like it's heading for Tuscumbia a bit. And it'll get there at about 15 minutes. So we're going to continue to watch as to how this thing unfolds. But, I mean, man, look at that wall cloud there. You can see it a lot more. So it dips right here, and then it dips down here again. And then I'm trying to find the edge of this here on the right. It might be surrounded in rain a little bit. But, I mean, my goodness, that thing is definitely low. Low, low, low. You know, someone made a song off of that. To the people that are saying that the storms weren't that serious, that's only the first of many waves. And some people actually did deal with the serious aspects of the first storm, so I mean, it had damage. There's some areas of damage. People have been sending me the pictures here. This is an example of... This is in the Ashton Park Apartments here, which is off in Kentucky. In Bowling Green. Bowling Green, there it is. So you can see a big tree there. Big tree there that actually fell. And then there's some other pictures of damage. Big flooding there, too, in Kentucky as well. I'm not going to show that damage because it's not that big a deal. This is over in Memphis, Tennessee. Look at how big those trees are. This is also in Memphis, Tennessee. Look at this big tree that just got uprooted. So this is the type of damage that this thing can do. These storms, they have the potential to do this. And so when we look at these types of storms here, all right, we're trying to get this information out to as many people as possible because we're trying to prevent people to get, well, we're trying to prevent people to, be harmed in these situations by these storms. People are saying there's a new tornado watch. That is indeed the case. New tornado watch here for southeastern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, north and central Mississippi. And that will be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Probs are 70-50. So I was correct. I was right on the money there in saying that the probs were going to be 70-50 in my Discord server. So wow, I'm on fire today with my predictions. I'm on a roll right now. Now all there is to do is just to use my predictions for good. I hope nothing happens, and I predict nothing will happen. We all know that's not really gonna be the case. We all know that we're gonna get some stuff, and that's the unfortunate thing. So we just gotta continue to be bold about it. We gotta continue to cover this as much as possible. I mean, this is the only storm right now that really is tornadic, so we're gonna continue to stay on this. But let's go back over to that sky cam, and I mean, now we can see the end of the wall cloud. Look at that. Big wall cloud right there. You can clearly see the end of it. And just a reminder, guys, this is live in Tuscumbia, Alabama, where we have a storm that could potentially be tornadic here with a wall cloud right in front of us is evident. So if you live near Tuscumbia or Florence, Alabama, that is in the northwestern portion of the state, you need to tell people to get into a sturdy structure just in case if this storm does indeed produce a tornado, because this is definitely possible here. We can definitely have a storm here that can produce a tornado off of this. That's typically what happens with storms that have wall clouds here. And we do have that case where we have the natural base of the clouds here, and then all of a sudden you see it jut down significantly. And this storm ends up just rotating here counterclockwise. So because we have that here, we're going to continue to stay on this. But man, oh man, this is a very low wall cloud. And we need to get this information out to as many people as possible. I mean, for the people who are out in front of this storm, you need to get into a sturdy structure. A mobile home will not do it, especially if this thing produces a tornado, because mobile homes will definitely be damaged. So please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible on social media, like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by liking the live stream, by hitting that thumbs up button, you actually help me get this out to as many people as possible on YouTube, because that's just how YouTube's algorithm works. So you're helping me spread the information to people who live out in front of this. But this is definitely a very low wall cloud here. Very low wall cloud with this storm. I mean, look at this. This is coming a lot more into view compared to what it was about 5-10 minutes ago, where we could barely see it that far out. We got this very low wall cloud right within here. And that we might have a little bit of a funnel action here on this left-hand side. I can't tell exactly. It looks like it's got some rising motion here within this cloud here. That's the one thing that I've noticed, is that this thing has continuously had rising motion. So if this thing goes back down towards the ground, then we might have something here. This thing still has some decent rotation with it as well. I mean, look at this. From the radar, we have reds moving away, the wind's moving away, so the radar is down here somewhere. And then the green is moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And it's about to cross over the US Highway 72, towards Cherokee and Barton. So if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. All right, because this storm could definitely produce a tornado, whether it's, right in front of, whether it's right now or whether it's a lot later, definitely can do something. I'm trying to see here. Yeah, this thing still has some pretty good rotation with this storm. Let's go back up. And yeah, I mean, look at that. I'm going to pull up a radar scope here. I was looking at weather in Australia earlier, just out of curiosity. Move that over there. I mean, my goodness. Let's go back to the sky cam, and you can see this is a pretty low wall cloud here. Look at that. This right here actually seems to be a bit more of the wall cloud. This here on the right-hand side. So I would not be surprised if something formed under this, Would not be surprised if that was the case at all, but there definitely is something that is occurring right on this this edge of the wall cloud. And you can clearly see the mesocyclone spinning the clouds into all of this too. That's the crazy thing about this, is that all this is being spun around the center area of rotation. So if you watch the clouds very closely, you can see how you have these clouds that are moving this way, then you have these clouds that are moving this way, and then you have all the way over here to where these clouds are moving that way. Now, you can't really tell a whole lot with that, but it's there. It's definitely there. And my, oh my, that is a very significant wall cloud right there. This is live in Tuscumbia, Alabama, where we do have a storm that could potentially become tornadic. Is evident here from our sky cam. And this thing is definitely trying to do something here. We're going to continue to watch out for how this thing continues to unfold. Hopefully the sky cam will actually move, because this is not owned by me. But this is still a pretty strong wall cloud here. You can see how it spans quite a ways. So if there's something that produces a funnel underneath that, we'll be able to see it here easily. So we need to continue to get this information out to as many people as possible. As I said, by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible on YouTube. And they have actually zoomed it in here to see if there's anything down on the ground. I don't see anything. I want to see something here real quickly. I'm going to zoom out of that. I want to see if I can see anything on this sky cam. Or it's not really a sky cam per se. Okay, so it's looking the opposite way, so it's not really a good camera to use. So yeah, let's go back over to the sky cam, and you know, unfortunately there's a giant pole in front of this. But, you know, as this thing continues to move on through, we'll be able to see how this unfolds. And yeah, I mean, this is definitely a tornadic storm. I mean, no doubt about it. Big wall cloud. And this is over, let's get for a reference here. All right, here is the storm right here. This is near Florence and Tuscumbia. This is north of Hamilton, north of Russellville, and north of Hackleburg. So north of Phil Campbell, north of Hackleburg. This is near the Tuscumbia and Florence area, almost along the border of the Alabama-Tennessee general vicinity. That's where this storm currently is at. And would not be surprised if we got something here from this too. So just watch out for how this thing continues to move about. And yeah, I mean, this is one heck of a storm here, guys. They're panning off to the north to see what's happening with that other storm. And that does have a little bit of a wall cloud with it, but it's not as significant, of course, as this one. I mean, look at this. This is clear and evident right in front of us. The pole's an antenna. That makes sense. Let's see if we have other sky cams here that might be helpful. Let's go to Huntsville. And if there's a little bit of rotation here near Pulaski, I might actually check this sky cam here real quickly. Media is either supported on the network. Are you serious? That's not okay. So yeah, let's just stick with this cell over here near Tuscumbia. And I mean, my goodness, this is just a big wall cloud right here. I mean, this is no doubt. Check for a debris signature? Well, we wouldn't need to check for a debris signature because we can see the storm right in front of us. If it was doing damage, if it had debris and stuff like that, we'd be able to see it because the tornado would be on the ground, you know? So, I mean, this thing is just continuing to show really good signs of organization, but bad signs for potential tornado dropping down. So, we're going to continue to have to watch out for this, but man, I mean, that's just, even with the antenna in the way. All right, this thing is a pretty insane looking wall cloud. Pretty insane looking wall cloud. Probably one of the best ones we've seen here on stream besides us having our own storm chasers. You know, because we've had Matt go out every now and then. But I mean, man, oh man. I mean, this is a storm that is really starting to kind of amplify. And it's in a good environment to do so, too. And I have a feeling we might be able to see it here in a second. See its true colors here. Just based off of the environment that it's in right now, I'm just really not surprised. That cell over there near Murfreesboro as well. I was just checking up here just to see what's going on. And I remember that Murfreesboro had a sky cam. Yeah, Murfreesboro has something over there too. Let's actually see. Does Murfreesboro, does their sky cam, can they see anything? No, they cannot. They're a bit too far north. So, that's unfortunate, but that's fine. We still got this storm here, and I mean, jeez. Is there anything in Hattiesburg? You and your 5- and 2-year-old cousins are trying to stay safe. Yeah, let me check here real quickly. So Hattiesburg is pretty far south, first off. So you guys should be okay in that regard. I'm going to move some of my other radars here to try and compensate. So yeah, Hattiesburg is like right here. Might not be able to tell, but it's just some scattered showers and thunderstorms right now across your general area. But let's take a look here real quickly before we head back to that sky cam. This is the convective outlook here for today, all right? If you're in the yellow or if you're in the orange, then you guys need to watch out for severe weather today. I'm going to be live streaming all the way through this event, or at least for the most part. So if you want to stay tuned to the channel, please be sure to do so, as I will be covering this all the way most likely until past midnight. And I would specifically be concerned especially if you're here in northern Mississippi and Alabama. This is probably where the most significant tornadoes could potentially be. So Tupelo, Florence, Huntsville, Jasper, Coleman, Fayette, Grenada, Batesville, that general area right there, you need to watch out. All right. So I'll continue to cover this for you guys as much as possible here live. But these storms are definitely still going, and look at that wall cloud, man. Look at that. Look at that wall cloud. That is pretty intense looking. I mean, my goodness. I mean, I don't really need to say a whole lot based off of that. Let's see if I can... that's not what I wanted to do. That sucks. All right, let's go this way. Yeah, there it is. You can clearly see what all is going on there. Not what I wanted, per se. Let's do a loop. Follow this. But man, oh man. I mean, that is a pretty significant wall cloud there, my friends. And it's still going. It is still going there. Let's actually take a look real quickly. Sorry to switch the scenes again. I haven't really done these scenes in a whole while, to be completely honest with you. Let's go here, and there we go. Let's go to Columbus Air Force Base. There we go. So we still got it up top. We still got it. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, clearly this storm is still going. You can see the top part of the screen. That is where the wall cloud is. Big wall cloud there near Tuscumbia and Florence. But this storm right here, I mean, still has pretty strong rotation with it. I might have to use another radar here because we're getting pretty far away from the current one. But I think this is also the best one we may have. So, red's moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And that's just going to be pretty consistent here for the most part. We're going to see a lot of those here today. Depending upon where the radars are, it could vary as to which side the reds and greens could be. But, I mean, this is a pretty big storm here for what's happening right now. And these echo tops are actually starting to get pretty tall. We also have another storm over here near Pontotoc. This right here, this storm here in Mississippi. This might potentially go, and this actually has a bit of rotation with it. So I would not be surprised if that actually had some stuff. Let's actually go full screen over here. Let's go full screen, because I know Mississippi has traffic cameras. Mist, MI, SSI, SSI, PPI, traffic cameras. Love how I had to spell it out loud. I was like, oh. It's not what I wanted. Where's the... There's the interactive map. Thank goodness. All right, so it's over here. This is where it's heading off towards. So we'll be able to see this potentially. Yeah, we'll be able to see the storm as this continues to move on through. So we have this here on standby. And we'll pull that up here as we get closer and closer to this. But man, oh man, we got this storm here. This is a really hard storm to kind of figure out as to where the actual funnel could potentially be. But man, this is, I mean, I would assume it's right here. That's where I'm thinking. Right here, under this base, is where I would watch for a potential funnel cloud. But then you also have, you know, some of the characteristics of Scud or a tail on the left side too. Now, the reason why I say up here, the reason why I say watch here, is because this is where most of the convergence is at. This is where most of the moisture and the rain is wrapping in together, which is forming the wall cloud here. And so under that would more than likely be where the tornado could potentially be if it were to kind of ramp up a bit. But I mean, just man, oh man. That is... And once again, you can see how the clouds are channeling, you know, they're kind of being pulled into where the wall cloud is. You can see how you have clouds that are coming up this way, and then they kind of just curl off. They kind of just curl off into this general area where the inflow notch is. And that's, you know, pretty consistent here. Move the sky cam. There you go. There you go. Look at that. Right within there is where the tornadic rotation would be. Let's get a reference here as to where this is at. First off, I want to see. So there's Pontotoc. And it's starting to get close to those areas over there. So I might actually have to start using two cameras here. We'll have to use the sky camera and the traffic camera to help us out as to where this all is at and figure out what's happening on the ground. But just for reference here, the storm that we're looking at there with that Skycam in Tuscumbia and Florence, there it is. Still has rotation. Still has rotation. Now, the one thing I will note is that this thing has not intensified nor weakened, so it's probably at an idle state right now to where it's just not getting its act together completely. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's good. But on the other hand, if it does, we'll be able to see it with our sky camera here. And I mean, that's just that's obvious. It's clear and obvious as to what we're looking at. What I do want to do here afterwards, if I can, I want to see if I can find any sky cameras here. Or not sky cameras, cameras in general. Ooh. That's something interesting. Oh, that's a wall cloud over there. So we have another camera here. Another wall cloud here on the left-hand side. Yep. Yep, we got something there. So when that crosses over, when we have that storm over there that's near Pontotoc, all right, this storm right there, we'll be able to see this crossover too. And we'll have a sky camera looking at this cell as well. But yeah, man, oh man, we got two sky cameras here. Got trying to get the best stuff here for you all. Let's see, do we have three? No, doesn't look like these areas of rotation don't really have a whole lot. What about this over here? So I remember we had something over here in Columbia. Maybe a sky cam there. I don't see all too much. It looks like we're looking the wrong way, which sucks. It still looks like we're kind of looking the wrong way, which is unfortunate. But I know that there's a cell up here that looks like it has possibly a little bit of rotation. I'm going to try and see if I can continue to look at it. I don't see anything here, which is the good news. But if anything does come into that general vicinity, I'll be able to pull it back. But, I mean, let's just continue to look at this until Kingdom Come. I mean, this is the tower cam right here that we've been looking at for quite some time. And you can clearly see that wall cloud right there. I mean, that's clear as day. Right within there. No touchdowns quite yet. Not that we've seen here. That is the good news, though. There it is. It's zoomed out a bit more. And it's moved it over to the side. So now it's a bit more... This appears to be on the northern side of town. So this is north, more towards Florence. More towards Florence. And we can still see it, of course. We can still see it. It doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot. It might be trying to kind of pick up a little bit. I mean, we can still see clear wall cloud right within there. That is a clear supercell. So once again, just for reference as to where we are, all right? I'm going to zoom out of this radar here. Here is the border of Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi. Here's the border of Mississippi and Alabama. This is the storm that we're looking at right within here. This is northwestern portions of Alabama near Florence and Tuscumbia, all right? If you know anyone who lives over here near St. Florian, Killen, as well as US Highway 43, State Highway 20, and this appears to be State Highway 17, then you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, all right? Get into a sturdy structure if you can, because if this storm does produce a tornado, it's going to be right on top of you guys, all right? That's, just no sugarcoating it there. And if you guys know anyone who lives within these areas, you need to tell them to get into these safes, get into a sturdy structure. So share this live stream with as many people as possible. As I said, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. So that way we may be able to get the information out to as many people as possible. And by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this live stream out to as many people as possible on YouTube who could potentially be looking for this information. All right, that's the big thing here, is that we're trying to get this information out to people who need it. And especially, with today being a day that could spawn tornadoes, some of which could potentially be strong, this information could be vital to them, especially if there's a tornado on the ground. But man, oh man, that is a skinny wall cloud now. Pretty skinny wall cloud. And then on the other hand here, all right, so we have one wall cloud right here. This is the cyclonic wall cloud. And then we have an anticyclonic wall cloud right here. So this is a bit of a teaching moment for people who are curious, all right? We have one that is the normal tornadic rotation, and then we have the opposite of tornadic rotation that spins the other way. So we have clockwise rotation with the anticyclonic storm, and the cyclonic storm is counterclockwise. And this one spins, well, it's just going to move, so it's not that big of a deal. This one spins this way, this one spins this way, and it's pretty cool to see that based off of supercells. I mean, it's just, sometimes it's hard to see, especially when you're storm chasing, but I mean, you got that right there, pretty evident, and then you also have the rear flank downdraft which surges in back here. That basically creates that whirlpooling effect. So one whirlpool, the other whirlpool, and that's what we got right here. That's what we got. Big wall cloud right within there. I've got a lot of stuff here from... Sheesh. Lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff on Twitter that people have sent in, which I really do appreciate that. I really do. As I said, if you guys find anything, please feel free to send it to me. So that way I may be able to get it out to as many people as possible. Let's go over to this sky cam over here. It is in Mississippi. So this is just to the west of Tupelo. And you can see you got another wall cloud right there. So we have another storm that's surging on through here. Let's see if we can show you all exactly as to where this is at. That Florence rotation is starting to get into some sketchy stuff. But yeah, this is over here near Belden. And we got a little bit of rotation over here still as well. A little bit of rotation. That's right in front of us. So let's see if we can try and show you here. There it is. Wow. Yeah, there's the wall cloud right there. It's right in front of us now. So that the last image I showed you was not updated. I was like, what? I just saw this. Here you go. Look at this massive wall cloud that's right in front of us, guys. Look at this massive wall cloud. This is a pretty large wall cloud of its own, too. And the thing of it is that people are just driving right into it. They don't know what's over here. That's kind of the reason why I'm saying, you know, if we can get this information out to as many people as possible, we can warn people about this stuff. But, I mean, man, oh man, that's a big wall cloud right in front of us. Big wall cloud. I kind of don't want to leave this, this site right now, just because I kind of want to see, you know, as to whether or not I can get something. I mean, we're pretty close to the wall cloud. If something spawns right here, if there's a tornado that spawns, we'll be able to catch it right here, right now. But, I mean, man, that is a big-time wall cloud. Let's see if I can find another camera here. West. Switch to video. It's not west. So that's north. We'll be able to see that there. That's inside the actual storm, so there's no way I'm going to be able to see that. There's no way I'm going to be able to see that either, so... that might do it. That might do it. We might have that. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit zoomed out there. You can clearly see the wall cloud all the way out. But I think the best camera that we had was the one that we were previously on, which was this one here. And no, this is not a tornado from what I can see. This appears... It doesn't look like a tornado. I hope it's not a tornado. If it is a tornado, that's pretty sad, but... Doesn't look like a tornado. Hold up, let me draw a line. Right there. I don't see anything. I don't think that's a tornado. But it looks like something's right there. It looks like something's right there. I can't tell. I honestly cannot tell. Trying to figure it out here. I can't tell what it is. If it is a tornado, it's right in front of us. All right, that's the one thing I will say. If it is a tornado, it's right in front of us. That might be. That could be a tornado. But I just can't tell. I cannot tell right now. That could have definitely been a tornado if it was, but it's not. It looks like it's not moving, you know? So I'll place that right there. It's definitely getting covered by the rain. That's the one thing I can say. Because you obviously can see it fade into the background. I don't know what that is. Camera just went out. That might be... That could have been a tornado. Yeah, as I zoom it out, look at it a little bit more. I mean, who knows? I would have to say it's probably dirt. Because it doesn't look like it's moving at all. It doesn't look like it's moving at all. I cannot tell to save the life of me. Yeah, that might be a smudge on the camera lens. That's what I'm thinking too. If someone could like go back in time, try and see, you know, back in time with my video, see if that's just a regular smudge. It doesn't look like a tornado to me though, because I think it's just like some sort of smudge. That's what I'm thinking at least. So let's look to the north of it now. This is west of Tupelo. So we had a storm that we were looking at with this storm over here that was heading off towards Tuscumbia and Florence. We were looking at that wall cloud for quite some time. Don't really have anything anymore with that. But now we have this new sky camera stuff. We'll continue to watch out for this. Give me a second. I want to listen to something. All right, I just had to listen to something. Nothing really too serious. So, in regards to where this thing is at and to where the sky cams are, I think it's probably best if we use these sky cameras here, or not these sky cameras, these traffic cameras down here, and try to look north, if I can. And that definitely looks like something over there. Easily looks like something over there. Unfortunately, I can't really look like anything else. Oh, that's good. That's some good stuff right there. Oh yeah, that's a big wall cloud right there. Yeah, boom. So this is where I'm watching right there. That's the wall cloud. This is kind of like the shelf that goes about. You have a lot of strong damaging winds behind that, but right over here, yeah, you got a wall cloud right there. There's your wall cloud. And I am not too surprised about that at all. So guys, if you know anyone who lives in these areas here, all right, I'm gonna pull up the radar here to show you guys exactly where this is at. This is Tupelo right here, Tupelo, Mississippi, which is in northeastern portions of Mississippi. All right. If you live anywhere near these areas, near Interstate 22, or near US 45, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building if you can. If not, get into a sturdy structure. There's no tornado warnings for it yet, but if you can, take your proper precautions in case if this thing does produce a tornado, because this thing is really trying. This thing is really trying right now. And because of that, you know, we got a wall cloud that's wrapped in rain over here. Might even be something new that's right there, but I kind of doubt that at the moment. I'm really doubting that. Yeah, this is what that same camera is looking at to the west. And I really do doubt that that is the one. That is a really low wall cloud over there, too. I'm trying to see if I can find something here. I can't really see all too much with this. So I think the best thing to use for now is the camera that we were at. Actually, let's use this camera here. This one right here, because this looks like the bit of the wall cloud there on the left side. So this is looking north. This is looking due north of Tupelo. And you can see the wall cloud right here at the top right-hand part of your screen. I know it's hard to see because the thing is kind of messed up a little bit. So there you go. I kind of moved it down so that you guys could see it a little bit better. But there it is. Bit of your wall cloud right within there. And as I said, this is north of Tupelo, Mississippi. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions if they can. Get into a sturdy structure. Share this information with as many people as possible, too. Why do people think this is over? I don't understand. I don't know why either. These storms are going to continue to be here. You know, they're going to be here for quite some time. It's actually going to get worse. So that's the reason why I'm saying, hey, you know, I'm going to continue to live stream through this all the way through. If you want to come back, feel free, because I'll be continuing to do this. But this is kind of crazy. Just got some tips. Besides the fact that we do have a tornado or a wall cloud just right behind the sign here. Someone just tipped me off at some other rotation. Whew, what is this cell doing? A lot of strong damaging winds. Yeah, that's really interesting. But yeah, some of these storms over here near Batesville, this actually has a little bit of rotation. Maybe a little bit. Before it actually had significant rotation. My goodness. And it actually produced a tornado. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. It produced a tornado. Yeah. Wow. I'm kind of surprised about that one. You know, if I saw that a little bit sooner, I would have been able to say something, but sheesh. That is... Wow. And yeah, that did produce a tornado right there. I mean, look at that. You have some very strong winds, greens, blues moving towards the radar, reds away. Wow, wow, wow. That's how quick these storms can just fire off. That is crazy. And these storms here in northern Mississippi, this is the ones to probably watch. These are the ones that are probably going to do things. There's just a bunch of them. Let's look back at the sky cam. And yeah, we still got that wall cloud over there. It's very hard to see what's happening past it, but I mean, that wall cloud's booking it. That thing is booking it. That thing is indeed booking it. Yeah, Smashville with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. All the people who have also supported the channel, I appreciate that as well. Finisher with the 5 says, what is the storm threat for the areas in which the cold front has already passed through? Like Nashville, Clarksville, and Jackson, Tennessee. Cold front has not passed through, my friend. That is, well, I mean, that's a mini cold front. You guys are going to get another one. That's the thing. It's not over. You're going to get another line. And that one going to be about the same, if not worse. So... Oh, that storm near Pulaski. Hold up, I gotta see. Come on, tell me that sky camera in Pulaski's working. Tell me that sky camera's working. Tell me it's working. Tell me it's working. Come on, man. It's right there. No joke. There is literally... It is right there. Right there in Pulaski. Is there... Yeah, I got no dice. Come on, man. The one day that the camera is not working. There could be a tornado right here. Yeah, there probably is a tornado right here. That's the sad thing about it, is that, you know, we could be showing you guys, and unfortunately, no dice. What's my Twitter? It's Nate_Snyder. So this is my Twitter right here. At Nate_Snyder. And if you were to just at me, stuff like that, then I'd be able to... I'd be able to at least show some stuff here. If you guys know any sky cameras, feel free to, you know, tweet at me too. That'd be helpful as well. Can I look at the storm in Spring Hill? It appears to be forming a hook. Yeah, it does seem to have a little bit of a hook with it. That's heading towards Murfreesboro, so that actually, we have a sky cam for that too. So we have a lot of coverage here at the moment. I'll probably be pulling to that there in a second. But yeah, it has a little bit of a hook there. It's the storm that's north of the intersection of 840 and 65. That's the one to really watch out for. But most of these other storms doesn't look like it all too much. Yeah, that storm near Pulaski probably is producing something. I really wouldn't be all too surprised. The rotation kind of fanned out a bit. Never mind, it kind of died. Kind of died a little. Let's look back at the sky camera over in Murfreesboro. I think I might be able to see something in the distance. Yeah, we kind of do, but it's still pretty far out, so... Nothing quite yet. Nothing quite yet. Let's go back over to... storms over in Mississippi. A lot of these storms seem to be kind of just popping up, but not really rooting into the ground. Or not rooting into the atmosphere. Which is something common that we would look for something tornadic. Now it is trying. This one here near Saltillo, near Guntown, north of Tupelo. This one's trying. Alright, this one is definitely trying. But it's just not really doing it. Tweeted me some pics from Hopkinsville. Sheesh. Oh, wow. That's crazy. And then that's Moberly in Madison County. That is an intense storm, too. Whew. Johnson County, Kentucky, how are they looking? They're looking all right. Yeah, I'm looking at this. Wow. Look at this storm here that was in Madison County. Look at that tail there, the inflow tail that goes right into that. Wow. This is one heck of a supercell right there that we're looking at. And then, of course, this was the picture that Smashville was sending earlier. It's kind of hard to see, but you can see there's a lot of trees and debris across most of these areas. And that's what these storms can do. That's what these storms can do here. Sheesh. I mean, that's insane. Pyro with the 3 says, you're $2 short of memberships to take my last 3. Seems legit. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And then Shell with the 10 says, thank you for all you do. Go Ravens. I'll be at the game tomorrow, so that that'll be pretty interesting. But thank you so much for the 10. I really do appreciate it. Sheesh. Today of all days, I have to be really parched. All right, well, I was just kind of doing a bunch of stuff, Morgan, so now you're here.
Yeah, congratulations.
There we go. All right, speak real quickly.
Hi.
All right.
Hi, hello.
There you go. Okay, I just want to make sure that your audio people can hear, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So there's been a lot of stuff that you've missed. But none of which has actually been like super impactful. We just seen a bunch of wall clouds and stuff like that on sky cams, and it's been pretty.
Yeah, it looks like it's just cumulus clouds rotating right now, for the most part.
Yeah, and that's kind of the struggle right now. Is that most of these storms are kind of like not doing so hot because there's not enough convergence. But these storms here are still doing it. And by the way, this storm near Saltillo, this storm is heading towards Florence again. So we're going to be taking a look at that sky cam if this thing continues to go on its current trajectory. And we'll be able to see what's happening with this thing. We even have another sky cam in Phil Campbell. So if there's other storms that form there too, we'll be able to see all of that. Well, there is a bunch of stuff that is just kind of firing off across the board. And sure, it's not like rooting a lot, but it's doing stuff. One thing I will say that is consistent, though, is that the stuff that isn't really tornadic is kind of like outside of Mississippi. So everything is pretty linear for the most part.
There's a cell south of Birmingham that's trying, like, big time. At least it was.
I gotta find... There's so much. Sautillo, is that how it's pronounced? All right, Sautillo. That storm right there is rotating. All right, so if that goes over to Florence, we'll be able to see it.
Yeah, high key, there is a storm that might have been down south of the Birmingham radar site, just south of Centerville. A short period ago, about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, the stuff up here in Kentucky, not really too super significant, just some strong damaging winds, nothing tornadic. So that's, as long as you're in a sturdy building, you should be fine. But I want to put my radar over here in Birmingham. That way I can have a little bit of range. Excuse me.
Oh my. There is no low pressure. There is literally no center of low pressure.
Is it all elongated?
It's all elongated, and it's 1,002. That's also screwing things up right now.
Well, it's expected to become significant a bit later. I'll tell you what, though. There's a storm here in northern Mississippi that looks like it's probably going to be tornadic here in a second. This storm over here near Oxford and Abbeville, this one probably could go. This one probably could go. By the way, that was Morgan. He's my associate that helps me out on the channel every now and then. So whenever you hear his voice, he's here to help. He's here to give me extra information. And he's here to help you get extra information as well. So Morgan has his own channel. I'll be sure to put a link to that in the chat when I can. But him and I, we kind of just continue to try and get as much information out as possible, especially if I'm live streaming. He's good help with me too. So, yeah, the storm here near Oxford, northern Mississippi, heading towards Abbeville. This is heading off towards the Hickory Flat and Myrtle areas. This thing probably could go. All right, I'm going to be completely honest with you. This thing probably could go produce a tornado. I mean, the echo tops on this cell, this is starting to become one of those supercells that we talk about. Does Morgan read chat every now and then? This is starting to become one of the supercells that we talk about in previous videos and live streams, to where these could be the big significant ones that produce strong tornadoes. And this, you know, with echo tops here, I mean, this storm has 41,000 foot echo tops. That's how tall the thunderstorm actually is. And
probably not going to get much beyond that.
Probably not, but have you seen the rotation?
The SPC hit the nail on the head. There's a pretty significant warm nose at 700 millibars.
Oh, yeah.
These storms aren't really going to get much beyond that. And that's one of the inhibiting factors about today that has to be taken note of.
Well, the one thing that I notice is that the further south you are, the more that warm nose actually, you know, starts to creep in. But if you're in the northern portions of Mississippi and Alabama, that's kind of like the area to watch, like from Columbus and north.
They're a little bit better off, even northern areas of Alabama.
So take a look at northern Mississippi real quickly then, because this right here.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, this thing is just, it's chugging. It is chugging.
Which particular thing are you talking about?
The severe warn storm.
Oh, that, yeah.
66 degree dew points right next to it. Now the winds are a bit more south.
Predicted.
Winds are a bit more southwesterly, but
oh no, it's the dew points are hitting 70 just in areas. It's just spotty. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean this storm right here. Yeah, this thing has the chance to go. If this thing wraps up, this could be one of the significant tornadoes today. Any 3D views of the cell? I definitely can do a 3D of the cell. Let's take a look and see what's happening here. ISO surface. So first off, this is what the cell looks like without any stuff applied to it. It doesn't look anything too bad right now. So I don't think it's super mature quite yet. I think it's still relatively new in its infancy. But if we go a little bit further down below, I don't see an inflow notch. And that's probably because, well, no, we're looking up 5,000 feet up in the sky, so it's not going to be that bad. But it's still, you know, about a mile up. Can't see an inflow notch. So the inflow notch must be really close to the ground for the most part. Let me take a look. Oh, yeah, that rotation's tightening up. That thing is possibly going to go. We also got other storms here. A lot of other storms here in southern portions of Tennessee here. Now, this is heading towards Shelbyville. There's another storm that has a little bit of rotations, a little bit of a weaker one. But this, you know, these storms, if they have enough conversions, they can produce tornadoes. And we got one right there. We could potentially do it. Trying to see if I can find any other storms that could potentially rotate. There's this one over here near Manchester. That doesn't have a whole lot of rotation. This one near College Grove, near Murfreesboro. It doesn't really have a whole lot of rotation, except for in the upper level. So if that thing continues to get closer and closer to Murfreesboro, we might actually have a bit of a view there. But I don't see a whole lot on this, to be completely honest with you. So let's go back to the cell over here that's near Oxford. And this one's continuing to chug. All right, I mean, this one is probably going to be the one to do it, as I've said. I mean, you got very bright greens moving towards the radar, reds and grays moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Let's see if I can take a storm motion from Morgan. And yeah, there you go. So greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And there's actually brighter greens than there are brighter reds. More brighter greens than brighter reds, which tells me that this is a bit more inflow dominant. This thing is sucking in a lot of moisture compared to wrapping around a lot of rain. And that could be either a blessing or that is
A problem.
a very big problem. All right. So the way it could be a blessing is if it's too much so to the point where it can't wrap around its rear flank downdraft, then it can't produce the tornado. However, if it can balance each other out to where it actually gets the rain wrapped around, you have the inflow with the moisture right in between it, then that's a big problem. Very big problem. Because that can produce your big tornado.
Nate, Jeff Petrowski's got a funnel. I'm not sure where he is. I'm trying to figure it out. He's near Florence. But
oh, so he's probably north and east of Florence. That was probably the cell that we were looking at earlier. There's also this cell over here near Marietta. Florence is northwestern portions of Alabama.
Ew.
So there's a cell that's right on. There's a cell that's right on the border of Tennessee and Alabama near Lexington, and that one's the one that we saw in the sky camera. But then there's like another one over in Mississippi that's about to cross over, like near Marietta, and that one's probably the next one to like really watch out for. And that one's actually heading towards Florence in itself. So if that actually continues to move on through, we can use that sky camera again.
Yeah, Jeff still has a funnel on it. Still going.
So that it's probably the one that's near Lexington then?
Yep. Looks like it. Yeah, and I would watch Marietta to wrap up very soon.
That's what I was looking at too. That one I'm kind of concerned about.
Although the upper levels of that thing aren't too defined. So it may take a little bit.
Yeah. But... oh, finally! The Skycam and Pulaski finally works. Are you serious? Dude, this is not funny.
Little too late, eh?
Yeah, a little too late. Just a little bit. Not that big of a deal. Just a little too late. Let's take a look at the cell near Phil or the Skycam near Phil Campbell. Now, expect to get used to this cam here, because eventually we're going to start looking at this extensively. There's going to be a lot of storms that are going to form further south of Florence. And when that happens, actually, we'll be able to have another camera that's just to the north of Hackleburg. And we'll be able to watch all those storms too. But we got all these other storms. And they're kind of just going about here, all over the place. But yeah, Petro definitely did get a funnel there.
SPC set out heavy snow. No.
Let's go back to Memphis. Chloe with the 20 says, when you get a chance, can you give an outlook for the Houston, Mississippi area? Thank you so much. So yeah, you guys are expected to get the same thing as everyone else in northern Mississippi. You guys might either... I think the good thing about you all is that you guys might be a little bit too far south to get like the main significant tornado risk. But if you do get something over there and it does root, then you guys could potentially get some activity. But I think most of the stuff could potentially move up to the north of you all. But, you know, at the same time here, like this is the convective outlook here for you all. This is the outlook for the severe weather. And you can see big 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here indicated in the orange. And then got a big yellow area too. Big 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. So just watch out for that for the most part. Watch out for this for the most part. Let's go back to Columbus Air Force Base. This storm over here near Troy, I kind of want to get a camera on. I want to get a camera on this thing. Where is Troy exactly? Troy's over there. So west, about south, no. South. Yeah, that does a whole lot. Oh, that does good though. Switch the video on that. Yeah, that has a wall cloud right there on that. So we got another wall cloud that's south and west of Tupelo. I mean, look at that right there. That is a wall cloud. and a half. So we might be able to see another thing here right in front of our eyes. Might be able to see another area of rotation that just appears. Maybe a tornado if it does actually get its act together, but yeah, we got another sky cam.
Marietta's about to surge.
Oh, really?
It's about to surge. And if you look up in the upper levels of it, it has more organized rotation than what it would look like at the surface. This thing needs to be watched for development within the next 10-20 minutes. And it is headed right for the Tuscambia, Florence area, so that is something to note.
And we'll have a sky cam for that too, so we'll be able to see as to what exactly that storm is doing on camera. But I mean, my oh my. I mean, this is just a lot of stuff here. Yeah, it looks like Marietta's starting to kind of surge. If this thing does fully wrap around its rear flank downdraft, this thing is going to produce a tornado.
Yeah, we got problems if that's the case.
The good news right now is that it's pretty balanced.
Mm-hmm.
Anything to pay attention to in Nashville? You have family there? So according to...
Not yet.
Well, no, according to the Storm Prediction Center, not at all anymore. Nashville, you guys are just going to continue to get more and more showers and thunderstorms. So from a severe weather perspective, no. But from a flash flooding perspective, yes, there's going to be a lot more storms. I mean, I'll zoom out here for you to show you. There's going to be some areas of consistent rain that'll just dump over the area. And if that's the case, then you're just going to continue to get some more and more rain. So just, if you see flooded roadways, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. Is Bowling Green expected to get hit again? By a lot of rain, but not a whole lot of thunderstorms, so not really. If I could send you a pic, I am up and close to the wall cloud. Yeah, you can do it on Twitter. You can email it me at hockeyboyinnate@gmail.com. But yeah, if you want to do so, I mean, here on Twitter, you can at me at Nate_Snyder if you have a Twitter account.
Nate, I'll be back.
Go for it. This is Jeff Pietrowski here. You can see he was with this cell that is... I clearly have no clue where. It's near Florence, but it was so a while ago. Some while ago.
Look for Florence.
I would assume this is north of Florence. And yeah, this thing had... Oh, so he's looking at another cell. So this is north and west of Florence. That doesn't make any sense. The storm does not really seem like, you know, one to be able to produce. But that's really interesting. He's looking at this cell that was over near Waterloo. That's pretty crazy. Oh yeah, Marietta's going. Marietta's going. This thing's probably going to possibly do something here in a second. That cell near Tupelo actually has 2 areas of rotation. That's kind of crazy as well. Let's see if I can find anything here west. No, I don't have anything there. What about south? Nope. And then what about north if I go here? Yeah, I do have a little bit of something there. Whew. Here, let's switch to video for this camera here, because there's a wall cloud that's like right over Tupelo too. Look at that. That is another appendage right there. Now, I'm saying it's a wall cloud because based off of radar, from what it seems, there is rotation. You can clearly see the reds moving away and the greens moving towards, so the counterclockwise rotation resides just to the north of Tupelo. There's also another storm that's about to, you know, hit the sky camera as well, but that's not the point. I know that there are bigger things right now, but I'm guessing no severe weather in California. Yep, no severe weather in California. Johnson County, Kentucky's under severe thunderstorm warning. Do you think it will evolve into a tornado? Please check on that. I don't believe it will. I don't believe it will. Here, I'll check on it here with my other radar. You guys aren't in a severe thunderstorm warning anymore. You guys were. But not anymore. Now it's just this storm right here. So there's Paintsville. And let me double check to see. Yeah, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning anymore. Which is the good news for you all. We have 3 tornado watches right now. The cell near Abbeville is kind of considering the following. It's not exactly wrapping up anymore, but it's still like, you know, has overshooting tops. This is fighting the cap heavily. This is really fighting the cap. If it bursts through, of course, then we're going to get our shot, but... Let's see... That. Yep, you showed me the stuff from Hopkinsville. I appreciate everyone who's followed the channel or followed my account on Twitter and subscribed on YouTube. I really do appreciate that. We have 24,500 subscribers, so we're so close to 25,000. And I really do appreciate your guys' support. I really do. Yeah, that storm over there near Marietta could potentially go here in a second. I would not be surprised if that was the case either. That's pretty funny. Yeah, all these other guys are chasing these storms down here. I'm trying to see which chasers are where. Interesting. Yeah, Tupelo's getting hit right now. And that wall cloud continues to look really interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, we just got over, someone said in the chat, we just got over 1,000 likes. You guys are amazing. You're helping me spread this to as many people as possible on YouTube, so I appreciate your guys' support. As I said, that's the way to help me get this information out to as many people as possible. By liking the live stream, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. I want to say this here real quickly. This is a heck of a shelf cloud. My goodness, this is a bit of a horseshoe that we like to call as storm chasers. Bit of a horseshoe cloud on top of a shelf cloud. And what that is you got a lot of rain that is shooting in behind this. It's creating a bit of a whirlpool effect. So you have one rotation that's right here that is not tornadic completely. And then you have another one that's behind all of this rain. So this right here is actually spinning clockwise. This storm is actually spinning clockwise right here. That's a wall cloud that's a clockwise moving storm. But this probably won't produce a tornado. But I mean, man, oh man, that is a shelf cloud and a half. That is a horseshoe and a half. That is a chaser's dream right there. That is a chaser's dream. Let's go back to the other cell here. The storm over here that was near Abbeville needs to be monitored. This thing might wrap up here in a second. I'm not gonna lie. I would not be surprised. And then here's Marietta. People are saying it has a CC drop. It does, but it's air. So it's inflow that's actually surging in. This is not a debris signature. So if you guys were to go to the CC drop, circle it, go back over to reflectivity, you can see it's over air. So it's not a tornado at this time, but it definitely could be. There's a cell over there in Phil Campbell. I kind of want to see the sky camera over here real quickly. So here's Phil Campbell. There's the sky cam. They got some scattered showers and thunderstorms for the most part, so that's pretty interesting. I want to take a look at the cell, or take a look at the sky cam over here near Tuscumbia, Alabama again. And looking over Tuscumbia, you can see there is quite a bit of wind shear here. You can see the clouds are racing off towards the north and east. These are moving highway speed too. These things are moving fast, like super fast. So it's been quite a lot of stuff to look at here for the most part. And when this storm goes here, so right now it's south of Tishomingo and it has a special weather statement. When it heads towards Tuscumbia, we'll be able to see where this thing is going. But I mean, yeah, this cell over here that's south of Tishomingo has a lot of rotation on it. Let's go back to GR2. And this thing is pretty close. This thing's very close, actually. I actually want to see how high its updraft goes, because it has a ZDR column. 17,000 feet. So yeah, this is a supercell. The other one's a supercell too. There's two supercells ongoing right now. And then we have this weird looking thing over here in Tupelo. This might try to do it, but it's having some difficulties, which is the reason why it's not really all too successful. New scan just came in. Yeah, nothing of interest quite yet. Let's go back to Memphis's radar. See what's happening here with this Abbeville storm. And this thing has been trying for so long, but it looks like it's now really rain wrapped, so it's kind of choking itself out. It's got a lot of rain that's falling around it, and because of that, it's not allowing that warm moisture to kind of offset the rain to form the tornado there. So you typically would have your inflow right within here, but it would be typically clear. In this case, it's not. It's killing off the storm in that instance because it's producing rain over where the inflow should be, and that's the reason why it's weakening right now. So it doesn't look like the storm is going to continue to be super tornadic for the short term, but if this thing recycles, say, past Hickory Flat near Blue Mountain, Ripley, then this thing could potentially be tornadic again. But right now, I can't exactly say that this thing is going to do it. Doesn't look like it, at least. Ah, I spelled it there. God, help me. It's an enhanced risk. It's an enhanced risk. Don't worry about it. It is. Yeah, this storm over here near Tishomingo finally got severe warned. And man, that storm that's in the Tupelo area is looking really mean. Man, oh man. This camera is getting slapped. All that rain right there. You can see the rain going from left to right too. That's the crazy thing. So you can see the rain coming in waves. Look at that. That's pretty crazy right there. Now it's not like blowing all over the place. You can clearly see the trees on the side. They're not like, they're not like curling all over all the way to the ground, but I mean, for people who have like tractor trailers and stuff like that, that could easily be pushed over. Easily. If they're not careful. I'll look at that later. It's not that big of a deal. So now the camera's starting to kind of shake and bake, but the visibility has gone back up. So that's the good news with this. I'm trying to see if I can find anything else here. Geez, who knew Oxford had sky cameras or cameras in general? If I knew that, I probably would have used them. But I can't tell what's exactly happening from this, so it's not like I'll have every single thing here. But yeah, it looks like the cell that was in Tupelo is starting to kind of wrap up a bit, and that's not good. Let's see if I can find any other storms. So let's look around Birmingham. There is some thunderstorms that kind of formed. They're not really too significant though, so it's not that big of a deal. Let's go to Nashville. There's some storms over here near Cookville, but that seems to be more of a strong damaging wind threat. There's a cell over here near Shelbyville, and this thing actually is rotating a lot. This thing's rotating a lot, actually. It doesn't have a whole lot of energy, but it has the same level of storm relative helicity, which, for people who have seen my video yesterday, that should be familiar as to what that is. The values of storm relative helicity for this storm actually, or these storms that we're looking at, is 224, and you need 150 in order to consider tornadoes. So consider the following. Is this weather going to be all night too? Probably not all night, or at least the tornado threat, not all night, but it definitely could, you know, snag something. Move Louisville over to this radar right here. What's the prediction for Atlanta? A lot of strong damaging winds expected for you all. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I did not take the county names off of this, did I? It's probably the reason why my screen is super cluttered whenever I use that. Yeah, it looks like the cell near Abbeville is collapsed. Now, it looks like it's also starting to regenerate a bit, too. So it's starting to get larger. It's starting to become more refined. So this thing might actually... try and recycle. So at about 10-15 minutes is when I'll look back at this thing again. See if this thing is really going. The cell near Tishomingo looks pretty insane still. This thing might actually have some decent rotation, but the actual supercell in itself kind of is lacking a bit in characteristics. Whenever you see this bit of a corner right here, that tells you that this thing is more of a rainmaker more than anything. It also tells you that you have a lot of surging winds behind all that rain that is supposedly surging. So it's not exactly in the best case scenario right now for something to be tornadic, but it's still got some pretty strong rotation with this. And it looks like it is heading off towards the Tuscumbia area. So we will be able to see this eventually with our Skycam. So if you guys like to stay tuned, it'll be there at about, I'd say, in a half an hour. That's when things are really going to get interesting. We can see it in the distance from Tuscumbia. Can we? Oh, we can. It's just barely, though. So I'd probably wait until another 10 minutes before I'd come back to this. It's going to be heading right for us, so it's not like it's going to be, super evident right now. Excuse me. New severe thunderstorm warning heading towards Tuscumbia and Florence. So that's from that cell. We're going to be watching that very closely. Let's take a look at the Columbus Air Force Base radar. Yeah, this thing is really trying. This thing is really trying to rotate. I'll continue to watch out for that more and more. And then the storm behind it near Mentachie. So this cell in itself... Oh. Yes, there's the warning right there. I just had to double check with that. So this cell right here near Mintachi, we might also be able to see with the Phil Campbell sky cam as well as that moves off towards the north and east. So we'll be able to see 2 storms here. It'll have rotation, but this cell here near Tishomingo really starting to kind of rotate here. It looks like it's trying to break through that that inversion that is limiting all the thunderstorms from just really blowing up. That seems to be the general case here. The consistency with all of this. Let's take a look at Huntsville. See what they got. This is a storm with a little bit of rotation here. Near Owens Crossroads, south of Huntsville. Has a little bit of rotation there, so that's kind of interesting to note. Then the cell near Elkton. There's a cell near Elkton and Prospect, south of Pulaski. That actually has a little bit of rotation. Pulaski. And then this over here near Shelbyville, too. So Shelbyville actually has a little bit of rotation, too. And then this storm over here near Beech Grove, this continues to have a little bit of rotation as well. So we'll see. Vasilia with the 551 says, Happy New Year, friend. Do you think the storms are going to fall apart when they hit the Appalachians? Or the Appalachians, I should say. I keep saying Appalachians because back when I was in West Virginia, it's always that or Appalachians. But Appalachians, everyone knows that is better. Usual timing for worst storms for upstate South Carolina, please. It'll be overnight. You guys are expecting to get your activity sometime around 5 in the morning to 6 in the morning, something like that. Maybe even a little bit sooner. Did we lose Morgan to the bathroom tornado? Probably. It's a safe bet. It's a safe bet. Yeah, more and more of these showers and thunderstorms that continue to form. They'll continue to be like that all the way through. You can see this line moves on through. And then look at this storm here. What is this? Big snowstorm. Excuse me. Hold up. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked here, but I don't care. What in that doesn't make any sense. That's a lot of sleet. That's 4 inches of sleet. 4 inches of sleet with this thing. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Well, there it is. Sheesh. 4 inches of sleet. Yeah, goodbye. I know what I'm making as a video tomorrow morning. Other storms for Selmer and Bolivar. You guys should be fine, I believe. Selmer is like... going based off of memory here. Selmer, Tennessee. So Selmer, Tennessee should be fine. If you're talking about Selmer, Alabama... or no, Selma, not Selmer. Yeah, so Selmer, Tennessee should be fine. You guys might get the residual of some of these showers and thunderstorms, but other than that... let's go back to the sky cam here. Let's go back to the sky cam. See what we got here. From this storm that's heading from Tishomingo. People are saying CC drop on Tuscumbia storm. That is a bounded weak ecoregion, my friend. That does not look like debris to me. That's a bounded weak ecoregion right here. So what's happening here is that you have a lot of this rain that's wrapping around and it's creating a bounded weak ecoregion. So this isn't a tornado. We may have our CC drop right here, but if you take a look here, all right, I'll circle it. we have a lot of air that is inside that hole. So what's happening is it's sending the rain around. The rain is rotating around the actual rotation. And we call that a bounded weak echo region or a donut hole. And that just basically tells us that the rain is wrapping around the actual tornadic storm, which is pretty bad. Because you can't see the tornado if it's surrounded in rain. And we got that. That's pretty crazy. So, my oh my. I mean, throw in the textbook here today. Let me close that. Then if I really want to open it again, I will. Can I check Missouri? I can check Missouri, but I'm not going to see much stuff there in Missouri. Mainly because it's going to be a lot of snow. Snow, freezing rain, sleet, whatever you want to call it. All of that's there. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. Snow. A lot of snow up there. I'd love some freezing rain and sleet over here near Quincy. So there you go. Got some stuff. Will we have anything in New Orleans? You guys might have some severe weather, but it's not expected to be like super significant. Yeah, this storm here in Pleasant Sight, this thing is kind of concerning. Actually, scratch that. It's really concerning. If I see a giant blue ball here, this thing is probably going to produce a tornado here in a second. Skycam doesn't say a whole lot, although we do have visual of the potential wall cloud that is all the way over there. So it's not like we can't see it, but it's right there. And it's heading right exactly for the same areas that we talked about earlier. So we saw a wall cloud that went to the north of Tuscumbia and into the Florence areas. And now we have another storm that's heading off in that general vicinity. And this thing has very strong rotation. So if you know anyone who lives north of Pleasant Sight, north of Russellville, towards the Littleville, Tuscumbia areas, as well as Barton and Cherokee, all right, here in northwestern Alabama, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions, all right? Give me a second, guys. Huh. I just had to double check something. Yeah, that's not. I had to double check something just for the fun of it. Yeah, no, we gotta get information to as many people as possible. I heard something on Twitter, wanted to listen to it. I got something out of it. Got some useful information that I could tell you all, but otherwise, not really too much. But yeah, that's the main thing here that I'm trying to tell you all is that we gotta really watch out for this storm. Lexington, Kentucky, you guys are good. You guys are no longer being severely impacted by this storm. Yeah, you guys are fine. Northern Mississippi and far northern Alabama, southern and middle Tennessee. So yeah, this event, you know, good news, is not exactly super big for us. It's not at least super big going into the nighttime. That might be a little bit of a wall cloud right there. Boom. Might have that. To the right of that is the wall cloud. That's some very heavy rain. Of course, when it gets closer to us, we'll be able to see, but it's knocking on our door, guys. It's knocking on our door. And, yeah. What about Louisiana? So Louisiana is expected to get some bits and bobs of severe weather, but you guys, you know, depending upon where you are, will determine as to what type of severe weather you're getting and how significant it'll be. So if you're in the light green, you guys aren't getting, you're just getting general severe weather. dark green is a 1 out of 5, and yellow is a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So, you know, if you're like near I-20, then watch out, because you guys could potentially get some severe weather and you're in, you know, tornado watch. But otherwise, you know, if you're like near Lake Charles and Lafayette, you guys are good. What about Corinth? Good question. So Corinth actually is probably going to get into a severe thunderstorm warning here. I'd say within the next 15 minutes, and the storm will be near you in about 30. I think it's a good shot for it to do so. So watch out for that. Keep in mind from that. Curb says there's a tornado on the ground. Whomst is Curb? Because it definitely could be on the ground. Like, I would not be surprised if it was, but I don't think it is. Based off of radar, at least. Grandsons are truck drivers. Is there anything going on in Arkansas? If you're driving along near Little Rock, heading to Texarkana, like Memphis, or if you're west of Little Rock, you guys are fine. But if you're in southeastern Arkansas, then you guys might have a little bit of issues. Yeah, people are saying there's a tornado on the ground in chat. I do not know. It might be this. This might be it. But I can't tell all too much. That could have been. Because this is where, you know, the velocities went off and fanned to the north. Because there's like another area of rotation that formed. This thing might actually recycle here. So we have one rotation there, another rotation right there. This is heading off towards the Florence and Tuscumbia areas, and that's kind of the concern here is these storms. And look at that big wall cloud right there. Big wall cloud right here once again. Very similar to what we saw earlier on today. It's a big wall cloud. So we're looking live from Tuscumbia, Alabama. And this is a pretty gnarly looking wall cloud here that we're starting to see. If the storm could get a little bit closer to us, that would be amazing, so that we can see as to what's happening on the ground. But otherwise, we got a big wall cloud here that's starting to kind of register. We'll come back to that sky cam here in a second. But yeah, I mean, this thing does have quite a bit of rotation. It has two rotations here. So it has one right here, one right here. I'm not sure if this is going to be one of those things to where it just like completely recycles. But it looks like, you know, the one storm is down here and then the old storm is up to the top. It might have done like a left split. Might have done like a left split maybe. I'm trying to think here. But I do think the tornadic storm still is doing things. It's right here, and it's still being tornadic. So it's very hard for me to say specifically as to what it's going to do in the future. But obviously, you know, it's not completely on the ground. You know, we didn't see anything on the ground. I mean, before we had the donut hole, you can go back and yeah, there's what everyone was thought a big debris signature right here, but it was not, because if you go over, you can see it's right in the middle. Donut hole, a lot of air. So not that big of a deal. But now the storm is definitely trying to do something. Can I check the cell on Pulaski? Yeah, I can. Let's see. let's go to Huntsville. And Pulaski. So there's one that's right near I-65. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking about. But there actually is a little storm over there. It might be not super tornadic, but could have something there. But I don't see anything too significant, to be completely honest with you. Is Florence fine? I would be on alert right now, because there could be something that's heading your way. Look at that big wall cloud, guys. My goodness. Oh my goodness. And then we got another wall cloud here. So we have the original. That might be a new wall cloud that's forming on the right side. My goodness. Look at that. Look at that huge wall cloud, guys. That is big time. Big time wall cloud. Whew. Starting to come into view now. Guys seen the same thing on the cell near Florence? Weird the National Weather Service hasn't warned it. Well, it hasn't been on the ground quite yet. There's been some instances to where it could have easily been mistaken for it to be on the ground, but no. Not in that case. But yeah, I mean, this thing continues to rotate and rotate and rotate. And we're going to continue to see what we can do to watch out for this. But I don't see all too much here based off of what we're looking at with the Skycam. Because we're looking at the live Skycam here from Tuscumbia, Alabama. So this is south of Florence, just only by a little bit. But this storm is also heading into Florence as this moves on through. But yeah, it's a big wall cloud. I mean, you can see how low this thing extends to the ground, and then you can see the cloud base across the board. So this is definitely something that we gotta really watch out for. Especially that. This is probably the thickest wall cloud I've seen today. Especially with how much condensation there is wrapped within that thing. Got a big tail cloud that's surging in right here. Yeah, this thing is like right there knocking on the doorstep. Honestly, not super surprised. Judith with the 50, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support to the channel. Oh my goodness, you're amazing. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow. Storm Chaser Nick Gorman has something good on video. It's probably looking at the same thing that we're looking at, honestly. I'm trying to see something here. Let's go back to radar. Let's go back to radar and let's see what this thing is doing. Clearly, all right, clearly this thing is spinning up quickly. All right, I mean, we've got some pretty strong rotation here for the most part, and it spans up pretty high in the sky as well. And yeah, we got something right there. I mean, clearly orange is moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And it looks like we got something touching there. Pixel to pixel, a lot of turbulence. Let's go back to the sky cam here. We might have something. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of turbulence there. I mean, look at this. Big low wall cloud. I would not be surprised if this thing was on the ground here, I'd say within the next few minutes. I mean, I wish they could zoom in. I wish they could zoom in so we can see what's happening on the ground. But I mean, this is a lot of turbulence here. There is a lot of turbulence here. Where's Morgan at? I don't know. He's probably out doing something at the moment. Is it clockwise? Nope, this is counterclockwise. This one's the ones that produce tornadoes. Oh, there it is. They zoomed into it. Oh yeah, there might be something down there. There might be something. I think I see something. Right over here. I think I see something. It's trying. But this thing is low to the ground. This thing is extremely low to the ground. Yeah, this thing is buzzing. Do I think there should be a tornado warning on it? I definitely think there could be. I definitely think there could be. Yeah, wow, this thing is buzzing right now. Let's take a look at the velocity, see if anything has changed. And yeah, this thing is this thing has a bit of rotation on it. The only issue is that it's a bit of a it's got a lot of strong damaging winds surging in behind this, so it's not super organized at the moment. It's not completely organized at the moment. It's trying to get there, but it's got a lot of wind surging in behind it, and it's kind of throwing it off. If it just wraps it up, if it gets its act together and wraps it up correctly, you'll get a tornado there. But this thing is buzzing. You can clearly see how large the wall cloud is, too. And this is just for perspective. This is Tuscumbia, Alabama. We are live in Tuscumbia, Alabama. We are showing you a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag with this storm here. This storm has the capability of producing a tornado as a possibility. And so, guys, we need to get this information out to as many people as possible. All right, as many people as possible here. Share this with friends and family and on social media like Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. And then by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible on YouTube. Because that's the big thing there, is that we're trying to get this information out to as many people as possible. Show Nick Gorman. The thing of it is that I'm pretty sure other YouTubers have paid for, you know, paid for storm chasers and stuff like that. And I don't make enough money to be able to get that for you, so yeah, but other than that, I mean, this is an insane wall cloud right here. This is an insane wall cloud. I mean, if we're going to see a tornado, it's could be right here in front of us. Because this thing is huge, this thing is low, this thing is buzzing. Let's take a look back at the radar. See what's happening with the storm. It's throwing itself for a loop. This thing is really kind of shooting itself in the foot. It really is. And the reason why I say that is because this thing, you know, could potentially produce something along the line, but it's just like it's gusting out. So the entire time, you know, you have a lot of strong damaging winds that are surging in behind this, but it's not wrapping around its rain into a essential part. All right, so you have a lot of strong stuff right here. That's just the boundary. The rotation in itself is over here now, crossing over Barton. So this right here is where the rotation would be. You know, it's not this down here. This actually is a part of the boundary. This is the hook right within here. So this is where the rotation would be. We're looking straight at it, and it's kind of shooting itself in the foot. It's got a lot of strong damaging winds behind this, and it's just not really going about. People are asking as to what the temperatures were like in this area. The temperature is 79 over just to the east of Tuscumbia with dew points and upwards of 64. So there is some moisture here. But we're kind of just waiting for this thing to like try and get its act together, more or less. Memphis. Senatoba. Or Senatobia. Yeah, Senatobia, that's going to be interesting when it comes down to it. There could be something over there. Yeah, I mean, this cell right here, this is throwing most people for a loop. Don't get me wrong, all right? You know, this is definitely a hard storm to kind of, like, dictate maybe a bit, but... it doesn't seem like... doesn't seem like this thing is really trying to, like, wrap up significantly. And now the antenna is in the way again, so therefore we cannot see. But this is a big wall cloud right in front of us. This is right at Tuscumbia, Alabama. Just to the east of Tuscumbia, or west of Tuscumbia, Alabama. And got a pretty strong storm here that is looking pretty evident. There definitely could be something that is forming over there. But this storm really is shooting itself in the foot over and over and over again. So yeah, that is a wall cloud right there. Just for reference as to where we're at. All right, so Tuscumbia is on the northwestern portion of Alabama. Here is Florence, here's Tuscumbia. And if we zoom out here, you can see here is Alabama. Here's Mississippi. There's Tennessee up here. So, just for reference, the storm is right here. We're looking at that live with the sky camera out of Tuscumbia. And this thing definitely has had a bit of rotation. If it just intensifies just a little bit more, we could potentially see something. But right now, it looks a bit more like a strong damaging wind risk. Because you can see the hook right within here. And this would be where the rotation would be. But it's just not doing it right now. I mean, there's a lot of turbulence there. There's a lot of turbulence. Why is it focusing on the antenna? Zoom out. Zoom out. I can't see. Why am I zooming in on the... I mean, I'm not zooming in, but like they're zooming in on like the pole. Yeah, get it out of the way, please. There we go. Thank you. So yeah, there's a lot of turbulence back over here. I mean, you guys can clearly see the lowering with all the clouds. It's just not really, you know, pulling it right now. Why are you looking at the antenna or the tree? People were saying it's a tree. Not sure if I can call that a tree, especially with how tall we are. Like, we're pretty high up in the sky. I kind of doubt it's a tree. Once again, I cannot show any Storm Chasers footage because people on other channels have paid for them and we don't make enough money here to actually purchase the licensing for other Storm Chasers. So, I do not want to get my channel taken down for showing other people's content. That's just the unfortunate thing here. The unfortunate thing is that Yeah. Once this channel gets a little bit bigger, though, if this channel gets bigger and we have enough money, then yeah, you can bet all the money you have that I'm going to be getting as many storm chasers as I can to do this. I mean, I already have a storm chaser who lives in Texas and stuff like that. He helps me out whenever we get severe weather over there. This cell over here near Belmont also looks like it's rotating slightly. It looks like it is. Whew. I mean, we're just gonna have to see if this thing officially recycles. Looks like it's trying to. Looks like it is indeed trying to. So if we're looking down here, so it might be looking at the old wall cloud. I want it to shift left a little bit more. I want it to shift left a little bit more if it can. Can it shift left more? I mean, there's a big wall cloud here, but I want to shift it left. There might be something over to the left. I mean, this is a big wall cloud. Don't get me wrong. I mean, look at this. Big wall cloud. But I think this might be the old rotation. If it looks over to the right, or no, to the left a little bit more. New severe thunderstorm warning. If it looks off to the left, just like a little smidge, I think we might be able to see the new wall cloud developing. Yeah. Just the boundary. Huh. Then yeah, that probably is the dice. I mean, it's clear as day as to what it is. I mean, this is the type of cloud that actually, what is that down there? I mean, it's zoomed in. This is as good as we get, and there's nothing wrong with that. This is a clear wall cloud, which is just spinning like this, rotating and rotating. But now I'm just watching for some of these areas down here. Let me take a look at the radar again. That might be the wall cloud right there. Could definitely be the wall cloud. But it looks like there's a huge thing of spectrum width right there due west of Tuscumbia. Could it be that little thing? Could it be the thing just barely to the left behind the antenna? And if it is, then that might be what we have to watch out for, but I'd have to look at it a little bit more. Like if it's zoomed out, I might be able to see both, but I don't see a tornado on the ground right now. It looks like the stuff on the right actually is a lot more of a damaging wind risk. All right, I'm going to be completely honest with you. It kind of looks pretty flat, but I can clearly see it's rotating. I can clearly see it's rotating still. I just want to see what that thing is. If it just zoomed out just a little bit, might be able to. No, I don't want you to go right. I want you to see what this thing is. This thing to the left. That thing right there. This thing right here. This thing I'm concerned about. Yeah, the wall cloud is deteriorated. That's not what I want. This thing right here, it's right over us. Zoom left. Go left. Zoom out. Come on. Come on. This thing right here. This is what I'm looking at. Oh boy, zoom out. Zoom out. Come on. Come on. It's right here. That's the new storm. It's right here. Come on. I don't think we're going to be able to see it. I don't think we're going to be able to see it. This is a giant bounded weak echo region, though. My goodness, this thing has surrounded itself in rain. This thing has surrounded itself in rain. I mean, my goodness. Yeah, I want to see this thing to the left. This thing right here. Yes. No! I wanted to see what this was. Yeah, look at this rain. Oh my goodness. This is collapsing hard. No, not all the way to the left there. Here. Here. Yeah, this is a bit more of a damaging wind risk now. You can see the massive line. Jeez. But yeah, this is a pretty powerful storm on the other hand. Any lightning in these clouds? Hard to see? Not really. Not from what I can tell. Can't see anything over there. That's Phil Campbell. Not really too much I can see from that. Etheridge, is there anything over there? Not really. Alright, let's go back to the Tuscumbia sky camera. But I mean, man, a lot of strong damaging winds surging on here. Lot of it. And then of course you have all this downdraft that's just surging in behind this. All the rain. Look at how fast that rain is moving from left to right, too. Look at that. Look at that right there, guys. Now that's a rear flank downdraft. That thing is moving fast. It's moving very fast. Visibility is gone in some spots. Visibility is gone. Camera's gonna get smashed by rain. It might actually be a little bit too far south. Honestly. It might be a little bit too far south. Yeah, there's this other cell that's near Belmont. That actually is kind of interesting. But the one over here near Florence, I mean, this is rain wrapped as all get out, alright? So... Actually, we might be able to see something here. Alright, well this is the other sky camera we have it in Florence. Oh boy. So apparently this might get hit by the rotation. And if that's the case, then we have the perfect camera for it. But I guess we'll have to see. And I guess we're also going to see how the visibility turns out. You know, we're just going to see the visibility plummet rather quickly. So let's see how this works. Let's watch it together. We can clearly see the rain on the right-hand side. I have no idea if that is a wall cloud or not right there on the right-hand side either. Hold up. Yeah, this thing still looks pretty interesting based off of a rotational perspective. So I'm kind of, like, interested to see if we actually get hit by the rotation. And if we do, then that's pretty crazy. So for reference, look to the trees here. Look to the flag here to see how fast the winds are moving. Look to some of the other trees. Maybe the boat if it rocks hard enough. Is that a funnel? I cannot tell. That might be a funnel. I think we're in the wall cloud right here. This right here is a wall cloud. This is a wall cloud here, I think. And if this is a wall cloud, oh boy. Because I can clearly see the spin this way. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is a wall cloud right here. This is the wall cloud. Now I have no clue if the rotation's actually gonna hit us. I have no clue whatsoever. Don't see a debris signature, so it's not like it's there. Let's watch. Why is the camera moving a lot? Oh, the winds are moving into it. Yeah, we're in the wall cloud right here, boys and girls. This is, look at the wind. The wind is surging south towards the main area of rotation. Something is right here. Yeah, a strong surge. The camera is inside the wall cloud. It's rain wrapped. Everything is rain wrapped. Yeah, you can see the wind moving right into where the actual rotation could potentially be, which is over here. Now you can see the wind change. The wind has changed. So now it's going this way, meaning that something's over here. So, yep, we saw something. Whew. Yeah, we got something right there. And now we're starting to get a lot of the rain. But yeah, I mean, you can clearly see the wind now change direction. We were right in the wall cloud right there. No doubt about it in my mind.
Just to the south of the Huntsville radar site that has excellent structure. It's a small cell, but it has excellent structure up in the higher tops of the storm. So
South
just something
of
to keep
Huntsville?
south of the radar site.
Oh,
Skyline.
that. Yeah, it does have a little bit.
So just something to note up if you are in the Chattanooga vicinity.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome back, Morgan. Welcome back.
Yes, thank you. I had to sit through a Zoom call for, what, an hour at this point or so?
Yeah.
Columbus Air Force Base.
Yeah, this is definitely rain wrapped, but it kind of reminds me of when Matt chased that rain wrapped tornado in northern Oklahoma.
Yeah, well, Oklahoma's different. So, you know.
Oklahoma. Interesting. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty interesting. Now we're on the backside of all this. I mean, clearly the rain is surging into the backside, so we're in the rear flank downdraft. Now, we're not in like the prime rear flank downdraft where it's like significant wind, but we're here. We're looking at this. Curiosity killed the cat. I want to see. They turned it the other way. Well, luckily we have more cameras out in front of this. This is in Rogersville. Look, you see, we got more cameras, guys. We're good. We totally... Oh, that is a huge sky cam. Look at this, chat. We're up pretty high. Yeah, Grim only says it's a good day because he chased that. Yeah, this is Rogersville here, and we still got sky cams out in front of this, so this is pretty interesting to see how this thing will continue to materialize. Philip with the 10 says, guys, if you want Storm Chasers videos, keep donating and spread the word. If you grow the channel enough, you'll be able to afford the license eventually, but it all depends on your support. Yep. That is it. Now, eventually I'll get enough, if this channel survives, eventually I'll get enough money anyways, but your guys' support and donations and stuff like that, it helps too.
I'll eventually do my local New Jersey storm chasing for Nate, so
Classic.
chase those gusty wind events, or if I go into South Jersey, we get tornadoes. So
And that is if, there actually is a big event over there. Although by then
Someday.
I might even, just chase myself. If it's
maybe.
that close, I could just chase myself. But
Further emphasizes the narrative of you will be the only one driving.
yes, that is the truth. I will never let you drive. So, funny enough, this is one of 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 2 of them are in Kentucky, so... D-Gun for fun with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. Sheesh. Get Nate that Minute Maid sponsor. Seems legit. Speaking of which, I need to take a sip of my Minute Maid lemonade. Lemonade is a good drink. So yeah. Seems to be practically these storms. Now there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that's like south of Macon and Columbus. What is this? Columbus Air Force Base. Let's go take a look and see what this storm is about. Oh, this storm's rotating too. Look at this. Dude, this storm's south of Golston. Moving towards... Morgan, I need you to pronounce that town name again.
Oh no, what town name again?
The one that I made you repronounce like 3 or 4 times. Shukalak. That thing. Yeah, that has a severe thunderstorm warning with a bit of rotation on it. So if you live over there near Shukalak, yeah, north of Scuba, north of DeKalb, near Golson, guys need to kind of just watch out. Go for it.
Break. The thing to the south and west of the Florence cell is going.
Yeah, that one.
Oh.
That one I was like, yeah, eventually it's gonna go.
But it's gonna run into the same problem that the one in Florence is. It's hitting the cold pool. Or not the cold pool, but the warm nose.
It's not super tall, actually.
Really?
No. It's actually kind of surprising, honestly. Yeah, it's really surface-based, too. Now I'm curious, alright? Now I'm curious. Will the Phil Campbell Skycam be able to see it? No, because it's way too far north. What about the one in Tuscumbia? Or way too... Well, I was meaning the storm's way too far north, but... What's the biggest and longest tornado event you streamed coverage for? So it's not on YouTube anymore. No, the longest...
Oh.
Yeah, no, the longest one is no longer on YouTube because YouTube does not like it when I live stream over 12 to 18 hours. Specifically over 18 hours. Yeah, I streamed for 36 hours straight. I streamed the Easter 2020 tornado outbreak that produced 140 tornadoes. And that was also the largest tornado that I've ever seen. The Bassfield Soso tornado that was 2.25 miles wide. But good question, AJ. Thank you for the 5. I really do appreciate it. And then, of course, the strongest tornado probably has to be Mayfield, because I already know they're going to increase that from 190 to like either 200 or above. There's no way they don't increase it to 200. But 200 is not EF5 status, that is EF4 status, so therefore... I mean, once you get to like EF4 status tornadoes, it's not very different from an EF5, because people either A, lose their lives, B, lose their property, or C, something does major damage. And that's kind of the case there. Go for it.
DMs if you want a really brief laugh. Just something I saw.
That is kind of funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mike with the 5, thank you so much, says nice channel. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. You know, I know it's not perfect. I know it might not be as flashy as some other channels, but you know, I try my best. Or at least I try my best to make it look appealing.
Would help if you shaved.
Yeah, I do have to shave my beard a little bit. I'm still gonna like keep it, but I'm like growing tree limbs at this point.
No.
So yeah, the storm near Shukalak is really kind of doing things.
Shukalak.
And then the other cell that's near Pleasant Sight
Is really...
It's
probably inflow, but...
Yeah, it is. So it has decent rotation, but it's got a little bit of contamination with it, so it's not exactly looking the best.
It's got 32,000 foot echo tops. It's not doing too terribly. Especially considering what most of these storms are at. The one to the northwest of it up by Farmington is only at 37,000 feet. The one that just went through Florence is only at 36. Severe warned one down by Shukalak is 35. So.
Yeah. That's pretty interesting. Go back to 1. Apparently, Alabama and Tennessee are going to get slammed tonight in early morning. Yeah, more than likely. Looks that way. There's only 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. How about this for a coverage?
Yeah, how about this for an 10 sig?
Dude, we kind of already knew that this could potentially happen as well.
Yeah. Warm nose.
Ran the risk. Insert Morgan saying, congratulations to all the people who went high.
This was a scheduled tweet.
Ryan said inflow notch on that Pleasant Sight cell. He would be correct. That is indeed an inflow notch. Nothing on the ground.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. Healthy book hotels basically everywhere. Huh.
More EF5 took months to rate as an EF5? Yes, it did, and that's kind of the reason why I'm like, eventually Mayfield probably will be increased. I don't see why it wouldn't.
Can we just talk about the fact really quickly that Birmingham radar site has a few cells showing up, but none of them are over 20,000 feet. None of them. These storms are just being so limited by the fact that the conditions aren't right at about 700 millibars. Mesoanalysis, 700 millibar temperatures. There's nothing over, like, I guess it's not too bad for that storm by Shukalak. But that's about the only cell that has a good environment right now. I mean, Florence is nearing below 5 degrees at 5 degrees Celsius at 700. which is like 40 degrees, I think.
Yeah, that thing, its Shukalak, is kind of trying, but it lost a bit of its velocity, so it's not really doing all too much. I don't know what this cell over in Corinth is doing. This thing is like a big supercell, but it's like so elongated. You know, it's so widespread.
It's just winds right now.
Yeah, it's like some strong damaging winds right now, but if it just completely wraps around, we might actually have something
have
that
a
can form
serious
like near
issue.
like near
Like-
Kendrick, Counts, Tennessee. You know, Corinth, Mississippi. It's like actually east of Corinth, Mississippi. So Corinth in itself is fine because the storm's moving what, east at 70? Is that what it is? No, it's
Yeah.
northeast
Although
at 45. Northeast at 45 miles per hour. My bad.
The upper portions of the atmosphere suggest that this storm really has nowhere to go. It has a bunch of helicity, but
It also doesn't have a whole lot of energy.
nope. I think it's in the less than 5 degrees Celsius, 700 temperatures things.
Philip with the 10 again says, by the way, I'm totally blind. I've been telling other blind friends about your channel because you describe everything so well. The only place I can go for such excellent detail. Well, that's pretty cool.
That's cool.
That's pretty cool. All right, that's amazing.
I mean, it's not cool that you're blind, but that's great that Nate is giving that descriptive of information, that you know what he's talking about just through the audio,
Yeah.
audio.
Just yeah, audio. You know,
Yeah.
from the speech. I mean, that's amazing. So Philip, you know, that means a lot to me. Just know that. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Wow.
That's a thing. There you go. Oh, excuse me.
But this is a this is pretty nice. Is GR2 Annals a one-time purchase? Yes, it is. It's a one-time purchase of 250, but it has a free trial of 21 days. So if you want to test it out, you can.
Oh yeah. I'm contemplating about whether or not to re-download GR2 or to just wait until I get my new computer.
The wall cloud's back up
base
again.
velocity isn't
Go to
loading.
Tuscumbia. The wall cloud is back. There's another one. The cell that was south in like Pleasant Sight.
Really?
It's showing up the wall cloud. It's right here. It's coming. We have another. Dude, this sky camera has been so clutch for us today. This sky camera has been doing so well for us today. Look at that. What's the Charlotte area looking like? You're one of the surrounding counties to the north. It's supposed to get some strong damaging winds overnight into tomorrow. Sister is in Chicago and said the snow is coming down so fast and thick that you can't clear anything without it getting covered again immediately. Dude, I know.
Chicago's doing pretty bad right now. It's
And that's what I was
really coming
saying.
down.
That's what I was saying in yesterday's video. I was saying that as soon as it starts to go to snow, it's gonna be heavy snow. You know, I talked about a lot of stuff in yesterday's video and how, you know, freezing rain and sleet forms. I talked about what's going into this event here with the severe weather and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think there's even a
But
mesoscale discussion up
is-
there right now for heavy snowfall.
Yeah, let's
So-
take a look. Yeah, there is 1 inch an hour snowfall rates possibly into the early evening. That's crazy.
Which isn't insanely bad, but it's still bad. So
Already getting reports of 5 inches of snow in Galesburg in Illinois.
yikes.
Let's go back to the sky cam.
Classic,
Yeah, there's a big wall cloud here. Again, this sky camera is amazing. All right, I'm sorry. This thing has won over the heart of me. It has done more than any other sky camera I've been on. You know, this thing is This thing is going places.
Are you sure that's a wall?
It might be. Hold up. Let's see.
Because I think it's a shelf.
And to the right, it's a wall. To the left, it's more of a shelf because of the horseshoe. But you can tell it's kind of a wall because it kind of dips down towards the right side. You can see how it dips down on the right. But then to the left, you can see how it starts to curl into, into the cloud and then up. And that's a bit more of a shelf-esque. So that's kind of like the horseshoe to where it channels in the moisture all the way down towards where the wall would be.
Yeah, well, the structure that I'm looking at now and the velocities according with it, I'm more confident that it's a shelf at this point.
Someone just said there's a new tornado watch for Alabama. Probably, is, but
there is, yeah. Tornado Watch 6. It's for BMX.
That makes sense. To me, it looks like it actually is, it still is tornadic, that storm that's heading towards Tuscumbia.
Yeah, but not as much at this point.
It's on the northern edge, though. The northern edge of that, what would look to be rotation. It's on the northern edge.
It's weak.
Of course it's
But-
weak. You know,
As has most everything been today.
yeah. Let's see if I can find that tornado watch polygon. It hasn't updated on
It'll
Earth quite yet.
Yeah, it'll show up on Earth shortly. Hopefully.
More than likely. Yeah, this thing continues to want to show up here. I mean, yeah, this is coming right for us, too. So this sky camera is going to get slapped. Take a look at Rogersville real quickly, see if that storm... Man, look at that updraft right there, guys. Big clouds that are just flowing right up. And then, of course, we have the wall cloud down here. Now, of course, we can't see because the resolution isn't exactly the best. Like, the quality is kind of meh, but, it's still doing something here. And, of course, we still got the other cell here in Tuscumbia, so it's not that big of a deal. But, yeah, I'm looking to the right. I definitely see a horseshoe there.
New watch is 50-40 for tornadoes.
New watch is 50-40?
Yeah.
Mm.
Northern to west central Alabama, a few tornadoes and a couple intense possible, scattered damaging winds to 70. A couple discrete supercells may intensify as a low-level jet strengthens this evening. Primary hazard will be tornadoes if supercells can be sustained.
So the thing of it is I think the low-level jet can actually eclipse the cap in this instance. If that happens, if it starts to like really amplify,
To some extent, but it's still not going to be too widespread, truthfully.
Oh, I agree. 100% it's not going to be super widespread. But I think there could be like that one cell that can do it.
Yeah. Which is probably why it's 50-40, because...
Yeah, the coverage isn't going to be all too
Insane.
widespread. But it's still, like, that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. The back of my head, I'm like, not really all too surprised if that was the case, to where I had something like that. By the way, while we're watching this live, I really do appreciate all what you guys do. All right, I got to tell you guys a couple things here while we're just sitting around. All right, first off, all right, if I take a look at how many members we have on the channel, which are people who sponsor it and pay $5 a month to sponsor the channel, support it, and stuff like that, we have 113 of y'all. 113 people who have done that. You guys are insane. All right, I was meaning to tell you guys this, and it's starting to get a lot to where my bottom screen is starting to, like, there's a lot of people. So you can tell it, I haven't updated it in a bit because I'm trying to fix it all. So, to all the people who became members, you guys are amazing. You guys know you have your perks, like, emotes, badges, and stuff like that, exclusive content or whatever. But I mean, you guys support $5 a month, and there's 113 of y'all. So that's amazing. I mean, I really do appreciate that. And if you want to be, if you want to support, feel free to do so. It's that join button right next to the subscribe button that you hopefully pressed. Hopefully. And
Oh, new watch is up on Earth.
Is
it?
it?
It's basically BMX.
Yeah, it is. It is. What kind of
What do you
lemonade do
wanna
I
bet?
drink? Any.
What do you want to bet it's for the Shukalak cell?
What?
What
The
do you want to bet
watch?
they're worried? Yeah, what do you want to bet they're worried about that as it moves?
I mean, that's kind of like the only cell down there that's doing things, you know?
Right now, yeah.
And it has echo tops almost up to 40,000 feet. Morgan, I don't understand. What I do understand is to the right of me is a big wall cloud. Can you just move the sky camera, please? Move it right. Come on. Don't make me talk to you again. I'll do it.
Email the manager of that Skycam and
Dude,
say, move it right.
I have no idea who operates this, but if I were them, I'd be moving this camera all over the place trying to figure out what's going on. I clearly have, like, the right over here to the right, I think that's where more than likely the wall cloud is. I mean, that's what it looks like just visually. Let's take a look at the radar. There's some damage over here of a roof blown off an outdoor storage building in northern portions of Tuscumbia. So we might have actually watched that. Southern Grace and Beauty with the 1. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, look at that. There we go. They zoomed out. They have zoomed out. I've literally moved away for like 1 second. They zoomed out.
Is the bee dead?
No. It's
Not
there,
quite.
though. It's like, it's rotating. It's rotating quite a bit. It actually,
thanks,
it
Nate.
actually looks like it recycled, to be completely honest with you. It looks like it recycled. That's what it looks like to me. But I can't, like, point out, like, one area or another anymore. So it probably is more of a shelf than a wall right now.
Knew it.
But, like, based off of radar, it looks like it's still, like, there.
Trying. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing that I will say, it's gonna go over the radar, so if it produces a tornado, it's gonna be right in our face.
Right in our face.
Yeah. I mean, it's true.
Yeah. Chocolate. No, it's Shukalak, because I said so.
Skycam operator in the chat confirmed. If that's the case, then I want to have a word with them. I'm going to go over there. I'm going to talk to him and say, hey, give me permission. I think this actually has a little bit of an embedded wall cloud right within here. I think I can see the characteristics of how you have your horseshoe right within here. It comes back here. And then your wall cloud, which looks very, very ugly at the moment. You know, I'm kind of considering the following, is right there. But it's heading right for us, so... Actually, no, I'm sorry. That's not the wall cloud. This is the wall cloud right there. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Yep, that looks a lot better. That's the wall cloud right there. And it's heading right for us, so... We'll be able to see something.
Wind.
Watch us not see anything because of this pole right here. This antenna. I will be so upset. I will be so upset if this thing
I
just
will
goes right
Die laughing.
and I don't see anything, especially if there's like a tornado on the ground. This is not fun. I know exactly what that tune is. This is in Tuscumbia, Alabama, and northwestern Alabama, and we have a storm that is looking quite mighty. Trying to see if there's anything tornadic with this. We're looking at the sky camera. That
Oh,
might
God
be.
bless.
Oh, you see that? Hold up, that's a wall cloud right there. Look at this. Yeah, it's formed a wall cloud, and that might be a funnel. Hold up. What is. Dude!
It just looks decently scuddy.
It looks decently scunny, but it's just like. It's out there. And they're turning right. Why? No, turn back left. Turn back left. Please. Turn it left. More. More. A little more. Thank you. But no, this thing looks kind of interesting now. I'm watching that right there. Yeah, that's a wall cloud. That's a wall cloud. That is a wall cloud now. It has officially transitioned to a wall cloud. It's back, and it's right there. It's rotating too. It's rotating a lot, actually. Yeah, it's right there. There is definitely something right there. That is a wall cloud. Yeah, the sky camera has picked up on that. I'd be super upset if it turned all the way to the right, too, but... Yeah, man, that is clear as day right there. Now, we have a little bit of a whale's mouth characteristic here, too. So this right here is strong damaging winds. But if you were a little bit further south, this thing right here, that's a bit of a wall. But yeah, this thing got a lot of strong damaging winds on the northern end of it. And we're about to see visibility just go. This is in northwestern portions of Alabama. We had a pretty strong storm here that's moving into Tuscumbia, near Florence. And it's his third time we've used the sky camera for a supercell. But, I mean, man oh man, got some strong damaging winds with this. Maybe something tornadic, but it might have went a little bit more linear now. Maybe a little bit more linear. But yeah, we're in a bit of that whale's mouth characteristic. So whenever you see a whale's mouth. If you get stuck in here as a storm chaser, you already know that that you're not gonna have
bee is dead.
It's not it's not exactly the best. You know, that's when you know you got a lot of strong damaging winds, because it's just not good. Not really anything tornadic. But here's the visibility. Let's watch how the visibility just absolutely decreases. We're going to continue to try and look here to the south. So that is where apparently the rotation still is, and that does seem to be the case. So, to me, it looks like there was a funnel, but not anymore. There was like a bit of a wall cloud characteristic, and it kind of just withered away. So, I don't think it's a funnel cloud. I think it's more of a shelf cloud now. But, yeah, we're in the whale's mouth, and look at the visibility. It's gone. That's gone. We can't see anything anymore. We can see the water tower, and that's it. That's how powerful these storms can be. It's just 1 second you see something, the next time you don't.
Yeah, there's a little bit of water there, looks like.
Yeah, that is gone. Where at? This is in northwestern Alabama. Northwestern Alabama. In a city called Tuscumbia. Now we just had reports of another roof being blown off of an outdoor storage building. So two of those. Oh, and we might have another line come through so we can use that sky camera again. Morgan.
Really?
Yeah. I think the reason why this is all dead is because like these storms aren't producing any lightning. Like there's just nothing. Nothing. Oh, that storm near Shukalak is really going. Yeah, that visibility is gone. Visibility is gone. Not all too surprising there, though. I love the Skycam too. Listen, all right? For a person who has as low a budget for a channel as me, you know, especially with how much money I have, you know, I gotta try and improvise. So I go to like these sky cameras, I go to, you know, the traffic cameras and stuff like that. I try to improvise because if I don't have chasers, I gotta see what's happening on the ground so I can have an idea as what's going on, and you guys gotta see that too. So, you know, sky cameras are really nice. You know, anyone can use them, but they are an amazing asset, an amazing tool for me. Skycam is legit savior of the entire stream. Yeah, seems legit. That sounds about right, honestly. And, yep, just as fast as she came, she's now gone out of Tuscumbia. And now we have another camera on it. The Vista Shores area. This is looking south, though. I'm not sure if it'll be able to see it. I'm not sure. Link to the Skycam. It's on Radar Omega, so you wouldn't be able to see it unless if you purchase it. Looks like it recycled. It basically means that a storm... The best way to describe it is that the storm... basically... What's a good word for this? Gets stronger again. So, it's gone back to a process. It's like a tornado has a process, all right? So supercells have a process. It starts to build up rotation. If once it builds up enough and has enough convergence with the moisture and the rear flank downdraft, produces a tornado. And then one tornado then dies out. And then there's a new rotation that develops, and then it pushes on through. So it's like a cycle. So when we say recycle, it means it's doing it again. That's what it means. How many polls today? Too many. Too many. Yeah, this cell here near Paulette. I'm sorry, this one is kind of just the one to watch now. All right, all the other cells, not as good. And this actually is going to be heading off. This storm is moving very slow, first off. But second off, it's heading off into the general vicinity of Carrollton. And that's tracking north of Tuscaloosa, which is the good news here. But I believe they have sky cameras over in Tuscaloosa, which means that we may be able to use sky cameras over there. 500 more, hit that subscribe button. What do y'all do? Oh, we're at 24,600 subscribers. Yeah, we're so close to 25,000. Dude, all I gotta say is for all the people who have subscribed, you guys are insane too. You guys help me out so much. You know, you guys show up to my videos as well, you know, by turning on notifications and stuff like that. You know, and people have, which is insane. You know, you guys help my channel out so much by coming to the videos and watching it, liking it and stuff like that. But you're also helping other people too, because we're trying to get information out to people who may need it, and that's just generally the case. Vicky Clark, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Vicky's became a sponsor of the channel and will hopefully continue to be a sponsor moving on through. But $5 a month is what Vicky will throw to the channel, and all that money, of course, with that you get perks like emotes, badges, exclusive content. There's like bloopers over there that you can watch that I did in my other videos. And yeah, there's all sorts of stuff there. You can even get your name shouted out down below. So, thank you so much. Your name will be on there the next stream. And if you want to become a member, you know, that's the best way to support my channel. You know, sure, memberships, you know, well, not memberships. Sure, super chats and stuff like that help too. But, you know, because it's like $5 a month, $5 adds up, you know, especially over a year. So, you know, I really do appreciate all the people who become members. And if you want to become one, it's next to the subscribe button. It's the join button. So hopefully you've clicked the subscribe button as well. But otherwise, there you go. Yeah, this cell over here near Paulette has a lot of turbulence. I'm looking at the spectrum width. You can see a lot of the reds and yellows and oranges. And then you got a little bit of velocity there. Rotation. Yeah, there's definitely something right there. This storm is definitely going. This is the only cell that's going. Right here, once again, keeping us all informed. If you can help anyway, let you know. Yep, I will. The cell near Tuscumbia is still also kind of rotating still. Surprisingly. But I'd have to take a look at Huntsville radar. Never mind. It's just every single radar looking at that storm is not gonna function. So, I guess not. I guess not. Oh, off in the distance, we can see the storm out there. Any activity today? Kind of.
Ish.
What program is that? So the one that pulls up the sky cameras is Radar Omega. And what is this? All right, I just wanted to check that. And then the one this one is here. So you can see all the stuff around. This is GR2 Analyst. Now, GR2 Analyst, in my opinion, is the best radar program in all of radar programs. All right. So which means it's probably going to cost a little bit, but otherwise, yeah, it's probably the best
Go,
radar.
tornado warning.
Does it?
Tennessee?
What? It didn't go off for me yet.
It went off for me already. Giles County.
Oh, it must be this one over here. Yeah, it is.
Tornado warning for southeastern Giles County in Middle Tennessee.
That's the south of Stella. Hold up. Is there any like cameras over there?
No, it's the freaking thing that it's the severe warn cell.
Yeah, yeah, south of Stella.
Oh, that's Stella. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, this is,
Bruh.
whew. And that cell is buzzing too. And that thing has actually got some good rotation. I actually would argue it's on the ground. I would actually argue it's on the ground.
Using Huntsville, right?
Yeah, that's the closest radar. Yeah, I would argue that's on the ground. I mean, it may look like there's 2 areas of rotation, but trust me, there's only one. So this one right here, that's just to the south and east of Stella, that's where the tornado is. This over here is inflow, so don't pay attention to that, all right? That's not that big of a deal. All right, the storm to worry about is the one to the south and east of Stella right here. You can clearly see.
Spectrum. There's no spectrum width, but it's so rain wrapped, so who knows?
Well, I mean, you got the greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And that's clear as day. Yeah, there was a little bit of spectrum width. Only a little bit, but yeah, there's definitely something there. But my, oh my. This thing is buzzing. If you live near Prospect, Elkton, I-65 near US Highway 31, you need to get into your safe space, all right? Underground or lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And this is heading off towards the Prospect and Elkton area, so let's actually get some timings out here just to see as to where this thing is heading off towards. Latest scan just came in. I don't know why it's not showing up with spectrum width, but this thing, you know, I've seen this type of storm before multiple times, and like it tells me that it's like almost, if not, is on the ground.
The problem is they can't confirm it without spectrum width or ZDR or CC.
And I would need CC. So
at least, yeah.
But like just based off of how I've seen, you know, velocities before, you know, this looks like it's on the ground. So if you live near Prospect, as I said, it's about to go right over Prospect. Actually, a couple residential areas over there. And then heading towards the Elkton areas. If you know anyone near Elkton, Tennessee, near US Highway 31 and Interstate 65, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And we need to get this information out to as many people as possible. As I said, share this live stream with friends and family and on social media like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, saying that, you know, we're covering live all of this stuff. We're trying to get the word out to as many people as possible. So by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this out to as many people as possible on YouTube, because it's more than likely that some people are going to be coming onto YouTube for their information. And, you know, we're providing it for people. We're trying to get it out to people who need it. And especially if they're looking on YouTube, this is a good place to find it. So we need to get this information out if we can, because this is definitely one that I would have to say is on the ground. Next scan just came in. No dice too much, but this is where the tornado would be if I was looking for it. Velocities would have to be in the next scan, so in 15 seconds we'd probably see the next scan here. Yeah, there it is. And this thing is going. This thing has some pretty strong rotation still. I'm not too surprised that this thing is going. I'm not too surprised that this thing is still going. I mean, we got very bright oranges moving away from the radar, very bright greens moving towards. This thing is definitely rotating. I mean, you can see pixel to pixel, they're all super compact with each other. And that tells me that it's more on the ground than likely not. Based off of how compact they are, that's a lot of turbulence that, for whatever reason, GR2 is not picking up on. But the displacement between the two indicates that right then and there. And there's a lot of turbulence above this too. But yeah, this storm is going to continue to move on through, and we're starting to see some more people coming into the stream. As I said, you know, that's the way to which we need to share this information with as many people as possible. By liking the live stream, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. Was that there before? North of Prospect? I'll have to see if that actually results into something in the next scan. But there's something right there, and that's kind of interesting. That's the reason why I say, you know, try and share this with as many people as possible, because this is, you know, this is a storm that's probably producing a tornado right now. Would not be surprised. And yeah, that might be a debris signature. That might be a debris signature. That... I'd have to wait for the next scan here. But I better not see something bigger. Hasn't came in quite yet. But yeah, I mean, there's... This definitely has something right here. Alright, I would not be surprised if this was a bit of debris right here. You can see the storm spins around like this, hook with the inflow coming in unimpeded. Warm, moist air goes right in there, feeding the storm, basically, you know, giving it more and more energy. The rain balances it out, and when you get that convergence with the warm, moist air and the cool rain coming down from the storm, you get your tornado. And that is pretty clear and evident to me that there is something significant here. So as I said, red's moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This clear rotation. Let's take a look at how fast the velocities actually are. 55 on top of 48, that's 103 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the thing is actually blowing winds. That's how fast it is. Yep, it is confirmed. That's a tornado. That is easily a tornado. It's not confirmed by the National Weather Service, but that's a tornado. I mean, as I said, you know, that's just... yeah, I will in a bit. But yeah, that's a tornado. I mean, I told you guys. I said just based off of what it looks like on presentation, no way it's not a tornado. And yeah, it's on there. You can clearly see all the reds indicating rain and other water type-esque stuff. And then you have this right here. Yeah, and then this right here, this blue, is all debris. That's all just stuff being lofted up into the atmosphere because the tornado is just, you know, destroying stuff on the ground. And we got that there. It's being lofted up into the atmosphere. And that's the reason why I say, hey, we got to get this information out to as many people as possible, because if this thing continues to stay on the ground, this is heading for Interstate 65, guys. This is heading towards Elkton, Tennessee. This is in the southernmost portion of Tennessee, way south of Nashville, along the border of Alabama and Tennessee. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to get in their safe space, because this storm is no joke. This storm is producing a tornado. So this is south of U.S. Highway 31, near the Interstate 65 areas, south of Pulaski. And this is heading off towards the north and east. Eventually, you know, if we look a little bit later on, you can see there's Fayetteville, too. Fayetteville's in that general area as well. And we got to watch out for that, too, because if this storm continues to sustain, that could be heading off and towards a populous area. Fayetteville is not a scrub city either. There's quite a lot of people over there. Huh? That's the one... Well, I would need to see the next frame, because I'm at 22 here. Well, I don't know what my GR2 is doing. Two, one. Yeah, the rotation did die out. Rotation did indeed just die out. That is the good news here, but the cell still seems to be alive and well, so this thing could potentially recycle later on. And I think it might actually be recycling right now. That inflow that it's at right now, it might be trying to take over. That's what it looks like. Let's go over and see. The thing is so small. It looks like inflow. Yeah. Yeah, this is a confirmed tornado now. Confirmed tornado. Luckily, it seems to have lifted, but it looks like there might be a new area of rotation developing here north of Elkton, north of Ardmore. And that's kind of concerning here because if this storm does actually recycle, does end up produce a new tornado, that's going to be heading towards the Fayetteville area. In Fayetteville, Tennessee, let me pull it up here as to how many people live here. There's about 7,000 people that live here in Fayetteville, Tennessee. That's decently populous. That's decently populous. So, Elkton, you should already be in your safe space. The storm is now north of you. So it doesn't seem as if you guys are going to get hit by the actual tornado. But areas off towards the north and east, all right, over here near Fayetteville, Howell, US Highway 64, you need to watch out, all right, because there definitely could be something tornadic over there in your general area. I would not be surprised if that was actually the case. Yeah, I mean, there's 7,000 people in Fayetteville, and there's a confirmed tornado storm with a history of producing tornadoes. Skycam's near Fayetteville, not according, not from here, not from the thing that I use. Although I do want to take a look here at Rogersville. Look at that. That's a wall cloud and a half there. Actually, that might be a little bit more of a shelf cloud. Now that I look at it, but yeah, look at that. Vista Shores. Big mesocyclone there. Yeah, this cell near Rogersville actually does have some pretty strong rotation. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. This thing here looks very... Oh, come on. It's not loading anymore. That sucks. But yeah, this storm over here actually has some pretty strong rotation too. The storm behind this. Let's take a look and see. Yeah, Rogersville, Anderson. There's actually an area right there for rotation. This is a lot more significant than the one that actually has a confirmed tornado, because that one is actually recycling. This one might produce a tornado later on, towards like Fayetteville and Howell, but over here near Rogersville, this right here has big spectrum width with it too. Big spectrum width drop. A lot of turbulence here, right where this rotation is. You can clearly see red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Oh, yeah. It's a lot of birds, too. Jeez. Dew points are 65 over there. Yeah, that camera just went out. Yeah, Rogersville, there's an area of rotation that's right next to you. Yeah, I would honestly go into a sturdy structure if you can. All right, if you are near Rogersville, Alabama, along US Highway 72, or if you're along State Highway 207, all the way up to Anderson. So from Rogersville to Anderson, I'd recommend you go into a sturdy structure. Because this storm right here looks pretty strong. Still has a heavy spectrum width drop right within there. Heavy spectrum width. Tornado warning just got canceled for Elkton. That's the good news. Might be an instance where it recycles a little bit later. And it probably is. It actually might be recycling right now, and it might actually be going here in a second. So in like a few minutes, it might actually start producing here again. I would not be surprised based off of how I'm looking at it. Yeah, turbulence is starting to increase. This thing is trying to go. So if you live near Fayetteville, Howell, US Highway 64, this is southern Tennessee, and this is to the east of I-65. You guys need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure because this thing, you know, I'd say within the next 5 minutes, this thing could start to intensify and move off further towards the north and east. Would not be surprised. Man, oh man, this cell over here too. Rogersville. Video is getting all buggy too. Jeez, that just popped out of nowhere. Yeah, Radar Omega is definitely breaking. I can confirm. Yeah, watch out. Both of these storms might end up producing here. Both of these storms might end up producing here. And I would not be surprised if that was the case either. So we have two storms that are tornadic over there. And then we have another storm over here near Tishomingo. Again. Is this thing tornadic? If this thing's tornadic... Hold up. It has a tornado possible tag on it. We gotta use the sky camera again. Hold up. I gotta see if this actually can see. Not all the way out. Not all the way out. But once it gets closer, we'll be able to see it. Dude, that same sky camera is... That's kind of insane. How's the cell looking northeast of Tupelo? So, Tupelo... that's the Tishomingo cell right there. And that's heading towards Cherokee and Barton. So that's actually not that bad. And we're going to use the sky camera for that eventually. Yeah. 4. Yeah. Is that another storm that's went through Florence and Tuscumbia? It's just kind of doing things. Again. How is this my fault? Dude, all I gotta say is that weather do be weird, man. Just like that storm near Frankenwing. I mean, my goodness, this thing is deteriorating faster than anything I've seen here today. Yeah, Skycam stream for real. I know, right? Dude, the storm near Tuscumbia has Tuscumbia and Tishomingo has 42,000 foot echo tops. This is not right. This is not okay. This storm, no, I'm sorry, has tops of 43,000 feet. That's how tall this thunderstorm is. It's no longer 42, it's 43. This does not make any sense anymore. How does, dude, all I gotta say is Florence and Cherokee's gonna get a lot of flooding if this continues. Like, if they get like 5 more of these storms, they're not gonna see the light of day. But yeah, man, that cell near Cherokee's kind of going, man. Man, it's trying to do it again. I can see it out there in the distance. This doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Chat, I'm trying to figure out what to say here at this point. We got a supercell here that's near Cherokee, and it's trying again. You're in Florence, you've been hit 3 times? Yeah, you're about to get hit a 4th. So have fun over there. Might as well adopt this camera for future streams. Oh yeah. And luckily for me, with Radar Omega, it already has this camera in there. So it's like I can use it every single time. I know where to get it. But like, my goodness. This is, Is Morgan talking? We can't hear him. Oh yeah, that's probably because I've muted the audio in the background because I was hearing something earlier. Go for it, Morgan. Say hi.
Hi.
There you go. There you
Why
go.
is he laughing? Why is he laughing? Because this is something genuinely funny on a day that we haven't had much life-threatening weather yet.
True facts, honestly. I don't know how this happens.
Same area is being hit for the 4th time.
Yeah. That's just... I'm sorry. That's no reason why this should happen, but it is. Yeah, Rogersville, Alabama can consider the following. We're going back to Tuscumbia, and we're just gonna watch this for a little bit. I mean, like, there's another storm that's coming, and we're gonna be able to see it. Chuck, hello, welcome to the stream. What you eating while live streaming? I'm not eating anything. Maybe some Christmas,
Are you allowed
Christmas
to say
treats.
that on stream?
No, that's why I stopped. Christmas stuff, Christmas treats. I'm actually curious how much rain has fallen over this area. Well, 1.5 inches of rain has fallen over Cherokee, and there's expected to be more.
What about Tuscumbia, Florence?
That's a little bit less, about like 1 inch.
Really?
Yeah. Lexington, all right. Lexington, which is north and east of Florence, is over 1.5 inches. Oh yeah, I'm not surprised that the old tornado reported recycled. I'm really not. I mean, I did say that it probably will recycle when it gets closer to Fayetteville. I said it probably will get stronger. Stretch. Yeah, that storm just to the east of or west of the Fayetteville. It's kind of weird. This thing is trying, but it's just meh. It's collapsing over itself, honestly. It's on the struggle bus, if you know what I mean. This other cell near McMinnville, that actually is rotating. It's got super low tops, so it's kind of just, doing stuff. Are they delivering you dinner this evening? Maybe, possibly. I've got no clue. But, they probably know I'm not going to eat it because I don't eat during my live streams for whatever reason.
Which is probably not a good thing.
Yeah, well, it's a bad habit. Oh, that's some lightning that I just saw. Whoa, this storm actually has a chance then. Hold up. The storm over here near Tishomingo actually has lightning. Yeah, 3 lightning strikes per minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This thing actually is trying to be supercellular. This thing is trying to go. And if it gets a lot of lightning, that's obviously not good. So we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on that. That's going to be something to watch right there as we get closer. Yeah, another lightning strike. More lightning. That's 2 within the past minute. Let's continue to watch. Let's see if there's more lightning. Because that's the one thing that the other storms have lacked, is lightning. Nothing has popped. Now we've got 2 lightning strikes. Three. Yeah, this thing is trying again. This thing is trying. Where's this webcam at that I'm watching? This is in Tuscumbia, Alabama, northwestern portions of Alabama, where for a 4th time, it's being hit by a thunderstorm. And I just saw another lightning strike before I panned away. Looking to the left, look to the right, look to the right. That's where the rotation is. Yeah, there's definitely something here. It may not be the best in the world, but it's had more lightning than past storms. So, it's honestly not terrible. And we'll have to see as this gets closer and closer into view. Another lightning strike. Yeah, this is the most lightning I've seen all day in one storm. I wonder what that is over there. That looks like a shelf cloud, maybe? You see that too, Morgan? You see the live cam from Tuscumbia?
Sort of.
It's looking at like a shelf cloud almost.
Uh-huh.
This is a big shelf cloud. Huh. Yeah, there's the pole again. Pole's not my friend, I will say. It is not. It has not been my friend today at all. Jeez. Yeah, this is... Is there a link online to watch the camera? Unfortunately, no. You'd have to purchase a program, and it's on that program. But reminds me of the Independence Day That cloud looking like that. Hoo, hoo, hoo. That's the most lightning. That was constant flashes there for a second. I think this thing might try to intensify a bit. It's the most violent lightning I've ever seen in this supercell. Probably just now. Probably what I just saw just now. But yeah, the storm definitely trying. It definitely looks like it might go. I'm not gonna lie. It'd have to be looking like due east. What is this motion of the storm? It's moving northeast. So it'd be at Florence in about 15 minutes. So if you're in Florence, I highly recommend getting into a sturdy structure now. That's the one thing I have to say. So if you're in Florence, I highly recommend getting into a sturdy structure. What in the... And then there's another storm behind this that has some rotation too. So Tuscumbia will be hit 5 times? 5 times? I'll be using this this sky camera until Kingdom Come. That's alright, Don. I get that. Trust me, I live in Pennsylvania. Nothing happens over here, too. The webcam with the pole on the background, is that a roll cloud? Nope, that's a shelf cloud. At least this is what from I can see. Now, the storm is going to get closer to us, so we'll be able to see a little bit better. But this right here, you guys see how there's this, like, line right here that goes flat across? So what this is showing me here is that you have a lot of winds, first off, coming in down and behind it. So you got winds pushing down, and then all the moisture. Of course, the camera's going to shift over to the left, so I can't show you all. Can it go back to the right or no? Thank you. So, and then what also happens... Oh, come on. Anyways. What happens here is that the moisture basically follows along that line, that little crease, and it goes all the way up to wherever it needs inflow. So in this case, shelf cloud kind of disperses either to the left or to the right. Because there's a bit of rotation back over here, behind the pole, and behind this hill, that's where most of the inflow is going to go. So, where's the tornado? Can't see it, first off. Second off, there was tornadoes earlier, but we couldn't catch it live on stream. We caught it on the radar. But this storm over here is near, right near Barton now. So this is now crossing over the Barton general vicinity, and it's heading towards Florence. It is heading towards Florence. So I'm trying to see if I can see anything. This thing, all right, as I said, this thing has had the most lightning I think I've ever seen today. Now it's at the 12 strikes per minute, 12 flashes per minute. For people who don't understand how vital lightning is basically a good sign to basically determine that a storm is intensifying. And because that is the case, to where it went from 3 lightning strikes per minute to 12, this thing is clearly starting to intensify more and more. Now, the shelf cloud is a bit more of a strong damaging wind component, but what we're looking for here for people who are new is a wall cloud. And if we find the wall cloud, which I think I have, I can neither confirm nor deny, but I think I have. It's all the way back there. That's where the tornado is. So it's not really along the shelf cloud. It's along the wall cloud. And if I can if we can get closer, I'll be able to show you what the wall cloud looks like again. For people who, you know, have never seen this before. But there is clearly something back there. All right, there's so much lightning here. Oh yeah. Oh, they're zooming in. There it is. That's what I was thinking right there. I was thinking that might possibly be it. I'm thinking it is. Because what I see here is I see these clouds moving this way, and then I see these clouds moving this way. So this is telling me that these clouds are streaming in, this is wrapping back around, and this is telling me right here that this is a bit of a wall cloud right in here with a tail cloud that's shooting right into it. So that's what I was kind of thinking here. I was thinking there might be something right there, right in front of us. And this thing could definitely produce a tornado. I guess we'll have to see. But it'll be right in front of our faces. You can't say CC if the tornado is clearly, we're watching it live right here. It's the same storm. So, if there was a tornado on the ground, we would know. All right. So, we can't, in this instance, you shouldn't really look at correlation coefficient all too much. You should look at velocities and reflectivity if you really need to. But yeah, that thing is moving quick in there. That might be a funnel cloud back in there, but it's hard to tell. These clouds are moving very rapidly though. But you can clearly see it's rotating here. You can clearly see it's rotating. You can see all the inflow streaming right into it too. That's the crazy thing. Is that you can see all that going into that. He's just trying to figure out. All right, so that's where we're looking at right there. I kind of wish we were able to pan a little bit further towards the north. I would look a little towards the north. If this thing could like look, this way a little bit. If it can look this way. I kind of want to see if I can find something in there. But I mean, regardless, there's a lot of lightning here. Lot of lightning. Look at how low these clouds are to the ground too. That's the crazy thing. Yeah, look to the right. Look to the right. Look to the right. I can't control the sky cam, so you can obviously tell how well it's me talking to the thing is working. Look more. No, I want you to look more. Actually, that might work. It might be right in there. The only reason why I say that is because there's a lot of heavy rain right within here. And I'm trying to find the inflow notch here, officially. Ooh. Yeah, it's looking in. It's trying to find it. Not bad resolution. Look a bit more to the right. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Over there, completely. I mean, just because the reason being is, right here is the camera, all right? And right here is the rotation. And it's looking this way. So, I'm kind of like saying, all right, look this way a little bit. I know it's raining a lot right here, this line, but maybe a little bit of rotation right within this general area, right there. So I would say somewhere back behind all of this is what I would look out for. Straight line wind? I wouldn't say so. This down here is straight line wind. This right here is straight line wind. All right, that's what they're looking at. They're looking at down there, that straight line wind. What I'm looking at is up here. So you see how the red kind of fans out to more of a green? So right where red, green, right in there, due west of Tuscumbia is where the rotation would potentially be. You can see the hook right within here too. That's why I'm looking for it. Trying to see if there's something in there. It's looking off to the south towards that, quote, non-rotation, though. If that's a wall cloud, I'm actually losing it. But man, oh man, that thing is, got a pretty big lowering right within there that could potentially signify as a wall cloud. And it actually looks like it's kind of rotating a bit. Hold up. Yeah. I mean, just slightly, it looks like these clouds are retracting and then kind of spinning back down this way. And this is in Florence, guys, or Florence, Tuscumbia, Alabama here. In northwestern portions of Alabama, we have a severe thunderstorm warning with a storm that has a tornado possible tag on it. Yeah, that does look like it's rotating right there. I'm not, I'm not crazy, aren't I? Sheesh. Is there any hail anywhere within the storm? Yeah. We're actually about to get slammed by the hail itself. Yeah, that kind of does look a bit like there could be something in there. We can't take a 3D because the 3D is not going to work. Trust me. All right. With how bad these storms have looked here today, I am fully convinced that it will not work. But right in there. Skies are dark. The skies are very dark. Can I zoom in on the activity? I can't. I don't own the camera. I live over here in
I
Pennsylvania.
don't own the camera.
I live over here in Pennsylvania. These cameras are over in Alabama. I've only visited Alabama once. Yeah, it definitely looks like it could be a wall cloud over there. Oh, they're zooming into that. They're zooming into that. They're trying to see if there's anything there. They are really trying. Now we're zooming out of it. Oh, look at that. Look at this rain. Look at how fast it's racing across. Look at this. Visibility is gone. Or it's going to be gone. Look how fast this is going to be racing across. Wow. This thing is booking it. Holy. And that looks amazing with all the lights. Wow. That's a fast moving storm. This thing is really booking it. Holy. That's just going straight from right to left, right in front of us. Now, I kind of see a little bit of a lowering back within here, where the wall cloud possibly would be, but in a second here, we're not going to be able to see anything anymore, because all that rain. Yeah, if you're the cameraman, zoom in too. What state is this? This is northwestern Alabama. This is Tuscumbia. Tuscumbia and or Florence. I'm using Columbia too, or not Columbia, Columbus Air Force Base as well. That's probably the best way to go for with this. Because we're like in between that and Huntsville, but because a bit further south, I'm using Columbus Air Force Base for right now. Yeah, it looks like there was a bit of rotation that went down there to the south of Tuscumbia.
There's like no good radar to use in
No,
this area,
no, there really isn't.
which is unfortunate because you'd think, like, with an area like that.
Wait a second. Please tell me this camera's back online. Come on, get your act back together. I want to see it.
I want to see it.
All right, we're gonna have to wait. That camera, by the way, that I was trying to get back to, that's like on top of a big tower. Big tower.
Man, that's some
So
good rotation, but there's no organization with it. It's hard to say.
how tall is the storm? It is still above
40,000
40,000.
barely.
It's 41.
Not on my screen.
I'm at 2302.
So am I. 40-0.
I'm at 41.0. It's the middle.
Well,
it's the
I'm
middle
looking
pixel.
at I'm looking at Columbus.
Yeah,
so
same.
That maybe. What do you mean same?
It's the middle pixel. It's the one
No,
in the
it's
middle.
not.
Yeah. So it's the top of the middle one.
The top of the middle. What do you mean the top of the middle one?
Okay.
There's only one orange one on the screen.
So on my screen,
I'm gonna look at your screen.
this is what I got. This is where it's at. 41. Yeah, that's the visibility's gone. That is gone.
I have the same pocket you do, but it's 1,000 feet lower. I don't understand that.
Might have to check it later. Can I verify the 100 plus
No, but
mile an hour
Huntsville says-
velocities? Tilt 1 at a
Huntsville says
KGWX.
43,000, so, you know.
KGWX. I mean, based off of storm relative, I see like 60, but I don't see 90. Of course, on regular velocities, yeah, I see 100, but like from actual storm relative velocities, that's not the case. By the way, I appreciate everyone who's came to the stream here today. Of course, we're going to continue to live stream all the way up until probably midnight, probably. But I really do appreciate everyone who came out to the stream. You know, by liking the live stream, you guys have been helping me get this out to as many people as possible by sharing this, friends and family, social media like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You guys have been helping out. We're like 2 subscribers away from 24,700, stuff like that. It's pretty insane. So you guys have been helping me out so much, and I really do appreciate it. Priscilla, Morgan and I play fight. We do it all the time. We hate each other with a passion.
It's normal. Yes.
How long-
Especially when the Rangers and Blue Jackets are playing each other.
This
Then
is
we
true.
hate each other even more.
Yeah. Bless you.
Nate, really briefly, Cut Tatum is trending.
Bruh. Oh, yeah. Slippy's not far off the mark. The storm over here that's near
Oh,
Tullahoma.
no, now it says 41,000. God bless.
Yeah, the storm over here near Tullahoma, which is where the north and east of Fayetteville, in Tennessee. This actually is trying to do things too. Now, echo tops are kind of, not good, but Joe, what's up? Hello, hello. Priscilla with the 3, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Really do. Yeah, the storm over here near Tullahoma might have a little bit of rotation with it. This thing might, I'll continue to watch it, but this thing could potentially be tornadic a little bit later. I'll have to see within the next few frames because it's really hard to say, but there's one near Lynchburg in Moore County, and then there's one north of that, due west of Tullahoma. So red's moving away, green's moving towards, red's moving away, green's moving towards. 2 areas of rotation. Decent amount of spectrum width where there's turbulence and stuff like that. So that's kind of interesting. Tornado on the ground near Florence? Well, I wouldn't say that's the case because we were watching that the entire time.
I have doubt.
I do too. I don't see the tornado. I don't see it. Strong damaging winds over Florence.
Y'all gotta make sure whatever you're saying is backed up, or else it really isn't helpful.
Yep.
Just saying.
Colbert County, Alabama, and Florence scanner feeds. Colbert County, there's a report of carport down, probably straight line winds. More than likely. How am I getting this cam and where can I find it? Can you access it without Radar Omega? That would be a no, Chief. Oh, Sauce Boss. It's only on, Omega. Are they gonna pull this camera back up? Or no? Probably not. Starting to get pretty dark, too. Now, there's a little bit of rotation still near Tuscumbia and Layton, but otherwise, I don't really see a whole lot. Latest for Spring Hill, Tennessee, y'all are fine. You guys are fine. You guys aren't gonna get anything else, really. Should be good. Should be good. Let's look back at that storm near Tullahoma. Now has a severe thunderstorm warning with it. And, yeah, this storm here might try and rotate. I see a little bit of a supercell characteristic with it. It is definitely trying.
Also, no, that's not the cell you were looking at. Look at the severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi. Has some weak but organized rotation and some pretty evident spectrum with, so maybe something we should watch if it can show a little bit of wrapping.
Mm-hmm.
But oh man, what a 10 sig.
Well, it's not done yet.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's what our beloved camera. You know what? You know what? If you guys come to my video tomorrow morning, all right, there's gonna be a question. There's gonna be a give it to me straight question of the day. All right, so make sure you guys stay tuned to the thing, and it's gonna be about the sky camera. It's gonna be about the sky camera. It's gonna be great. It'll probably be uploaded at like, I don't know, 10 o'clock. Maybe at 11 o'clock at the latest. But yeah, it's gonna be an amazing give it to me straight question of the day. JR Boy with the 5 says Nate Snyder, Memphis, Tennessee wind damage from earlier was from non-thunderstorm wind gusts. What?
No way. Really?
Sheesh. That's kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they had like these strong storms that were moving on through, with one that was almost tornadic. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to believe, but at the same time, if that isn't, then sheesh. Yeah, that storm near Bethden. It's gonna be pretty interesting.
Hey, Nate.
Yes, I'm positive, Grim. Yeah, go for it.
You want to look at Winchester, Tennessee? This is your warning up by Manchester.
Yeah, Tullahoma.
Oh, I can see with all the spotter tags over it.
I know, right? Yeah, look at it. It's kind of going. Where'd I find that cam? It's on Radar Omega here. Did they fix the video? No, they have not. They need to do that now. Send someone on the pole and tell them to go fix it. Yeah, that cell near Tullahoma is kind of going. That thing might go on, possibly produce a tornado later on. Ardmore, Tennessee. Yeah, I could check that real quickly. Give me a second. That is over. Oh, that's over there. Oh, that's right over here. Yeah, you guys are getting some strong thunderstorms that are moving on through. Now after this one passes through, so give this about like 5 to 10 minutes, and then you guys will be calm again. But then you're gonna get another storm here that's gonna come on through, and that will impact you in about 45 minutes, maybe 30 minutes at the earliest. So watch out for that. You guys might get more thunderstorms, and it could potentially be tornadic. Has some rotation with it, so I'll continue to monitor this as this gets closer and closer. This is like one of the only storms that I can actually monitor right now, but otherwise,
this is one of the only storms to monitor right now.
well, that and the Tullahoma storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this thing is probably going to be on the ground here within the next few minutes if it isn't already. Just based off of what it looks like here, you know, pixel to pixel touching highest amounts of the velocities there, I wouldn't be surprised. Is there a cam in Tullahoma? No, I don't believe so. It would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, that thing is definitely trying to go. This thing is, one of those things to where we need to try and, you know, get information out to people. It's one of those instances because this thing is probably going to produce a tornado here. We've been kind of watching this loosely for the majority of the evening. You know, otherwise, you know, besides Florida and Tuscumbia, of course, but or not Florida, Florence and Tuscumbia. Yeah. I saw FL and I said Florida. So
yes.
But you know, on the other hand, you know, we got to continue to get this information out to people because the event's not completely done. All right, this is expected to head off towards like
amount of time.
right. You know, it's gonna hit Huntsville, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa. these other areas here along I-20 into I-59 and I-65, they're in tornado watches right now. And, would not be surprised if they had tornadic storms within them. So guys, by hitting the like button, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. That would be amazing, if you guys would even share it on social media like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and stuff like that. Oh, Vista Shores is back? Is it really? Oh, it is! Oh my! We're gonna get that same storm. We got it. It got rebooted. We got another Skycam. Today, you know what? Today, after this live stream, I might name it the stream of Skycams or something like that. Because that's just, like tornado coverage with Skycams as it happened. But there you go. Look at that. I don't know where we're looking. I think we're looking east. No, we're not looking east. I think we're looking southwest. Or either that or we're looking due west. It might be due west. And that would kind of make more sense if it was due west, because the clouds are kind of moving from left to right.
Oh, come on. I'll be right back.
No, we're looking northeast. Never mind. Never mind, I'm a forehead. We are looking northeast. But we're still going to watch out for that. So yeah, this storm near Tullahoma, kind of just still doing something. It's not really doing it all too well, and it doesn't have a whole lot of energy, so not really too much to think on that. Let's take a look at the Columbus Air Force Base radar, see what's going on here. Nothing too much with that cell, and the cell that's over here near Bethden. Jeez. If I didn't know any better, I would say this thing is on the ground. It probably could be, but I mean, spectrum width on this thing is pretty insane.
Am I gonna have to restart my computer because Discord's acting up? I swear.
Go for it. Can I check Covington, Tennessee? Yeah, I can. You guys are good. Covington is clear. Here, actually, real quickly, let me pull off. If you are in the yellow or in the orange, you need to continue to watch. If you're not,
I'll be back.
Yeah, that's fine. If you're not, like if you're over here, west of Nashville, west of Memphis, north of Nashville, you guys are fine. All right, Little Rock included. You guys are fine. You don't need to worry about that. Oh, what? That doesn't make any sense, but okay. What's Florence doing? Probably raining. Not gonna lie. Let's see. Yeah, it's raining. There's a ZDR in Tullahoma. ZDR just means that there's a strong updraft, so if that's the case, then there might be something there. And yeah, there's something near Tullahoma. There's a little something. Should have been on yesterday. Way more tornadoes. I did hear that there was way more tornadoes. Can I check Ripley, Tennessee? If that's in that one place. If it's in Covington, then... Yeah, Covington and Ripley is fine. They're okay. They're fine. You guys are okay. You guys are A-okay. Look, here. I'll even move my radar over. See? You guys got a lot of rain. Nothing too much. You guys are good. You guys are good. You guys are good. What in the world is that? I didn't even know. Okay. How about an update on the snow? That is interesting. Here. So, for the most part, the snow is still going strong in Chicago. Still expect to be more snow in Chicago. Still expected to be more snow in Iowa. It's expected to be a lot of stuff still over in that general vicinity. So, just, I would say, if you're in Missouri, I mean, you guys still might get some residual snow, but other than that, not really too much. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the most part. Is Hattiesburg gay? Yeah, Hattiesburg is pretty much alright. I would say so. Dalton, Georgia. Dalton, Georgia doesn't have any thunderstorms at the moment. I'm looking at Georgia. Like, I can see all of Georgia here. And there ain't any thunderstorms. Dalton, Georgia is extreme northern Georgia. So you guys are in the 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. So you guys need to continue to watch out. And you guys are still on the 10% chance for tornadoes. So yeah, I'd continue to watch as this continues to move through. At least I would. Can I check the cell west of Greenville? Yes, I can. Closest radar probably is Memphis. No, it's not. It's Little Rock. Wait, do I have Jackson? I have Jackson, Kentucky. I don't have Jackson. KJKL. KJKL. Move that radar over there. What about Alabama? Yeah, you guys are not done yet. You guys might get some strong damaging winds that I'll move on through. Huntsville summary, you guys aren't done yet. You guys are gonna get some lines of storms, jeez, plural, that move on through your area, so I'd watch out for that. I'd watch out for that. You said the cell west of Greenville, and it has a slight bit of rotation, but it's not anything too significant, and the conditions here are good cape, good energy, but not good wind shear, so it's west of Crawford, Mississippi. Oh, it's that storm. Let's take a look. Crawford. Oh, that is a bounded weak echo region. That's inflow. That is indeed inflow. But it's wrapping rain around it, so if there was a tornado, you know exactly where it is, right in the middle. So, wouldn't be surprised if something tried to wrap up. It's got good rotation. It's got really good rotation, actually. For it being this small of a storm, it's actually pretty good. The cell that went over Florence just completely collapsed.
Yeah, I've been noticing the trend with that today.
It just builds and then it collapses. It's like Rome. Especially
I
back.
think you need to consider the following, my friend.
I mean, history. History lesson for people.
Oy.
History of the Roman Empire.
The history of considering everything.
So this cell over here near Manchester and Tullahoma is not exactly done yet. It's still here. It's still kind of rotating. So I'm going to continue to watch out for this one.
There were funnels reported in what's its face, Florence, Scambia.
Oh. Well, I mean, I think we saw that too.
Yes. But no tornado, like somebody said.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. About Murfreesboro, well, that's a good question. The main stuff has already passed you all. So, that's the good news. You guys are just expected to get more and more rain. That's really it. Let us see. We have got over 24,700 subscribers, people. You guys are absolutely amazing. We have over 1,500 likes on the live stream here today. We've been live streaming for 5.5 hours, and it's just absolutely amazing to see how many people come out here to support. So thank you guys so much. If you want to subscribe, feel free to do so. If you want to help me get this live stream out to as many people as possible still, or even if you just enjoy the live stream, hit that thumbs up button down below that's right above that subscribe button. What is North Texas going to get? Severe weather, practically. Actually, it might not even be severe weather. You guys are fine. You guys are just getting some residual effects of this low pressure system. Maybe some strong damaging winds. More than likely. Going back to this Hillsborough cell. It's kind of off. It's pretty wonky for the most part. It's pretty wonky. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. How bad do I think it'll get to the Cobb County, Georgia? I'll have to check to see where Cobb County, Georgia is first. How bad will it affect Dayton, Tennessee? I'll take a look at that here in a second, see. Cobb County, you guys can get some strong damaging winds early tomorrow. Probably around 5 in the morning. Definitely think that's when you guys can get some stuff. Columbus, Mississippi, you guys are getting some more showers and thunderstorms across your general area, so watch out for that. Could definitely be. Come in. So there we go. But yeah, I mean, there's a storm that's over near Columbus. This actually has some pretty good rotation, so I'd watch out for this if this actually does intensify. And if it does, this thing could potentially produce a tornado around your area. So just monitor it. I'll continue to say something if I need to. But if there's nothing that needs to be said, then I won't really say a whole lot. Eastern Tennessee, nobody's mentioning us, and there's still not raining here. It's about 72 degrees. Yeah, you guys can get some strong damaging winds more than anything. But other than that, not expected to be like a whole lot. Not expected to be too much. Bowling Green is okay. Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Gatlinburg, Tennessee is expected to get stuff later on tonight. Does the temperature affect the severity of the storms? Yes. Tornado warning. Oh, Mississippi. Where? This is northeastern Mississippi. It's the Columbus cell. And I'm not surprised by that. They just issued 2 tornado warnings for the same cell. So, as I said, the storm is probably going to head off towards Columbus. And I said, if I needed to say something, all right, then I would. And I would continue to monitor it. Well, here I am, still monitoring it, and we got a tornado warning for the area. So if you live over here near Artesia, I believe is how it's pronounced. It could be something else. Well, I mean, they could say it like a different way with different, syllables. Artesia. Could be that. Mayhew, Columbus, specifically Columbus, all right? You guys need to watch out for this very closely, because these storms are really going to march on through. You scared the crap out of me. Yeah, just watch out for this, because this is definitely going to be something to monitor with how this storm has continuously looked relatively tornadic. I'm trying to see if I can find any sky cameras here. Well, not sky cameras, actually, I should say. But traffic cameras, and there are traffic cameras here. It's just none really look off to the south. And they don't do it all too well. But, yeah, it's just, if you know anyone who lives here in the Columbus area, all right, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And then if they don't believe you, or if you want to just help me get this information out, share this live stream with them, because this gives them a different perspective as to what exactly is happening with this storm. I can give you that information. That's not an issue for me. All right. I can easily do that, and I can tell you if the tornado's on the ground or not. I can tell you if it's strong, which the rotation right now is pretty strong. So, oh yeah. So share this live stream with as many people as possible on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, especially Facebook and Twitter, because a lot of people typically go there other than YouTube for information. And by liking the live stream here right now, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. That's the big thing there, all right? I say on YouTube because there's some people who go on to YouTube for their information as well, too. If they get that notification like some of you did about the tornado warning, they might go on to YouTube here. And if my video gets recommended to them, they're essentially getting the information that I'm providing so that if they are looking for it, they'll have it. This could be potentially crucial information for them. So please be sure to like it up, hit that thumbs up button. That's right above the subscription button. And yeah, I mean, this is a storm right here. This is a storm that has continuously showed some constant rotation. I mean, look at the velocities here. 73 on top of 39, what I just saw. And that is about a 110 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are moving within this storm, within this tornadic rotation in general. All right, that's pretty fast. That's a lot faster than many different types of storms with straight line damaging winds. So, and just for reference too, those velocities are high-end category 2 hurricane force winds if it was a hurricane. All right, but now it's only just within one spot. It's within this one storm that could potentially produce a tornado. So that's the reason why we're trying to tell people, if you live along US Highway 45 near Artesia, Mayhew, as well as in Columbus, Mississippi, all right, you need to get into your safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is going to be well to the south and east of Starkville, so Starkville is fine. This is going to be well to the north of Crawford as well, so Crawford is fine. West Point is going to be too far north, so you guys are going to be okay, but it's the areas near Mayhew, Columbus, the intersection of US Highway 82 and 45, and then areas near Steens and Caledonia, as well as Calola Springs, that general vicinity. But this storm is definitely rotating quite a bit here still. And you can clearly see the rotation too. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. We might be low enough to see a 3D of this storm too. So let's take a 3D. Oh yeah, and we actually can see a little bit of a 3D with this. Yeah, that's a 3D of the storm right there. But I kind of want to go to the normalized rotation, see. So the rotation itself is pretty surface-based. This is how high up it spans into the atmosphere. And you can see this is the 10,000 feet mark, or the 10 KFT. And you can see it just goes above that to about, I'd say, 13,000 feet. 13,000 feet, right around there. So there's quite a bit of stuff here that's happening within this storm. Still a bit of rotation, but the primary bit of it is on the backside here. And you can see, if we do storm relative velocity. Yeah, there it is. So you can see the rotation right within there. The two velocities with the greens, of course, moving towards, reds moving away. So that's pretty clear. Let's take a look at spectrum width. And there's quite a lot of it here within this general area. And there it is. There's where the rotation is. A lot of turbulence, I should say, here, where the rotation would be indicated in this blue down here. You can see how it is kind of within its own area, more or less. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And it has such a small inflow notch, too. This thing is definitely a little baby storm, but it's... This is Dixie Alley for you. This is what you guys are accustomed to where you got a lot of these storms that are small, but they end up, rotating very fast, very quickly produce tornadoes, and it's the unpredictability factor of all this. It's to where one storm forms, it dissipates, another one forms, dissipates, and it's just the endless cycle. It only gets worse in spring, so... Oh yeah, we got quite a bit of stuff here that's heading off towards these general areas. Now, the thing of it is here is that I've said that this is where the actual tornadic rotation would be, but now let's talk about specific roads as to where this is going over. So, the Gilmer-Wilburn Road area, that's going to go right over that area, as well as the Fire Tower Road vicinity. And then it'll go over Industrial Park Road, all the way up to the intersection of US Highway 45 and 82. So South Frontage Road, that general vicinity over there. That's where it's going to meet up. And then it'll start to go over 82 and 45, heading into Columbus. So it'll be heading off more than likely across the old West Point Road vicinity, and then off towards the western portion of the city. So if you live over in those areas, you need to watch out for this, because this is definitely going to be relatively tornadic as this continues to stir about. But yeah, this is a tornado warning here, and this is for portions of Clay, Loudon, and Oktibbeha counties. This is in Mississippi, and this will be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you live within these areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I've seen more people join on the live stream, and that is what happens when, You continue to, like the live stream, share it with as many people as possible, because, that's what we're trying to do. You hit that like button, you help me spread this to more and more people on YouTube, because we're trying to get information out that this storm could potentially produce a tornado. And that is the case here. We do have a storm that is potentially producing a tornado here. You have greens moving towards the radar as a velocity. You have velocities moving away as the red. Right in the middle, a big area of rotation right within here. And it's a pretty big one too. For this little of a cell, this storm is pretty small for the most part. It has got some pretty big rotation. So not all too surprised that this thing is doing what it is doing right now. And we're just going to have to continue to watch for how this thing continues to move about towards the north and east. But yeah, this is definitely a storm to watch out for, 100%. This will be getting off towards the intersection of US Highway 45 and US Highway 82 in a little under 15 minutes. I'd say about 10 minutes, honestly. About 10 minutes. If you guys live over there, that's how much time you guys have. That's south of Starkville, Mississippi. Oh, so you're over there. Wow. New tornado warning just got issued. It's in Tennessee. Yep. So this is what Darius sent us here. He's south of Starkville, Mississippi. And he's right next to the tornado warning, actually. He's just to the west of it. So here's Starkville. And here's the storm over here to the right. If he were to go east on the US Highway 82, he'd probably get to it. But that's like if he was a storm chaser or something like that. But my, oh my, yeah, this storm is definitely doing stuff. And then there's another storm up there. We were talking about this earlier. This was the storm near Tullahoma. And it's actually a separate storm. It's another one that went from Fayetteville and over. And this does have a little bit of rotation here. It does have a little bit of it. You can see how on reflectivity, the hook kind of wraps around like this. And then the inflow coming in unimpeded. You want this area to be open. You want this area to be open in order for there to be inflow to seep in order to feed the thunderstorms. And that's exactly what we got here. So we do have this tornado warning. Once again, this is for Moore, Lincoln, and Franklin counties in Tennessee. And that'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So guys, as I said, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We got to continue to share this with as many people as possible. As I said, by sharing this with as many people as possible, you're helping me spread information. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, liking the live stream. As I said, we've had more people join in because we've had multiple people like the live stream so that more people could get this information. That's the big thing there, is that we're trying to get as much information out to as many people as possible. And by doing that, you're helping, it's like having a giant team here. You're helping me spread information. I do not see a debris signature. Do not see a debris signature at all. So give me a second here. Someone said check Twitter. I just checked it. Storm crossing Highway 45. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to look at something. Especially with the last two. That's probably because I muted the thing. I was listening to something on the radio. Yeah, it's my fault. Yeah, there's 2 new tornado warnings that just got issued. Yeah, Yeah, good call, Philip. Thank you so much for the 5, and I'll keep them on. I gotta try and cycle through as best as I can. So you said storm is crossing Highway 45 in Columbus, Mississippi. All right. Yeah, stay safe there if you can. The rotation in itself is literally near industrial park road. So, just to keep an eye on that. Where are you at, Darius? Where are you at, out of curiosity? And if you also see anything, feel free to send pictures in, too. If you send pictures in, I might be able to get an idea as to what's going on. Any sky cameras? No, but we have someone in the chat who's actually chasing this thing, which is kind of funny. Yeah, right now it is about to cross over US Highway 45, and it's due east of Artesia, or Artesia. Don't know how to pronounce that, so I apologize if I butcher that heavily. I checked Twitter. I can't see anything else on there. Oh, interesting. Where is Morgan? He's around here.
I exist.
Yeah, so this is, we have 2 tornado warnings here. So we have one that's heading towards Columbus, which is the one that we're going to kind of favor over some others. And then we have this one up here. I got to go back over. That's near Tullahoma and Estill Springs. Now, this one could potentially go and produce a tornado here, so I would not be surprised if that was the case. And I'd have to watch out for how this actually unfolds. But yeah, that one does look like it could potentially do something. Yeah, this thing has a lot of rotation here still. It's a little bit further south of State Highway 789. So if you know anyone who lives over here near Columbus, Mississippi, that's where it's currently at. It's about to cross over US Highway 45 south of Columbus. South of Columbus. That's where it's currently at. Still has some pretty strong rotation with this still. Still has some very strong rotation with this still. Yeah, and this is heading straight for Columbus Air Force Base right here. Or the Columbus area. Columbus Air Force Base is what, a little bit further north? Or is it actually in Columbus? Oh, it's a little bit north of Columbus. But this is heading straight for Columbus. And it's heading towards the Steens area after that. So it's about less than 15 minutes, almost 10 minutes until this actually interacts with Columbus. And if you guys can, as I said, you need to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already, because if this storm does produce a tornado, it's going to impact you guys. And the other thing too here is that if you're in a mobile home, it won't protect you. All right, mobile homes are not a sturdy structure. Mobile homes are not a sturdy structure, so you need to monitor this as much as possible. This is definitely, a situation that you do not want to take lightly. Yeah, the actual rotation in itself is right over the highway. The actual rotation itself is right over 45. So if you keep going on 82, you might be able to see it. And then go down to where there's like an airport. There's like an airport over here. Just to the west of Columbus. But that's where the storm is currently at. That's where the rotation is at. And if you see that,
this thing might be done soon. There's some rain behind it catching up to it. Could kill it, but it's hard to say, especially with a structure like this.
I mean, the moisture is up to 72 degrees. Dew points.
Yeah.
Columbus News Station just activated their tornado plan. Sheesh.
Looks like it might go just south there, which would be good, but...
Yep, that's the airport right there. If you just, you don't have to go down towards the airport. Just keep going past it. You might be able to see the actual rotation on the backside. There's a lot of rain there, like, don't get me wrong. So, I mean, gotta watch out for that even as that continues to move off towards the north and east. Let's go to the other tornado warning here. This is near Tullahoma. And there is a little bit of rotation over there. Just a little bit. It's just south of Tullahoma. But it's not really doing a whole lot at the moment. Still, a tornado warning, though, is in effect. And this is for Moore and Franklin counties. And that's in effect until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, Moore and Franklin counties in Tennessee, you still have a tornado warning until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. As I said, mobile homes is not a safe place, guys. All right, that is not a sturdy structure. That is not a sturdy structure. So do not stay in there when a tornado is, when a tornado is possible. You need to get to an actual sturdy building. If you get to a sturdy building, then you will be a lot safer. But until then, you're risking your life. So you need to just get into a sturdy building of some sort. As I said, we need to continue to share this information because there's a lot of people who live in Columbus. All right, let's go back to the Columbus Air Force Base radar. Columbus, Mississippi has quite a few people. All right, there's a lot of people here that live in Columbus. So we need to get this information out to those guys, especially since they're probably going to need it. They know that they got the tornado warning. Their news coverage just activated their tornado plans. So we need to get this information to as many people as possible. As I said, like the live stream in order to get this onto as many YouTube platforms as possible. That's how hitting the like button works. That's YouTube's algorithm. If you hit it more, if you hit it a lot of times, then more people would want to click on it because it shows up on their screen. Yeah, you'll be able to track it, Darius. You'll be able to do it. The storm is moving northeast at like 25 miles per hour, so you'll be able to catch it. No, I'm sorry, it's moving northeast at 45. That's not like it's that big of a deal. Lenora City, Tennessee is going to get strong damaging winds. They might get a chance for something to be tornadic, but otherwise, I don't foresee anything major after that. So just watch out for that as this continues to move on through. Go back over here. Carrie with the 5 says, thanks for all you do. Was there a specific weather event that got you interested in weather? Not really. It's just I watched the Weather Channel. I watched Dr. Greg Forbes, and that's kind of how it all sparked for me. I was just like, oh wow, you can do this, and it was just, after that, I was pretty.
You can do this.
Yeah. So that's kind of also the reason why I kind of speak a little bit like him, because I've kind of stolen his mannerism. But at the same time, that's also kind of my personality. I love kind of rushing through as much information as I can.
You're Russian?
Sure.
Sure.
The storm near Pulaski is way far off to the east now. So you guys should be
Tornado
fine
warning
now.
in Tennessee has been canceled.
That's good. That is good. Tornado on the ground in Columbus. It's close. I'm not sure if it is on the ground. I don't see any debris signatures, so I would have to say no at this time. But yeah, the people over there need to get into a sturdy structure now. No doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. Rotation has continued to move on through. It's now going to impact the general area of Columbus here. It actually has shifted a little bit further towards the east. So now it's in the general area of Columbus here. Now. It's actually the central to southernmost portion of Columbus. And yeah, this storm continuously is going to keep going over and over and over again. Oh, look at that. This is from someone who is chasing this. Look at that. That's a bit of a wall cloud right there. Look at that. Yeah, there's definitely a wall cloud there, a bit of a lowering. I don't see any funnel clouds there. You can see the rear flank downdraft coming in behind this. Then, of course, the inflow seeping in around. Yep, that is a wall cloud. 100%. That is that, and it looks like it's continuing to move on through. I don't think he's kind of just standing there. Not really doing all too much. But yeah, there's definitely a wall cloud there, 100%. No debris signature that I see at this time. I see a lowering of the correlation coefficient, but that's because of air. A wall cloud and a half. That's what that storm really is. And yep, now it's starting to go through southern Columbus. There it is. I mean, you can clearly see here on reflectivity the rain wrapping around, the inflow coming in. Yeah, if this thing were to produce a tornado, this would be the worst time for it to do so. If this thing were producing a tornado, this would be the worst time to do so right here. That is... Yep, this storm is really just going off. You can still do it. There's like this. The storm is kind of not rain wrapped at the moment. But yeah, if you're in Columbus, you need to. If you're not in your shelter already, you need to now. If you're not in your shelter now, you need to. You need to get there. Southern Kentucky doesn't have any more issues anymore. They should be fine. They might get strong damaging winds, but not really. You can see here on the risk that the majority of Southern Kentucky is not in an orange. There's a little area that's in an orange, but the storms have kind of already passed them, and they have. So if you're in Southern Kentucky, you should be fine, unless if you're like over here, like near Harlan or Middlesboro. But that's practically it. We have a tornado warning that is over in Columbus, Mississippi. And this thing is still rotating quite a bit. It's still kind of going. Windows and doors are blown out of my lake house on Tim's Fort Lake in Winchester. Tornado of the funnel it passed over, and we have trees in the lake on the edge of our property on a bank. Sheesh! Are you guys all right over there? Because I know which storm you're talking about. Yeah. You guys all right over there? How about Chattanooga? You guys could still get some strong damaging winds later on this evening. Now, it's not there yet, but it's getting there. You guys have some general showers and thunderstorms, but you guys see this line right here? This line is expected to kind of move on through into your area here. Within the next, I'd say, 2 to 3 hours. But yeah, I mean, let's go back to the storm over here in Columbus. Still rotating. No debris signature, which is good. Don't see any debris. Of course, there's still quite a bit of turbulence over there, but it's just not completely wrapping around, which is the good news. Do not want that over Columbus at all. I mean, especially since there's so many people who live here. Let's take off the radar and see. Look at this. There's a lot of people that live here in Columbus. A lot of people. So it's good that this isn't, you know, isn't intensifying. New mesoscale discussion. The risk for a few tornadoes, damaging winds, and isolated large hail may increase during the next few hours.
Okay.
A mix of multi-cell clusters and transient supercell structures should continue tracking east-northeastward from eastern Mississippi across parts of northern to west central Alabama during the next few hours. Moist air mass is contributing to around 1K joules per kilogram ml cape. Bulk shear 0 to 6 kilometers of 60 to 70 knots. May support few longer-lived multi-cell clusters and supercells over the next few hours. SRH values of 0 to 1 is 250 to 300. Support a risk for a few tornadoes, damaging wind gusts, and isolated large hail. Wow.
I am sorry, but I have doubts about that. I have some serious doubts about that.
All right, so the good news is that the storm near Columbus is weakened more and more. That is the good news here.
The echo tops are kind of depleting on it.
Yeah. The bad news is it's still rotating. So, but it looks like the content of the amount of rain that was with it, the amount of content of rain is depleted a lot. I think that's mainly because of the thunderstorms that are to the south of it, because these thunderstorms have just been kind of clogging everything up. So no warm, moist air seeping in because of all this cold rain. Max with the 5 says, mind checking out the storm north of the Columbus Air Force Base radar. I also love your streams and vids. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. This storm over here near Hamilton, I think is what you are talking about. And, I mean, it has something. It has a little bit of rotation, but it's not super organized at the moment. Definitely has some pretty tall echo tops with it, especially in Phil Campbell and Hackleberg. So it might be something that I'll have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. But otherwise, nothing really too much. Nothing really too much. Thank you so much for the 5. I really do appreciate it. And the latest scan has taken the storm to the eastern portion of Columbus. Of course, no debris signature, which is the good news. Yeah, it does have decent velocities with this thing. 50 on top of 32. I'm disregarding that other pixel that says 98 because that's not real. Yeah, 50 on top of 32. That's an 82 mile per hour delta velocity, which is how fast the winds are actually moving within this tornado right now. Or it's not a tornado, but this tornadic rotation. It's how fast it's going. So this is definitely still a tornadic storm, and it's going to continue to do so as this moves off towards the north and east. Morgan, would you believe that this is an environment of 1,700 MU CAPE and almost 300 SRH from 0 to 1?
And it can't do anything. It even has sufficient moisture, and it can't pull itself together.
I think it's a bit too linear. I think it's kind of a linear mode. Well, no, we got Deuce Southerlies. We got Deuce Southerlies here.
That the freaking nose is inhibiting this from actually like growing to the storm that it needs to be to produce tornadic stuff.
It's can you check to see? Can you check to see if there is any observation soundings in Jackson or in Birmingham that's past 18Z? Because I've already seen them.
Mm-hmm.
And if not, try and see if it's 0Z, because it is 0Z right now. It's 9.
Yeah, give me a sec.
009Z. Yeah, the storm is now starting to kind of tilt itself. So now it's going to be a bit more of a wind threat here. It's actually gusting itself out. So as remember, guys, what I said earlier in the live stream, I said, if it starts to tilt itself, that's a bit more of a damaging wind threat. If it starts to tilt itself, it's going to be a bit more of a damaging wind threat. And here we go. This thing is tilting itself. And you got a lot of strong damaging winds surging in behind this.
No more soundings from what I can see.
All right, then we'll just have to wait for another hour. Or something like that. Yep, I've seen the mesoscale discussion. Might be impossible to get a visual confirmation on this one. Heavy rain, nocturnal funnel. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong with that. Especially with this storm only having 1 lightning strike per minute. Yeah, that's going to be close to impossible. Why does the company use different radars for their products? Doesn't look anything like your radar on GR level 3. Well, this isn't GR level 3. This is GR2 analyst. And number 2, this is my custom color table that I put on it. So it doesn't look the same because I put my own colors on it. You can customize your own colors and stuff like that if you wanted to. Well, you see, you may say the due southerlies may produce tornadoes, but I need to know what's happening at the... Hold up. I think I might have something. 850 wind. 700. That's the reason. The 850 and 700 millibar wind shear is the exact same direction. And there's barely any veering from 10 meters to 700 millibars, Morgan. It's all linear. The only way you're actually the only way you're gonna get something tornadic is if it's like in Alabama.
That's what made me question the New Mexico discussion.
And extreme northern Mississippi, but like right where it's at right now, it's like super linear.
Yeah, it just doesn't make much sense to me. Bro.
What are you eating over there?
Pizza, and the toppings are going everywhere.
Oh, look at that. 47 mile per hour wind gust at Columbus's airport, or the one that's west of Columbus. But I'm hearing words that this warning could potentially not be extended into Alabama. Check Kentucky. Kentucky's fine. You guys are good. There's no severe thunderstorm warnings, even though you're in a tornado watch. Keyword watch. You're not in a tornado warning, and you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning, so. I can send you a color table, Brian, but not the color table. It'd be something similar, but it wouldn't be like something exact. I can send you like a bunch of them. Actually, I could probably just send you like a bunch of files of different color tables that you can put in if you want to. Yeah, the storm over here in Columbus, the rotation has weakened more and more. Take a look at this. How it's progressed. It has definitely shrunk a little bit more. Now, the one thing that I am kind of concerned about is that if it does try to recycle here, it has all the room to do so. But on the other hand, it's kind of not all too good, so. Probably not Tyler. Ohio's well out of the risk. They took all the Kentucky counties out of the tornado watch. Not surprised. Not surprised at all.
Shouldn't have been in it to begin with.
They had a couple of tornado warnings.
Yeah, but nothing that really would have warranted.
Well, I mean, they still had tornado warnings.
I don't know. I just don't think it should have been that far north.
I mean, I kind of agree with you, but in hindsight, 2020. Do I think Huntsville will get hit bad or not? I don't think they'll get hit like tremendously bad, but I do think they're going to get some strong damaging winds that'll move on through. You got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's knocking on your door, and it's expected to bring 60 mile per hour wind gusts in your general vicinity, so I'd watch out for it. When will this stuff hit Alabama? Or it depends upon where you live in Alabama, because Huntsville's going to get hit here in a second. Hamilton and Haleyville, north of Double Spring and Addison's getting hit. Decatur's going to get hit in probably like an hour and a half to 2 hours. Northern Louisiana's... I honestly don't know why they issued a tornado watch for them. I'm going to be completely honest. No idea why. What? There's a giant line of storms that's moving through northern Louisiana. So let's see. Let's see what they got over there. Nothing of real interest besides the storm near Simsboro that'll be heading off towards the Ruston and Vienna area. So if you live over there, as well as Downsville and Chaudron, I'd watch out for those storms, but it'll be some strong damaging winds more than anything. Shelbyville, let's take a look here. Yeah, watches are a lot different than warnings. They are indeed. Shelbyville is... they should be alright, honestly. They just got done with a bunch of the showers and thunderstorms. They're still getting some, but I think they should be alright, honestly. There might be a new storm that could be tornadic here soon. Watch out for this along the border of Alabama and Tennessee. There could be something right there. Yeah, Birmingham could get some stuff a lot later on this evening. And when I mean a lot later, I mean a lot later. As I play this through, Birmingham's not going to get stuff until, no joke, like 1 in the morning. Nice to see you're watching from Australia. That's amazing, Sarah. Thank you so much. When does this tornado watch expire over in Alabama?
Alabama's expires at 11 our time.
Yeah. So we'll be fine.
4Z.
4Z indeed.
The one for the farthest west one, the one that includes Louisiana and Arkansas as well as Mississippi, expires at 2Z, and then the one that includes portions of Tennessee and Virginia, apparently, expires at 1Z. So actually at the top of the hour.
There's expected to be a new weather watch that'll be issued out in front of Tornado Watch 4. So that'll probably include places like eastern Tennessee and northwestern Georgia.
Yeah, that's the one for Alabama and Tennessee.
Right, right. What are my expectations for Dalton, Georgia? A lot of strong damaging winds with the potential for some to be some storms to be tornadic. So I'd watch out if you can. There's a flash flood warning over Florence.
Water.
Well, I mean, seems how we saw like 5 storms slap into Florence.
Yeah, not like there's been 5 rounds of storms there today or anything.
Yeah, I mean, anything serious near Haleyville, Alabama? Let's take a look. Appreciate what you do. Grandkids are over. Road truckers started this and having a heart attack. So I keep asking you about that one. It's fine. It's all good. Trust me. And I kind of understand what you mean by that. Haleyville. Haleyville is like off right next to these bands of thunderstorms over here. So I don't think you guys are completely done, but you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning. So
yeah.
I would just get into a sturdy structure if you can. Hello from frigid Kansas. Seems legit. Is it snowing, sleeting, or freezing rain over there?
Looks like it's snowing in Kansas.
For the most part, I think it is.
Looks like the warmest temperature in Kansas right now is 15.
15.
15. It's mostly mostly upper single digits right now across most of the state. That's insane.
That's crazy.
Although, to be fair, it is negative 11 in Minneapolis where they're having the Winter Classic, so, you know.
So the storm over here in Alabama, it's not being warned because apparently they think that the storm doesn't meet the requirements for it to be tornadic. It is a little bit weak in my honest opinion. I do think it is, but if I do see it start to consolidate a bit more, then it definitely could be tornado warned. I think the main reason why they warned it was because it was heading towards the populous area of Columbus. So I'm not really too surprised if we see something similar to that, if this goes over like another populous area. But for the most part, it's not really tightening up super, like a lot. Not a whole lot of spectrum width, which indicates turbulence, and tornadoes create turbulence, so we don't really have a whole lot of that. No debris signature, of course. Maybe a little bit of a bounded weak echo region, though. It's rapid rain around where the rotation would be. You can see there's a little bit of a donut hole in the middle. So, there definitely is still something there. It's not like it's invisible, but it's also not the strongest thing in the world, which is a good thing. What's Nebraska doing right now? And in case you'd like to know Connecticut, we have dense fog.
Yeah, that is a thing up here.
Yeah.
I think I have a little bit. It's not dense, but
Well, in Nebraska, it's cold and it's snowing.
well, Nebraska is funny. So,
Will Knoxville, Tennessee get any severe weather? More than likely. Tell you if you're okay in Pearl River, Louisiana. If Pearl River, Louisiana is not along I-20, you guys are fine.
most of Louisiana is going to be fine.
Yeah, you guys are fine. You're along I-10, so that gives references to how far away you guys are. -7 of puck drop?
Yeah, target field where you went.
Yeah, I know that.
They just dropped the puck. -7.
It's fun.
Did I not say?
No, I'm not. I got something to do here. Priorities, man. Anyways. Well, I was given food. I'm gonna eat my food.
That's a radical concept.
Returning to base, you got ramen on your mind? That's an understandable reason why you'd go home. I can't blame you. Cannot blame you for that.
Plus, it's getting dark. So, or it is dark, rather.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't a taco salad. It was hot dogs. Eating my hot dog here. Yep, this is the only storm that's doing anything. The outlook for Still Springs. Any stuff right now? What's happening in Colorado? Any help for the fires? No, it's still going to be pretty dry. Unfortunately.
It's been snowing a lot, so that helps.
Uh-huh. It still springs. You guys are getting hit by stuff right now, I believe. If not, you guys are gonna. Yep, you guys are getting hit by stuff now. Oh, no, 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 no. That needs tornado warned now. Border of Tennessee, Alabama, north of Huntsville. That needs warned. I told you, I said watch that storm along the border. That thing could go.
That needs warned yesterday.
Yeah, it needs warned yesterday. That is, yeah, that's it. That needs to go. Oh well, yeah, it's spectrum width. It just went. That's on the ground. That's on the ground.
No, my point is that just like happened, so they probably have very little time in advance. I don't know if it is though.
No, look at spectrum width.
Okay.
That's on the ground right there.
Spectrum width alone just doesn't say it. In my
Dude,
opinion.
When you have over 28 knots, that's almost a given.
Mm-hmm. I'd want to wait for if ZDR shows it, then sure, but
you'll see. But this thing, in my opinion, is on the ground right now, easily. This is no doubt on my mind. If you live near Elora, Huntland, Plevna, Alabama.
Plevna.
That general area over there near State Highway 97. And then this is County Road 65. Excuse me, County Road 65 in Alabama. I'm losing my brain right now and my mannerism, but sheesh, this is an area to where if you live in these areas here, all right, heading off towards High Top, Alabama, and State Highway 79 in Alabama, as well as State Highway 16 in Tennessee, need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now, all right? This thing probably is on the ground right now. Still has strong spectrum width. Oh, yeah. And it got stronger. It got stronger. Yep.
Definitely a funnel, but I wouldn't be able to say it's on the ground yet.
Yeah, this thing is there. All right, I'm
Laura
telling you right now.
You need to be in you need to be in your tornado shelters.
I'm telling you right now. If you're in Elora,
nothing.
Yeah, if you're in Elora, get in your safe space. New tornado warning for this cell.
Tornado warning for northeastern Madison County in north-central Alabama, southeastern Lincoln County in middle Tennessee.
There it is.
Southern Franklin County in middle Tennessee.
It's a new tornado warning here. If you live in Elora, Huntland, Plevna, need to get in your safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right? As I said, no doubt in my mind that this thing is probably on the ground because of spectrum width. You'll see here within a couple of frames that debris will probably start to be kicked up. We'll get the verification of the debris signature here. This thing is more than likely on the ground. So if you're along State Highway 97, near Elora, south of Huntland, south of US Highway 64, need to get in your safe space now. All right, there is no doubt in my mind that this thing is in the ground. Guys, we need to share this with as many people as possible. As I said, you know, if we can continue to get the information that there probably is a tornado on the ground right now, we can potentially get this information to people who live in these general vicinities. You know, by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. If we just continue to share the information, and we'll be able to get this out to as many people as possible. Yeah, this thing is huge with its ball. This thing definitely is rotating quite quickly right within the middle there. I mean, look at the velocities here, guys. Red's moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle. It's where the tornadic rotation would be. Spectrum width just died out. But based off of, you know, what I've seen in the past, you know, this is definitely a tornado that is still ongoing and still moving through State Highway 97. So it's all the more reason for people in Elora and in Huntland in Tennessee to take their proper precautions. I mean, this is a classic rotation right here. You can see the classic hook right within there. Inflow coming in just like this. Would not be surprised. Can I try taking a 3D? You won't be able to see too much from it, but yeah, sure. I mean, you can kind of see a little bit, but not too much. You can see the inflow notch right within there. So that actually is a lot better than I thought it would be. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you can clearly see the cave right in there. That's where the moisture comes in. And then I can see how the rain wraps around the RFD completely, the rear flank downdraft. Would not be surprised. Yeah, would not be surprised if there was something in there based off of how good this looks here. Yeah, that is pretty decent inflow notch. Let's see if I can mess with the light. Yeah, you can see that right in there. There's the cave. Clearly see the inflow notch right within there. Clearly see it. So yep, this is a tornadic storm right here. And we need to, like, this thing, as I said, would not be surprised if it's on the ground right now. I mean, just based off of what I've seen with spectrum width, even the velocities right now, would not be surprised. So that's the reason why I say we got to share this with as many people as possible. You know, we've had more people that came into the live stream here because we've been talking about this tornado warning, and you guys have been helping me like the live stream and sharing it with as many people as possible. That's the same case here. As I said, this is along the border of Alabama and Tennessee, north and east of Huntsville, Alabama, right? We're going to zoom out. See, there's the border. Main line there, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee. That's where we're at. This is right here where this red polygon is. That is where this tornadic storm is, and that's where the tornado warning is currently right now. And yeah, this storm is still racing off across. We're pretty low to the ground here, about 700 feet. It was going over a lot of farmland now, but now it's going to go over these trees. So this is the moment of truth as to whether or not it was on the ground or not.
Wow, it just turned right. Literally, it went south of Elora.
Did it loop? Yeah, it looped. Sheesh. 15, 14. Is activity supposed to ramp up later? Yeah, for the most part. This is a whole supercell. I'm not going to lie, Morgan. Look at the structure of this. Look at this thing. This thing is looking mean. I mean,
The first organized thing we've had all day.
I know. Look at that. That is... Yep. I mean, the rain's wrapped around here. Rear flank downdraft. Inflow, where all the moisture seeps right in there. How much energy is this thing dealing with? About 1,000 joules per kilogram, but the SRH from 0 to 1 is over 300. 326 to be exact, and that's kind of crazy. Next update here, within the next 15 seconds, we'll Let's see. But oh yeah, this thing, more than likely, in my honest opinion. Needs to watch out. All right, downloading. Whew. This thing is still rotating rather quick. No CC quite yet. This thing is still keeping its structure. Holy. All the way through, it still has really good structure and really good rotation. Yeah, it's about to run over the trees now. It's about to run over the trees. So this is when, if we were to see debris, we'd start seeing it here within the next 5-10 minutes. There it is.
Tornado warning for
West Central, it's
southeastern
the
Lamar County
Columbus
in West
cell.
Central Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised.
That's yeah.
I'm kind of surprised that they warned it now, but yeah. Oh no, I understand why, because they see a forward flank downdraft on it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, that needs to... Good on them for warning that. That needs warned again, clearly. No, that's good on them. That's clearly they have the hook right within here, wrapping around.
Smart
forward flank downdraft. That's a smart warning. That's going to be heading off towards the Crossville areas here of Alabama near State Highway 18, and heading off towards the north and east towards U.S. Highway 43. Just to the south of the Winfield area and just to the south of the Interstate 22 vicinity. But this is heading into the general area of Winfield and Fayette. So if you know anyone who lives over here, you need to tell them to take their proper precaution. All right? Underground or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. As I said, you know, this is more storms. We're going to get a lot of these different storms that are just going to start rotating. So if we can get the information out to more and more people as we go along, this information can go out to people who could potentially need it. That's all we're trying to do here. We're trying to get as much information out as possible. Tornado lifted near me right as I got there. Where are you at? And Hooten, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Liz with the 10 says, amazing 3D model. You put the Weather Channel and every other garbage media weather update to shame. Great job. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I really do. That's inflow. It started, wow, it started gusting out right as soon as it started to go over trees. So it didn't hit anything, which is the good news. All right. The storm that was over in Elora, like there was literally nothing for it to hit. It was all over farm stuff.
EFU moment.
Possibly.
Or not at all, because I don't ever think it touched the ground.
I think it did. If it's that close and it had that much turbulence, no way.
Yeah, well, you also thought you had a tornado when you were chasing that one time, so I don't want to hear it.
I did.
No, you didn't. No,
Dude,
you didn't.
There was clearly a tornado track down the actual middle of the farm. Yeah. You weren't there. You don't know.
I don't care. I didn't see anything on your camera. Like,
and I'd have to show you again because clearly there was. Yeah, that's... There's clearly something that was near Huntland, south of Huntland. It's still kind of there. The one in Columbus, Mississippi, Loudon County. Oh, wow. So there was actually... You were there... There was like kind of like this funnel cloud and this wall cloud. That's pretty insane. Glad you're a bit safe.
Look at the structure in Fayette.
Yeah, give me a second.
Tornado warning.
Yeah, it looks a lot better. Although I will say where the hook is actually at, so where the rotation is, there's
It's a
so much
little bit
rain there.
misleading. And yeah,
Lot of rain that's wrapping around itself. But wow. Sheesh. Glad you're safe. Glad you're safe. Rain Lotus with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Elevation change? Probably not. Hooten plays Minecraft with the 2 says the one in Columbus, Mississippi. Yep. There you go. That makes sense. Yep. Thank you guys so much for the support to the channel. I really do appreciate that.
whoever just donated, Nate also plays Minecraft, so you're not alone.
Watched it live. It was a small rope tornado. He chased, tore it up the field, and knocked down a tree. Yep. I see people agree with me.
Oh, wait, in reference to the tornado that you had?
Yeah.
Dude, that could be wind.
Dude, wind
Knock down a tree.
Wind didn't create a path like that in a field. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
Show me the footage at a later point, not now, obviously, but bird fart central.
If it's a bird fart, it's a bird fart. It's still a tornado.
Yes, but I don't even think it was.
Yeah, I
So-
really do appreciate everyone who's supporting the channel. Like, no joke, it means a lot to me. It really does. Going back up to Huntsville's radar. Oh, what? Yeah, these values are kind of all over the place right now. Tornado is wind just super compressed. That's true facts right there. Driving and looking at radar in the sky is quite the multitasking. Shout out to extreme meteorologists who have been doing this for years. Oh yeah, it's quite the task. I should know because I've done it multiple times. It's not fun. Be easier if you had like a partner in crime or something like that. Yeah, I kind of anticipated that Birmingham would look like that. I just took a look at the observed sounding for Birmingham for 0Z. And I'm not surprised it looks like that. It looks actually tornadic, but you know, the stuff that's in Mississippi itself, that really isn't. I'm looking at that. Sheesh. Yeah, we still have 2 tornado warnings at this time. One which is getting absolutely barraged and bombarded by every single thunderstorm ever. And that's the one that's...
one up in Tennessee.
Yeah. It's literally
surrounded with no way out.
Yeah, I mean it has like this general rotation, but it's like it's trying to dodge and weave. Yeah, this is the one that's near Huntland and Belvedere in Tennessee, north of High Top, Alabama. And then you have the other one, which is over towards Fayette, Alabama. And the rotation in itself has died. The rotation, I mean, it's there, but it's died. So, not all too surprising there. Down power lines in Elora. Whew. So that's either RFD or potentially a tornado.
Nate DMs, there's the 0Z from Birmingham that I apparently didn't find.
Yeah, I kind of figured that Alabama was going to be a lot better off than Mississippi. Kind of makes a lot more sense. Now that I think about it. Yeah, that storm near Belvedere is really trying, but the other one that's over near Fayette kind of dying. That's a sick rhyme. What about Decatur, Alabama? Yeah, you guys are getting some strong storms near your area too. You guys might get a stronger storm that's near Moulton here in a bit. And that might actually be tornadic as well, so watch out for that. Let's see if I can get a better radar that talks about it. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation there, but nothing too serious. So I would just continue to watch. I'd continue to monitor. And if you're ever under a tornado warning, make sure you have a plan of action just in case. Why is my phone going all over the place? Hold on.
'Cause yes.
But of course. Someone is asking me. There we go. Good enough. Sheesh, I'm getting sent a bunch of stuff that's near Hopkinsville. That's tornado warning, and this is... Okay, that makes sense. Jeez, looks like debris loft in the air. Is that true? And if that is, then that basically supports my theory that the tornado was potentially on the ground. No, that's not debris. It's not debris. That is definitely not debris. Not it, Chief.
Not it, Chief.
They were using correlation coefficient. They circled the inflow, and I was just like, wait, no, 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 no. No. Tony with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Guys, you've been making my New Year's very amazing so far. I really do appreciate you guys. I really do. Like, thank you so much. Yeah, no, we don't have a CC drop on the Huntland Storm. If we circle this, you turn into reflectivity. It's out air. No. If I had the meme, I would play it. No. It's not on the ground right now. But, I mean, sheesh, this is still a strong storm. I mean, don't get me wrong. This thing could easily produce a tornado later on. It might even be doing so. Wait a second. I was about to say, it might even be doing so right now. It's very hard to say because of how, closer you are to the radar, the grungier it is. So I'll continue to see. If that is producing a tornado, then we'll see. But otherwise, it's kind of where we're at the moment. Where the storm south of Belvedere, south of Winchester is definitely trying to be tornadic, but every single thunderstorm ever is kind of just, cutting it off and putting it down and stuff like that. Yeah, 9. Expired warning for Mississippi and Alabama. Yep. Indeed, this is the only tornado warning right now, and this is probably going to expire in, 10 minutes? Yep, 10 minutes. So that's a thing, too. We'll get you some trackers yet. Dude, I have one storm chaser, only one. Which, by the way, I love Matt. But even Matt said that he's like, all right, if we got an entire network of storm chasers on your channel, imagine how amazing we could all be getting information out to people. I'm like, dude, that's a great idea. If I can get more storm chasers, then yes, I would do it. But
It'll have a chaser soon enough for when the New York City EF5 happens. But
watch out for the cell again, south of Winchester. A lot of convergence is kind of creating a bit of turbulence
is it actually?
there. Yeah. It's... Why did you sound like one of those zombies from Minecraft?
Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of turbulence there. Definitely something that's trying to create some convergence. Now, this one here, all right, this one's a little bit harder.
So shrouded in other stuff, though.
That's the reason why I'm like, I don't know if this is actually on the ground or not, but it's definitely, you know, it's looking like there could potentially be something there that's trying to kick up.
No, it's hooking. It's hooking, newest frame.
Oh, I know it's hooking. Dude, I can see it. That is, you know, no doubt in my mind that it's not hooking.
I think it's down. I think it's down.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it...
Via ZDR as well, and Spectrum with too. I think it's down.
It's, well, the same, it's still pretty grungy there, though. That's the thing. I mean, it could be down. And treat it as if it is down, right? If you're near State Highway 16 in Tennessee, you need to get in your safe space. I mean, we've been telling you guys this, south of Winchester, south of Cowan, there's going to be some sort of tornadic activity there. So if you're over there, if you're even near those Sherwood areas in Tennessee, need to get in your safe space as well. Because it's going to happen. There's going to be more activity that's going to pop on through your general vicinity. Can I check Ashland, Virginia? Virginia ain't gonna get anything until, what, Monday and Tuesday with the winter storm. So if you want to come back on my channel tomorrow morning, I'm gonna make a video about that. You'll get all the information you need. What to expect for DC tonight? Not a whole lot, to be completely honest with you. You guys might get some wintry precipitation on Monday and Tuesday, but other than that, not really super, you know, big. Turkeyon with the 2 says, I'm back after a couple hours later. Well, nice to see that you're back here. Appreciate you coming back to the channel, and thank you so much for the 2. I really do appreciate that. I really do. See, it's good to have, you know, a second opinion, you know, because then we can see which opinion is wrong and stuff like that towards the end of it. Just by looking at this a little bit more, I'm starting to think that, you know, it could have, but at the same time, where the, you know, the low correlation coefficient is towards the outside of the rotation, like not even a part of it. You know what I mean? It might have been grunge, but at the same time, it could have been a brief tornado. Could have been. Nice to see you back, Eternal. Nice to see you back. Yeah, I'm okay with us conflicting. Trust me. I want that. I want that. Yeah, there's the new tornado watch. This now includes portions of northern Georgia as well as the majority of eastern Tennessee and portions of extreme western North Carolina. And this tornado watch is in effect until 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which... whew, it's pretty late. That is really late. Yeah, that is really, really late.
Ah, I see the new watch. Okay.
Now, the good news there for that is that it covers practically much of the enhanced risk that is still left over. There's still a little bit of portion of northeastern Alabama that needs to be covered that is inside the enhanced risk. But other than that, I'm trying to see that cell in Winfield north of Fayette. It still looks like it's trying to rotate, but it's not really doing too much. So that's the good news here for right now. Margin with the 5 says, how about southwestern Georgia for tonight into tomorrow? Yeah, you guys could definitely get some strong damaging winds. But it'd be like early tomorrow into late tomorrow. 18Z. So look, you see how you have a lot of these showers and thunderstorms that start to form here? This is around the 2 to 3 o'clock hours. You might even get stuff earlier than that, like way earlier than that into the early morning. But you guys could definitely get other stuff too, so just watch out for that. Save your voice for the game. Don't worry, if I sleep, I'll have my voice still. And then you can see the massive storm after this that creates all the big snow. There might be snow for Atlanta, Georgia, according to the HRRR. That doesn't make any sense, but I mean, it happens. It happens. I kind of want to see... Oh yeah, that's a plethora amount of snow over there. And then sleet, of course. 4 inches of sleet possible.
That's just a bit.
Yeah, just a bit. Just a bit.
Yeah, just a small amount.
Just a bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you guys might see like a flurry or two in Atlanta.
Right.
Do you think the tornado watch could be issued for Piedmont, for the Piedmont of North Carolina, like Greensboro?
Doubt.
Nah. Yeah, not really.
It's quite far east from most of it.
Yeah. Trees blocking the road in Wayne County, Kentucky. Well, be careful. Careful, my friend. Careful, be careful. Reports of storm damage in Hazel Green, including trees and power lines down, along with structural damage. And that is south of Fayetteville in Alabama, so north of Huntsville. Yeah, that storm indicator is looking kind of interesting. Not really super strong with its rotation, but I don't think it's supposed to be, you know, one of those types of storms. It's just kind of on the struggle bus right now. Let's use Memphis's radar. This is KNQA. And let's move that over here. So KNQA, there. Just say 4 inches of freezing rain. No, I said 4 inches of sleet.
4 inches of freezing rain would be...
That would be end of the world.
Historically dangerous.
Historically dangerous. If those 4 inches, every single tree in the area would probably be down. So would the power lines.
Yeah, that is something I hope I never see.
Dude. I'd chase that. True facts.
Nate, imagine we move in the week after that happens.
Boy. All I gotta say is that'll take care of inflation.
I can't. You want to know what I have? You want to know what I have to say to that? Check DMs.
That's what we're gonna say when we go move in there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can't
but
say that
anyway.
on stream, but you know.
Yeah. Well, there's still a lot of stuff that's expected to happen over here in Huntsville. But not expected to be super significant. So for right now, it's not too bad. Oh, yeah, the tornado watch has been canceled for Florence. They're finally out of the stuff. Now, you know what I don't understand?
Only 5 storms later.
No, now, you know what I don't understand, Morgan? Okay?
Mm?
I want you to go to GR Earth and look at Florence and then look around it with the tornado watch. What I don't understand...
Excuse me.
How are you going to take these counties out of Alabama, but then have these counties over here in Mississippi, which clearly have a bunch of storms and heading towards Florence?
That was part of a whole watch that expired. That's why.
No, it wasn't.
Yes,
Yeah,
it was.
No. It's still a part of that watch. It's still a part of that watch. It's still there.
No, it was a part of Watch 4 that
Oh, was
expired
it?
at 8.
Well,
Yeah.
why then expand watch whatever this is? Watch 7.
I don't know.
Because how are they going to take that out of the tornado watch when you have more storms over here that's heading straight for it?
Because yes.
No, that's not how that works. I'm sorry.
Probably
Florence.
probably because of the cooled environment, truthfully.
I mean, maybe, but
it's 61 there.
That's
like,
pretty.
I don't know.
That's pretty specific.
It is, but it's a legitimate reason.
Sheesh. Yeah, these storms over here are definitely definitely kind of just lingering at this point. Definitely kind of just lingering at this point. Oh, they just issued the new Convective Outlook.
Enhanced?
It's, well, obviously it's still enhanced. Still has a 10 sig, but it's like shrunk.
Even further?
Kinda, yeah. Here, if I take radar off. Yeah, it's like a lot more shrunk. Lingering meaning slowly forward progress or shutting down NATO's. Slowly forward progress in this instance. Yeah, I mean... It's just going to continue to kind of do all this. One thing I will say, though, is that if you are not in any of these big red boxes, you can... you know, you'll be fine. There's not expected to get a lot of stuff. Clifford the big red dog. Yeah.
Shut up!
But the point being here is that if you're not in there, you're fine. You're good. All right, you're not expected to get any more severe weather for tonight, or at least not anything that's supposed to be tornadic. You're good. So, I hope that if you're not in the, well, maybe not Florence, actually. I take that back. If you're in Florence, you might want to stick around a little bit more, but that's either half me, wanting to keep you for a little bit longer because of the sky cam, and half me being serious. Sorry to hear that, Bradley. I'm praying for you, my friend. Yeah, if you're in the big red box, do not stray away. Because you're still anticipating some severe weather within some of these areas.
Theoretically.
Now, of course, probably won't be as significant as what we've seen before, but still, you guys could potentially get something tornadic. So we're gonna watch. Still very warm in Morristown, Tennessee, and the winds are very calm first day. Calm before the storm. Well, you guys are about to get like some strong damaging winds that are gonna move on through. Not like right now, but like in a bit. Like quite a bit. I forgot how far east you guys are. Yeah, about an hour and a half. So in a bit. Is there really much of a chance of strong storms anymore? Ones that produce strong winds or tornadoes? We have a couple of them. But, I mean, based off of what's happening in Alabama with the, environment, I mean, it's gonna be hard for it to do so. So, I'd like to say no, but I'm gonna cover it anyways. See what could continuously be here. Will we get an active spring? Also, any more wood poles? No. And so, first question, answer the first question. Probably March and April is going to be typical, like it has been every single time. And then yeah, May is kind of weird. Yeah, we're 8 subscribers away from 24,800 subscribers. I really do appreciate you all. As I said, this is the type of stuff that I do when severe weather could potentially be significant. So if you want to come back here, whenever I do this type of stuff, feel free to do so. I also upload videos that are kind of like forecasts. Gives you an idea as to what could potentially be happening in the environment. So, yeah, if you are interested in that, like forecasts that could potentially warn you about life-threatening information, feel free to subscribe. If you like these live streams, feel free to subscribe. And if you want to stay up to date with all the stuff that I provide, please be sure to turn on that notification bell. I just looked up something and it was no use. No use. Do I think the watch could expand south enough to include Atlanta later, or should you be fine? You guys might get like a separate tornado watch, honestly, but it'd be like overnight, honestly, so. You guys could get something. It'd be like a giant line. And what I mean by that here is that I'm going to change it to where you can see Georgia. I'm going to see precipitation. Change that there. And you can see as this moves on through, it's 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. And you can see this massive line pushes on through. Now, whenever you see these massive lines, it's more than likely going to be, it's more than likely going to be a strong damaging wind event rather than a tornado event. So that's just something to keep in mind. Now, of course, for tomorrow into Monday, there is expected to be some snow throughout some of the areas here. So watch out for that, of course. Do I even see any snow? Hey, I can see some flurries. Yo, that's nice.
No, you're not allowed.
You're right. I'll probably get,
You'll probably get rain.
No. I'm definitely in the cold air. I'm just probably going to be like a little too far north knowing my luck.
What?
Are you looking at the models that I'm looking at right now?
What is Virginia and why?
Because yes.
What do you mean because yes?
It's 4 inches of sleet.
No, I'm looking at the blizzard-esque thing that the GFS has that moves through on Sunday into Monday.
Yeah. Take a look at how much sleet that falls.
God, this is why we can't have nice things. Ugh. Total accumulated ice.
So that cell near Decatur might be doing things. I'm not gonna lie. And I would not be surprised if it was.
What model are you getting 4 inches?
That would be the HRRR.
Oh my god.
Let's see, what about the NAM? I kind of want to see the NAM.
I don't see 4 inches of anything.
The 18Z.
Yeah?
Bro, the NAM doesn't really show it. Oh, it shows sleet. Never mind. Not a whole lot of freezing rain.
Were you getting 4 inches of sleep?
So... Oh, it's because 0Z is still on. Go to 18Z. 18Z HRRR and have fun. Go all the way to the end.
Well, I see a foot of snow over central Virginia, but I don't see 4 inches of sleet.
I kind of want you to share your screen now.
What do you mean, kind of want me to share my screen?
I want to see what you're looking at.
Saturday, 18Z.
Right. Go to
No.
Yeah.
Go to what?
You're on Pivotal, right?
Yeah.
Go see it on Weather Bell. It might be easier.
What do you mean go see it on Weather Bell?
It's there. Do you want me to send you I will send you a literal picture.
No, I'll look for myself. Shut up with your pictures. Can zoom in.
Baltimore won't see snow Sunday into Monday, right? That's actually a good question. I kind of want to see the answer to. Let's see. Precipitation type and cloud cover. 10 a.m., 11 a.m. So it does rain overnight tonight for our area. Do you see it now?
Short intermission. I'm trying to find where I can zoom it.
There you go.
If we were not on stream, you know what I would say.
Yeah, I do. Yo, according to the HRRR, it says that it'll snow at 1 a.m., 3 a.m., all the way through Monday morning. That's just...
That's quality.
I miss my son. Thank you so much for becoming a member on the channel. I really do appreciate it.
I beg your pardon.
Hey, that's the name of the username. But no, I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. It's $5 a month, and you chose to support the channel. You know, that means a lot to me. It goes a long way. So, I think we have over 115 members now. These are sponsors that are supporting $5 a month. I can't believe that, honestly. It's just kind of crazy to me. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, we have 116. 116 members. That's amazing. So if you want to become a member and support the channel, you know, I've always got my channel on the side here. All right. Down here, there's like a subscribe button. Right next to it, it's a join button right there. If you want to join, please be sure to do so. Sheila Barker with the 5 says, is Cedar Bluff, Alabama in the clear for tornadoes tonight? Well, let's go check. I love how I had to read it from the actual page here of YouTube. Yeah, let's take a look. Cedar Bluff, Alabama. Yeah, you guys still could potentially get some stuff. It'll be overnight, though. But yeah, you guys could get some activity. Let's see if I can figure out. So there's Cedar Bluff. I don't see any thunderstorms in the area right now, so that kind of leads me to believe that you guys would get your stuff around midnight to maybe even later on. That's what I'm kind of thinking right now. And of course, you saw that line move on through when we were looking at the models, so it's not like, you know, it's too far off the mark.
Weather Bell is cooked.
What do you mean Weather Bell is cooked?
I didn't know this existed. Look at DMs.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Canada's frozen over. Seems legit.
But yeah, you can clearly see showers move on through as a line. Is Memphis gonna get some snow? They probably could, honestly, and it'd be from Saturday afternoon, or not Saturday, Sunday afternoon into the evening. You like the Tampa Bay Lightning? Don't call me a bandwagon. You're not a true Atlanta Thrashers fan. Go join your comrades in Winnipeg. I'm sorry. But anyways,
Consider the fall.
yeah, the Lightning's a good team. True facts. I have a friend who likes the Lightning. What's up with Blue Ridge, Georgia under a tornado watch? Plus might get up to 2 inches of snow. Yeah, it's pretty weird. There's this big low pressure system that's going in behind all of this, and that's kind of just gonna bring a lot of cold air. And there's already a lot of moisture down here, so there you go. I miss the Thrashers too. Completely, you know, to be completely honest with you, I wish the Thrashers stayed in Atlanta. I wish they did. Mudslide ongoing in Clay County, Kentucky.
What?
If that's true, that's insane. Time to look over and see. Do I think Atlanta will get a tornado watch later? Yeah, more than likely. It's from Weather Nation. Yeah, a lot of damage in Hopkinsville, Kentucky earlier on today. For sure.
New tornado warning.
Yeah, I just heard it. That's got to be Decatur.
Tornado warning for
It is.
southwestern Madison County in north-central Alabama, southeastern Limestone County in north-central Alabama, northeastern Morgan
It's
County
Huntsville
in north-central Alabama.
included.
That includes Huntsville? Sheesh.
It includes Huntsville, yeah.
Yeah, there
Large
you go.
populous center. Big problems if this develops.
Oh yeah, 100%. And
Except I don't know if it will.
well, and that's what I was kind of saying earlier. I was saying when the storm was heading towards Decatur, I was like, this storm is kind of having a hard time, like really trying to form any sort of concrete rotation. But according to National Weather Service Huntsville, this is strong enough to potentially produce a tornado. So if you live in the city of Huntsville, this is a major populous area right here. Major populous area. Or if you know anyone who lives in Huntsville, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. All right? No doubt about it. Underground, lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And this is, as I said, a major populous area. You know, so we got to spread this information to as many people as possible, too. I mean, this is just going to continue to move about more and more. We need to share this with friends and family and on social media. As I said, you know, like the live stream to help me get this onto more and more people on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. By sharing this live stream on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all sorts of those areas. Yeah, we gotta try and get the information out as much as possible because there's clearly something tornadic here. And the National Weather Service at Huntsville does kind of agree. So let me go a little bit more in depth into this. We have green winds moving towards the radar, red winds moving away. Right in the middle, over the top of Mooresville, is where the tornadic rotation would be. It's not exactly super strong at the moment, but it still is enough to where it could potentially be tornadic later on. So this is going to go right over what seems to be this this airport in Huntsville. And yeah, this is a little airport over here. Not exactly a little airport, but the either a municipal or international airport of Huntsville. If you live over in these areas, yeah, this is Huntsville International Airport. So yeah, if you live within those areas around Huntsville International Airport, you got to really watch out because there's this big storm that's moving on through. And this thing could definitely be tornadic. Easily. So Huntsville International Airport, Madison, Triana, as well as areas near Redstone Army Airfield. And then this is heading off towards the general vicinities of southern Huntsville. You gotta get in your safe space now. Gotta get in your safe space because this is definitely not the storm to mess with. If this thing were to be tornadic, this thing would drop right along the interstate and go all the way into Huntsville. So we need to get as much information out as possible. And mobile homes are not going to cut it. They are not going to cut it. Mobile homes are not a sturdy structure. They will get damaged. This is the wording from the National Weather Service here. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. The key word or phrase in that sentence or those sentences was mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. So you need to get into a sturdy structure. A sturdy structure. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Because there can definitely be a tornado within this, and if a tornado does move through a mobile home, they will be destroyed. Or at least severely damaged. Severely damaged. Dew points within that area is in the 60s too, so it's not bad. It's not terrible. And yeah, this is heading straight for Huntsville here. I want to see. I don't think they do have it, but That doesn't make any sense. Oh, they have live team over in Huntsville, which makes sense. Sheesh. I'm trying to see if there's any web cameras here. I don't see a whole lot. Yeah, I really don't see a whole lot. Really interesting. Liz with the 10 says, are you set up as as a nonprofit? You may qualify because you help others. People who can donate to you can write it off on their taxes. Religious, weather, church, aka tax write-off. I'm not sure. I don't believe so because I make ad revenue off of YouTube. So I mean, I profit off of making videos, but like the only profit I make off of live streams, like I don't set up ad revenue for live streams and stuff like that. Because first off, that's kind of stupid. And second off, I don't feel like that's not appropriate to make money while big severe weather is happening. So, I mean, donations and memberships are really the only way that money comes in to the channel during live streams. So, I mean, if that counts as nonprofit, then, you know, I guess so. But, I mean, still, this storm, you know, stuff like this, you know, where I just look at storms and stuff like that. I mean, I guess it could be counted as nonprofit, but I'm not completely sure. This storm right here is still rotating, clearly. I mean, it still has greens moving towards the radar. It still has reds moving away. Still something clearly tornadic right within there, so not all too surprised that this thing is continuing to rotate. And once again, as I said, this is heading straight towards Huntsville. Huntsville is a populous area. So, if you know anyone who lives over in Huntsville, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. I'm trying to see if I can find any web cameras. I don't think there's any web cameras in Huntsville, so good luck with that. Looks like some portions of the tornado watch has now been canceled, which is the good news. And yeah, it has. So places like Oxford and just to the north and west of Tupelo has. But yeah, this storm over here, south of Interstate 565, looks like it's trying to spin up a bit more.
It's got good spectrum width, too.
And that's, unfortunately, right over the international airport. That's right over the international airport.
Yeah, Huntsville needs to be on high alert. Extremely high alert right now.
If you're near the international airport of Huntsville, all right? Or if you know anyone who lives near the international airport of Huntsville, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right? You know, this is why we try and say share this information with as many people as possible on, you know, social medias like Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, because they'll go to those social medias if they can't, you know, if they don't have cable. You know, that's the same thing with YouTube. If you hit the like button, you're actually helping me share this with as many people as possible on YouTube. You know, we got more people that have joined the live stream because you guys have been helping me out with that. So keep that up. We got to continue to get this information to as many people as possible because this is a tornado warning here for the city of Huntsville in Alabama. And this thing does have a bit of rotation here. You can clearly see the greens that are moving towards the radar with a little bit of that right next to the international airport. Reds away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And it's right over the Huntsville International Airport. Now, whether or not this thing is on the ground or not, doesn't look like it to me. It doesn't look like there is a tornado on the ground right now. However, that does not mean that it won't produce a tornado later on, because we don't know that. We got to continue to watch and see as to how this thing continues to move on through. But the one thing that I do know right now is that it's heading off towards US Highway 231. So if you live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. I'm going to load a shapefile here. See if I can get something in here. And I'm going to try and see if I can get specific roads and stuff like that. There we go. I got specific roads for Huntsville. So this is going to be crossing over the Martin Road southwest area, as well as the Patton Road areas. So the Patton Road and the Martin Road areas, as well as general vicinities near Rideout Road and south of Rideout Road, leading up towards 231. And then even areas near Buxton Road and areas north of Buxton Road. So basically this general vicinity right within here that is north of the Tennessee River, right? If you live north of the Tennessee River, you need to get into a sturdy structure right now, because this is a storm that could potentially produce a tornado that is heading towards the city of Huntsville. Might be a little bit further down to the south of the city of Huntsville and into the suburbs area. But regardless, you need to get into a sturdy structure now. All right, that's the big thing here. We're trying to get as much information out to these people as possible by telling them where the storm is currently at. Right now, it is currently over the international airport. Right now, it's currently over Huntsville International Airport. Now, where this is heading off towards is it's paralleling Martin Road. All right, this is south of I-565. And it is north of the Tennessee River. So it's in between 565 and the Tennessee River. And it is heading off towards the northeast. Let's see if I can get a track here to get an idea as to where this is heading. Yeah, it's going to interact with 231 here, south of Huntsville in the suburbs, in about 5 to 10 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes. So if you're near Huntsville, if you're in Huntsville, or if you're even south of Huntsville, you need to get into a sturdy structure now. You need to get into a sturdy structure now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, just be rather safe than sorry. It's better that way if you're safe than sorry, because if a tornado does form within here and you're not in a sturdy structure, that does not bode well for your safety. Now, the rotation in itself appears to be south of Martin Road now. So it's kind of like in between Martin Road and the Tennessee River. It's in between those areas, but it's crossing over the Wall-Triana Highway. So it's crossing over the Wall-Triana Highway. So this is right next to the International Airport. And it's moving east. It's actually moving east-northeast. And it's expected to go into the southern portions of Huntsville. Now, the rotation in itself, the good news here is that it is very broad. It is nothing that is completely compact to the point where I could say that this thing could potentially produce a tornado within the next few minutes. So that is the good news here, but that does not mean that it could not later on, all right? That is one of those things to where it could still potentially happen, and that's the reason why there's a tornado warning for this general area. It's not just because Huntsville is in the tornado warning. It's because there could potentially be a tornado within this storm. This same tornado warning would be issued no matter where the storm would actually be, as long as there's radar coverage. You know, it could be far away from Huntsville and they could still issue a tornado warning, and our narrative does not change. The people who live in this tornado warning here, which is in Madison and Morgan counties in Alabama, you have a tornado warning until 7:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. And this is going to be, as I said, heading off towards 231. It's going to be going right under, just a bit south of Martin Road. Just south of Martin Road, but it's also north of the Tennessee River. So it's going to be kind of sneaking its way through in between the two and heading off towards Highway 231. Guys, got to really watch out for this, because this could potentially form a tornado here. Rather be safe than sorry in this instance. Gotta be safe than sorry in this instance. Not only new scan did not come out quite yet, but we're still trying to cover this here. I do not see a debris signature. All right, one thing that we typically look out for is something called a correlation coefficient drop, or a CC drop, that you guys might see in the chat. We don't see any of that. We would, in order for us to see something like that, we would need like a blue ball underneath all the rotation. So I would have to go back to the rotation here, circle it, which would be right about here. Go over towards the correlation coefficient. If there was a blue ball under that, then that would be an indication of a CC drop, or, well, technically a debris signature, a TDS. And in this instance, we do not have that, which is the good news here, indicating that there is not a tornado in progress. But still, regardless, there is a bit of rotation with this storm. You can clearly see the greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. This broad rotation right here in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So, gotta watch out for how this thing continues to move on through. And once again, it is kind of just a little bit to the south of Martin Road, and it is now going over general areas here of Dodd Road. So if you live near Dodd Road, or if you are living along Patton Road, you guys could potentially be impacted by this tornadic rotation, and you need to get to a sturdy structure right now. That's where the storm is heading off towards, and you need to heed our warnings here, because if you don't, and this thing does produce a tornado, then you will not be prepared for the storm whatsoever. This is also approaching the general vicinity of Rideout Road. So Rideout Road is a road that connects areas along, or this is actually near the general vicinity of University Drive. So it connects University Drive and Rideout Road. So Rideout Road connects, I should say, University Drive and I-565, and that goes further south of 565. And it's going to be crossing near that area, just to the south of Martin Road. Areas further along past this, too. The Redstone Arsenal boundary, as well as areas near Sherton Road, the general vicinity of Whitesburg Drive, and then areas near Bailey Cove Road, you guys will be impacted. Areas north of Redstone Road, and then areas off towards, trying to see if I can find any more roads here. The velocities just came back in, and it's still got a bit of rotation with this, so I do agree with the tornado warning still staying for as long as it has. But this is now going off towards the general vicinity of what seems to be Green Cove Road. So if you live along Green Cove Road and Buxton Road and areas just barely north of that, along Dodd Road in that general vicinity, you need to be in your safe space now. It's about to go right over top of you. And now this is going to be eventually heading off towards the general vicinity of Line Road. So if you live near Line Road, Magazine Road, you need to get into your shelter right now, as there is a tornadic storm heading through your area. And then as this continues to move about, this is going to impact some of these suburb areas. Let's see if I can figure out what the name of these suburbs are over here. This will be getting very close to the country club, the Valley Hill Golf and Country Club. It's going to be very close to that. It's actually probably going to be going right over top of it, or a little bit further south of it. And then this also could be going through, or at least near, the Weatherly Elementary School, as well as the Southeast Family YMCA. That's where that could potentially be moving on through. The areas near that Walmart there in Sockwell, the Sam's Club, the Lowe's Home Improvement, that general vicinity over there, that's where the storm is going to be heading on through. And if you live near that, if you live east or west of that, you need to be in a sturdy structure right now, because that's where this tornadic rotation could potentially be going through. So guys, we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. As I said, by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this to more and more people on YouTube. We're already back over 1,000 viewers. Before we were at 900. You got to continue to keep spreading this information to as many people as possible by sharing the information on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, by sharing the link to the live stream, As I said, by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. So if you guys would do that, that would be greatly appreciated because you're helping me share this information to people who could potentially need it. But this is still got some general rotation here. And I mean, this is a pretty populous area for the most part, especially south of Huntsville. There's definitely a lot of stuff over there. You wouldn't see a whole lot on 3D because it's pretty much grunge from the reflectivity standpoint. So from the simulated radar standpoint, we wouldn't be able to do anything, or not simulated, from the radar standpoint, we wouldn't be able to see a whole lot. But yes, US Highway 231, that's where this storm is heading off towards right now. And we need to continue to watch out for this. If this thing does intensify, if this thing does do it, it's going to be heading off into that general vicinity near the country club, the Valley Hill Golf and Country Club. Areas there and south of that, towards the general vicinity of the Mountain Gap School P8, that general area over there. As well as the Whataburger, Sockwell vicinity with the CVS along the corner there. Or not along the corner, but like right next to the Speedway gas station. Areas that is near the Walmart Supercenter. Areas near the Sam's Club. You know, areas near the Grissom High School. That general vicinity near the high school could potentially be impacted by this tornadic storm. Yeah, there is quite a lot of activity here still. It doesn't look like it's super organized. It's still really broad here. And we got a lot of rain here based off of reflectivity. What's happening here is you got a lot of rain that's basically wrapping itself around the rotation that is basically making it harder for it to get stronger, more or less. It's really kind of just making it more and more difficult for it to even sustain itself. And now they have taken the tornado warning away from the cell near Huntsville. So that is the good news. And that's more or less because, as I said, the rain is really filling it up. A lot of cold air that's taking away a lot of the warm moisture that the storm needs. And in this case, that is more or less the reason as to why that is. So thank goodness for that, there was just so many things that made the storm collapse a little bit. But I'd continue to watch out for the storm as this moved towards Gurley and Paint Rock and stuff like that, because this storm could definitely do something later on. But we only have one severe thunderstorm warning at the moment, which is the good news. We only have one severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. And that's just this cell that's here in Huntsville. There's the tornado warning has expired. Or canceled, I believe. Actually, it probably got canceled because it doesn't seem...
No, it was going to expire at 45, so they just
Oh, no, the storm which promptly the warning and moved out of the area. So it's actually, the rotation in itself was about to move out of the area. Which makes sense, kind of. But yeah, it was about to expire here in a couple of minutes. So
yeah, so I don't know what they were talking about with the low level shear increasing, but isn't that the only severe warning we have right now?
It is.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's also a special marine warning in Baltimore.
That's my thing.
There's also a flash flood warning somewhere, but I have no clue where it's at.
Hawaii.
That would make sense.
That's why you can't see it.
That would make a lot of sense. So, yeah, the good news now is that it's gone away. So, chat, how did you like my new way of talking about things, about where things could potentially be?
I found the flash flood warning, Nate.
Do I really want to know?
At 3:26 p.m. Hawaiian Standard Time, Radar indicated widespread moderate rain are moving over Oahu from the south and southwest with embedded heavy showers and thunderstorms. The heaviest showers will produce rainfall rates between 1 and 2 inches per hour as a new batch of heavy rain moves ashore through 4:30 p.m. I'm actually curious. What is going on?
Give you a C. There you go.
C. Oh, jeez. Yeah, Honolulu's kind of getting wiped. Yikes.
Check Twitter. Sure. TDS on armor a moment ago. Oh, wow.
TDS where?
From Triana.
Was it actually a TDS, though?
This was from Brian Wilson, who's a radar analyst. I don't think it doesn't look like it completely.
Is it inconclusive? Is that?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking here. But other people are saying that it was on the ground. So, yeah, per
Like
armor
people,
radar.
like witnesses?
No. Other people on Twitter saying that they're probably... I mean, it looks like it was, possibly. Definitely does look like it was probably on the ground. It was probably brief, too.
That doesn't even look like debris, though.
Have you seen it? Here, I'll send the link to you. There. That was the link to someone who pinged me, but... What does the link do? If you click it, then you'll find out. I'm just kidding. It just clinks and says, "Are you sure you want to subscribe?"
Oh, from that radar.
Yeah, that one. I wish I was able to actually use it. I don't know how to get it online. Yeah, so at the moment, we kind of are just sitting around because there's only one more severe thunderstorm warning, and this actually expires in 40 minutes. So we'll just continue to see how this one goes and then figure it out now. Where's the tornado now? Not on the ground. Not on the ground.
I just tried to take a drink of my thing without taking the cap off. I am smart.
There you go.
Ah, shit.
Watching from
Why
London?
are my sirens
Wow.
going off?
That's pretty cool. Having someone watch from London. Yep, nice to see. Nice to see. It's because it's a bit.ly link. Do you see any other areas that could potentially be tornadic?
Hmm?
Do you see any other areas that could potentially be tornadic here?
Not right now, no. Everything's kind of flat.
That's what I'm thinking. Chat, I know what we should do. I know what we should do. We should put up the Skycam from Tuscumbia. There we go.
I hate you.
When in doubt, go to Tuscumbia.
But it's dark.
We're looking over the city square. Wind strong here at the airport in Atlanta. Yep. A lot of the stuff out in front of this line is pretty strong. Nate's Skycam jam of the day seems legit. As I said, come to my video tomorrow. Come to my video tomorrow morning and I'll have the give it to me straight question of the day. And it'll be about this Skycam right here. Yeah, I gotta make a video tomorrow morning and then go to the Baltimore Ravens game. That's gonna be fun.
I forgot you're going to the Ravens game.
Tyler Huntley's playing. We might win. Anyways. Now you gotta catch a grill on fire. The Skycam with a wall cloud in the background is you and Morgan arguing over Echo Tops on a Supercell. Yep, that sounds about right. Rainzia, hello, welcome to the channel. How are you? Is the tornado heading towards Winchester? No, Winchester a bit too far north, in my honest opinion. But it is. The severe thunderstorm that did have a tornado warning is heading off towards Chattanooga, so that's something to consider. Something might potentially happen as it gets over there. There's nothing I can do with the 3D. This stuff is grunge. Won't be able to see a whole lot. You won't be able to see.
This stuff is grunge.
It could potentially do stuff later on, but right now. Any more severe threats in sight after tonight? Let's take a look. I'm kind of curious myself because I haven't really looked too far forward. Let's use the Euro because the Euro's the best with placement. And let's go with the 500 millibar wind shear. So that does something. And that does something. There might be something by the end of next week. Maybe. Yeah, there might be something by the end of next week, honestly. So that'll be interesting. No, I get that. Yeah, usually that happens, but I think Winchester's just a bit too far north in this instance. Right there is Winchester, and this is the storm that caused the tornado warning in Huntsville. And then if I put a storm motion, put a track here and show you, the track currently takes it this way. So Winchester's like right there. Yep, go Baltimore Ravens. I'll be there. I'll be,
No.
as I said, if you are going to the game, all right, true facts.
Big Blue.
Morgan, your team is not exactly doing
I
all
don't
too
care
much.
if we're good or not. I will proudly root for this team. I do not care.
I'm going to be over here watching warm-up, so if you want to say hi, feel free to do so. And then I'm going to be going up to my seats afterwards. So yeah, let's put that back over here. Look like it's recycling into another. That's what I was kind of seeing too, but it's not completely done yet. It has a ZDR column though. It's starting to try a bit of an updraft, tornadic updraft column. But it only goes up to 9,000 feet, so this thing is definitely not there yet. It's not there yet. Thank you, we're gonna need it. We're gonna need all the luck we can get. Yeah, Kentucky could get flooding. But... is it coming to Knoxville, Tennessee? Yeah, you guys are probably getting some strong damaging winds. Yeah, relatively soon. Let's take a look. Yeah, the storm's right on the door of you all. Give it about, I'd say 25 minutes, and it'll be right there for you. There's still some pretty high dew points out in front of this line. Sheesh. The storms in Tupelo linear? Let's take a look. Funny thing about that is I almost said Stooms. Yeah. I mean, they might have chances for being tornadic, but nah, I'd say they're a lot more linear. Lot more linear. Can I check Athens, Alabama? Yes, I can. Give me a second. Athens, Alabama, which is over there, north of Decatur. Yeah, you guys should be clear for right now. Got some more scattered showers and thunderstorms around your area, but otherwise, not really too much that is expected throughout your general vicinity. You're gonna get the other line here sooner rather than later, though. Is it coming to Atlanta, Georgia? Yeah, but it'll be overnight tonight, so overnight into tomorrow morning. We are at 24,850 subscribers. To all the people who have subscribed, thank you so much. As the thing of it is that I do these live streams whenever severe weather, in my opinion, could be impactful to people. So if you like this type of stuff, feel free to subscribe. I also make videos about forecasts and stuff like that. I give my own forecasts, and I also, well, I don't exactly give just my own forecast, but I give other forecasts of the Storm Prediction Center and stuff like that. So I basically try and warn people about significant weather ahead of time. So if you like that type of stuff, to where I go in depth a little bit, I try and show my work so that you guys can kind of understand as to what's happening in the environment, then please be sure to subscribe. Please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay up to date with all the latest information that I'll provide. And I really do appreciate that. How long am I planning on streaming until? I'm thinking here until... I'm probably gonna live stream until a couple of these watches expire. So...
so 11?
No, so the watch in Mississippi expires now, which is kind of funny. And then the watch for Birmingham expires in 2 hours from now.
Yes, at 11.
So probably
That's
2 hour. I'll probably live stream for another hour, give or take.
and if nothing substantial happens between now and then, call it.
Yeah. More than likely. Yeah, not a whole lot of deep convection. We've been live for 8 hours and 10 minutes. Sheesh.
And we've had a total of how many tornado warnings?
Dude. I don't think I'll be able to get used to having little amounts of tornado warnings after what happened in the beginning of December. Like the 10th and the 15th really just kind of
Threw you off.
Oh yeah. Dude, there were so many. But yeah,
I mean, the 10th was an absolute freak accident.
Oh,
so.
100%. Yeah, 8 hours and 10 minutes of live streaming here. Hope you guys have enjoyed this stuff. I've tried to give my my best expertise to what has happened for the most part. How was New Year's? It was not bad. I spent like 3 hours putting together a puzzle that we haven't finished with my parents. So we kind of hang out as like a family. Live in the country outside of Mayfield. Your stream on December 10th helped save lives in our community. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. It really does mean a lot to me. So thank you so much. Major catastrophic damage reported in Hibbets and Verizon stores. Hazel Green. Where the heck is that? Hazel Green, Alabama. It doesn't make any sense. There's like no tornadoes over there. Started reading into basic meteorology tonight. Kind of fun and crazy. I actually understood it. Dude, meteorology is so fun. Like, no joke. It's basically one of those things to where there's always something new that happens. And because of that, not every single event is the same. You know, it's just like it's not the same as the day prior. And if it is, it's not exactly the same. It's similar. So I mean, all I gotta say is that it's pretty fun. You know, like I play forecasting simulator, something that betters my forecasting skills. You know, I can look at radar, look at past events on radar and stuff like that. All sorts of stuff. So yeah, there is only one severe thunderstorm warning. We are currently looking at this. Did you follow the fires in Colorado the other night? You could see the smoke plumes on radar. Oh yeah, you can even see the fire on the shortwave infrared satellite. Can you please check the flood warning in Kentucky? I can check Kentucky in general. The flood warning in general, it's kind of hard to really check. But yeah, there's just some more rain that just is coming in through the area. It's not expected to end anytime soon. So yeah. Tennesseans do have sometimes some unpredictable weather, but the people who have the most unpredictable weather has got to be Mississippi and Alabama. Every single time they always get something new. And then when they think that they're not going to get a whole lot, they get a whole lot. And when they don't get a whole lot, you thought that they were. And it's just, it's crazy. It's really crazy. Yeah, the Renegades, I can't really see a whole lot of rotation, honestly. I'm looking around, trying to see if I can find anything. I don't see a whole lot. Hello from Brazil. Well, hello, hello. Nice to see you here. Especially since this weather isn't impacting you. Thank you so much for tuning in to the channel. Yeah, if you're in a flood warning or in a flash flood warning, you probably should not go into flooded roadways. As I said, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. Yep, hello from Brazil. Nice to see you. Glad you're over here. You're watching US weather, United States weather. So the reason why afternoon storms are more intense, notice the ones here in Charlotte area are intense between 4 to 6. Not really, it just depends upon the timing between thunderstorms and how they move on through, as well as how they interact with other external factors such as energy and wind shear. That's really it. So for you guys, it just so happens that most of your storms start to move on through in the afternoon. Yeah, that's amazing. We even got people from Germany here too. All right, here's a good question. Put in the chat. Doesn't have to be exactly where you're at. Could be the country. Could be a province. It could be just the nearest city that you live next to. Where are you guys from? Where are you guys from? Put that in the chat. I'm pretty curious. Whew. There you go. That's some of the Canada that I wanted to see. Jersey, Virginia. That's close by. I see a couple Georgias. I see a couple North Carolinas. Of course, a lot of Alabamas, which is normal, and Tennessee. So nice to see. Yeah, I'm in South Central Pennsylvania. So, I mean, of course, the weather doesn't impact me, and yet I still decide to want to cover it anyways. But it's, something that we all like to do here. We all like to try and get the information out of what could potentially happen. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, a lot of Tennessee. Got some Illinois there too. There's the Canada there. Are you in British Columbia? Actually, I'm planning on going to Vancouver next year. Keyword planning in the summer. So Seattle and Vancouver, I plan to go visit. Live near Hershey? No, I live further south of that, like near Chambersburg. Hello, James. Welcome to the channel. Let's play this on loop. That way people can actually see what's going on with the storms. Presenting the largest community impacted by a quad state tornado. Yep. Quad state supercell at this point. It's not the quad state tornado because it was actually separated into 2 tornadoes. So really it was the tri-state tornado. Best place to go down to the United States to chase next season. See, I said chess. That's quality content right there.
Congratulations.
Chase. Texas on average has the most tornadoes, but it's a big state. Kansas is close by. I'd say Kansas or Oklahoma, but Kansas is probably the best bet. Just not a whole lot of service over there. Yeah, Oklahoma's not a bad bet, especially since you can go to Kansas or Texas if you want to. Either or. Yeah, Hershey is an amazing place. Hershey, Pennsylvania. Go there if you can. They have the chocolate factory, and then they also have Hershey Park, which has a bunch of roller coasters, and it's very fun. I enjoy it a lot. What's the website or the app that I'm using? This is called GR2 Analyst. If you search it up, you'll be able to download it, but it's only like a 21-day free trial, and then afterwards it's only a one-time purchase of $250, but this is by far the best radar product out there. By far. And you can customize it to however way you want. It's just, in my opinion, the best. Has tornadoes been reported touching down tonight? Yes, it has. Indeed, indeed it has. Is Virginia supposed to get hit tonight? Super windy and sounds like it's going to rain. Yeah, Virginia is supposed to get some showers and thunderstorms overnight tonight into tomorrow. So like early morning hours on Sunday morning. You got to pick up a cold core funnel in British Columbia 3 days ago? Aren't you lucky? You're actually lucky. Still quiet here in Bradley County? Yep. That's a lot of the stuff here today is actually pretty quiet. The one severe thunderstorm warning that we had over here in Huntsville has now been cut in half, and it's expected to expire in 15 minutes. Now, of course, we're going to still live stream until the top of the hour here because, we want to make sure that we cover most, if not everything. And if I do think that there could be some more stuff, then I'll continue to go on through, but there's not really a whole bunch of stuff to really, look at. But yeah. Chattanooga gonna get hit? Yeah, more than likely. Probably by the remnants of the severe storm that's in northeastern Alabama. Anything tornadic for Fayetteville, North Carolina? Your mom lives there? Probably not. Fayetteville's a little bit too far east. You guys might get something tomorrow, but probably not too much. Yeah, Lancaster's close by near me. The tornado went through Hopkins, Kentucky earlier. Get confirmed? Yeah, it did. Or at least I believe it did. What's building up at furthest south? Something not far away. Fulton, Mississippi? Let's take a look and see what's happening in Fulton, Mississippi. Dude, you know what I honestly want to get, Morgan? He's not here at the moment, so that sounds about right. Dude, I honestly want to purchase a epoxy chess set. I'm not gonna lie. No particular reason whatsoever, just a epoxy chess set. Because I think it'll look cool, number one, and number two, I like strategy games. Strategy is pretty nice. Fulton, you guys can get impacted here within the next 1 second. I mean, you guys are definitely getting some strong, damaging winds for the most part. Now, I don't see a whole lot of tornadic rotation. I mean, I do see some areas, but it's not like anything serious, so. What's your Twitter? I'll send you a pic of the cold core funnel. Ooh. Yeah, it's at Nate_Snyder here. Ooh. Oh. Well, I can't see that. Anyways. Yeah, at Nate_Snyder. By the way, if you want to follow my Twitter, feel free to do so. And if you find anything on Twitter, at me, at Nate_Snyder, so I can show it on here. You know, you can even take a picture of yourself, you know, taking a picture of yourself outside. I'll still see it. I'll probably show it. More than likely. Yeah, you can take a picture of yourself, I don't know. Yeah, outside. You can take a picture of radar or something like that. You can take a picture of the sky. You can at me, at Nate_Snyder, if you find anything on Twitter. You know, it's like, you can do whatever you want. I'm gonna listen to this scanner here from Huntsville.
The winter forecast is warm and spectacular, thanks to the Washington, D.C.
What's this radar software again? This is called GR2 Analyst.
This year is more electric than ever, with test drives in the all-new EV Pavilion, featuring an amazing lineup of electric vehicles here today and coming tomorrow. This year's show is a COVID-safe event with world-class sanitation precautions. The Washington, D.C. Auto Show, January 21st through the 30th at the Washington Convention Center. Details and tickets at WashingtonAutoShow.com. Masks and proof of vax required.
There you go, GR2 Analyst. That's the name of this program right here. And then the other one that I use, that helps me get the notifications for the tornado warning, this is GR Earth. So it's just Gibson Ridge stuff. Reports of power lies down in a tree on fire in the 900 block of County Road 144 in Hightop. That's north and east of Huntsville. Fire Skyline, High Top, Woodville. Yeah, Woodville is probably the best one to deal with here. Let's see. Got Hollywood Fire and Rescue, Stevenson Fire and Rescue. So let's put Stevenson on here as well. So we're just going to listen to that.
10-4, you do. Make medic 1 copy call.
Keep that in the background. Just so whenever we have something, there we go. You're going to add you the picture of the F1 tornado that hit Nova Scotia this summer. Yeah, that stuff, I heard about that. That was pretty interesting. Where's my Twitter? There it is.
Medic 1, were you going in route?
Oh, look at you.
10-4, Echo 3, 2222 Bell Avenue.
It's right there.
11, vehicle 1's got no injuries. We do have blockage. I'm walking up to the second vehicle. 5630, how Waltran is going to be your address.
So there might be some damage.
Already had it as a negative injury at Wood Creek and Waltrana. They have units en route. I put you on their call, negative injury, just so since you're out there and occupied at the time.
Yeah, 10-4. I think
wow.
there may be some 1056 involved kids. That's why we're standing by till they get here.
Yeah, that's kind of pretty crazy. I'm not going to lie.
10-4.
Yeah, aren't you lucky? Aren't you lucky that you had a coal core funnel? Nope, not gonna get copyrighted. Stop it. Play the loop here again. All right, let's keep looking at chat. Hazel Green, Alabama. Verizon report is actually confirmed. Storm report on the SPC. That sounds about right.
10-410, 10-8 to electrical hazard, 3404, 3404 Deerfield Road. Cross streets are Maddock Road. Caller advising.
We are 100 likes away from 2,000 likes on the live stream. That's actually kind of pretty insane. I'm not gonna lie.
Max 6, 10-8.
Medic 6, Echo 3, 2305 Governor's Drive is a walk.
Snow NATO, yeah, seems legit. Who's better, the current Lightning or the 2008 Atlanta Thrashers? The current Lightning. But you see, the Atlanta Thrashers played for Atlanta. If it wasn't for ownership, you guys would still be there. Yep, that's fine, Southern Grace and Beauty. Have a good night. Thanks for staying tuned with the channel. I really do appreciate it.
2305 Governor's Drive to Wavaho.
Think this event is done? Yeah, I mean, I can see why you think that. I kind of am thinking that as well. I'm just waiting until the top of the hour until I, think I need to call it or not. But, I do see what you mean there. And it's not that I don't disagree with you. It's just I'm waiting for a little bit longer. Mainly because I know the storm in northeastern Alabama is going to head towards Chattanooga. And I know Chattanooga could potentially be hit by the severe storm. So I kind of want to just wait until the severe storm passes by Chattanooga. But it's going to take a little bit to get over there. So we're just going to sit here. How do you put text in your YouTube videos? You mean my live streams like this down here? It's with Streamlabs OBS. If you look it up, that's how I run my stuff. Survey teams aren't administrative work. They are part of emergency management. Surveying is a timely operation because, like a crime scene, you want to see the damage before it gets messed with. Yep, which is true. It's negative 27 Celsius when you took the picture without wind. Are you serious? Bruh. You thought Cleveland was Amish community. You should go to South Central Pennsylvania. True facts. Calling it a night. Can't wait to see you again next stream. Yep, tomorrow morning. If you want to see my video, feel free to do so. We'll be talking about the snowstorm that's hitting the exact same areas that got hit today by the severe weather. So it also has the give it to me straight question of the day. All right, that's about the sky cam over there in Florence and Tuscumbia. So don't miss it. Don't miss it. Is Morgan still here? I have no clue. Morgan, are you still here? That's a no for right now. From what I've seen, many tornadoes have touched down at the 5 p.m. time. Have you noticed that before? Kind of. So, I mean, the thing of it is that it really depends upon when this system is moving on through. So, for instance, I hate to use this comparison, but, the Mayfield tornado, all right? The Mayfield tornado spawned at, 6 in the 6 in the evening, went on through all the way to like 11, stuff like that. Went through Mayfield at like 10 or 9. So, will it snow in Kentucky tomorrow? It could potentially. Let's take a look. Yeah, it definitely could. We want 0Z. There we go. Yeah, look at this big storm. Potentially get snow in Kentucky, West Virginia, all the way down in Alabama, Tennessee, northern Georgia. Lot of sleet, snow, heavy snow, still a lot of snow. Yeah, the storm is definitely on the wild side, I'll say that much. That's a lot of snow. Almost 20 inches of snow in some spots. And... oh my. That's not legit. The HRRR is not. Listen, alright. The HRRR is not exactly the brightest. Because you can't see this. But the maximum here. Yeah, you cannot see. I'm gonna take my face cam away. You see that? That's a max of 6.8. 6.8 inches of sleet. The HRRR is not... the HRRR does not deserve to survive. I'm sorry. HRRR is on the good stuff. I don't know why, but it is.
It's just rain. The flag's making it hard to see.
Yeah, that's not legit. I'm sorry, not legit. Put that in there. Put that in there. And now I gotta put this in Discord, because why not?
Engine 10205, please walk to attack channel. Engine
Yeah, I put in winter weather for people who are in my Discord server. Yeah, don't look at me. I don't know what it's doing. It has no freezing rain forecasted for that.
And high heart rate.
So it's kind of doing some fun stuff. All right, let's look back at what these storms are doing. There's a little bit of rotation here near Fackler. It's trying to jut itself out, so you might get something new. Yeah, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. Is it going to snow here in Dalton? It might. I will tell you this. There is a tornado that is probably on the ground here in Fackler. Or near, almost on the ground. Maybe a funnel cloud. There's definitely something right there in Fackler. I mean, yeah, that probably is something tornadic right there. Yeah, something right there. Something there near Scottsboro. See, I told you. We can get these little rinky-dink stuff along the QLCS. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Jackson County in northeastern Alabama.
Yep, and it's probably this storm too. Yep, it's this storm. So, new tornado warning for Fackler. This is for Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, and this will be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, so the top of the hour. And, yep. We clearly have some rotation within the storm. We have reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. We got that right there, right? All right. No doubt about it. I do not see a debris signature near Fackler. Do not see a debris signature, but still. New tornado warning, as I mentioned, here for the northeastern portions of Alabama. And that'll be in effect until the top of the hour, so watch out. Watch out as this continues to move on through. And this will be heading towards the Stevenson areas, as well as areas near US Highway 72, areas near State Highway 117, that general vicinity. You can expect to get a lot of activity around there, so really need to watch out for how this continues to move on through. And this is expected to kind of parallel the areas of State Highway 117 until it turns due south. And that's when it kind of meets up with County Highway or County Road 97 and County Road 91. So if you live over there, live near Stevenson, if you live near the border of Alabama and Georgia, near Trenton and I-59, guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
Probably to
Will Madison, Georgia be okay? You guys probably will get just strong damaging winds, honestly. You're in a tornado watch until 3? Yeah, I know. And you're the only area here, too, that actually... Did they update this? Till 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. I don't know why they're continuing this tornado watch, but it's still up.
Orange and 5B. 5B, you're going to be 10-8 to a medical call, 1221, 1221.
But yeah, the storm up here south of Stevenson, near Fackler, definitely got some rotation here. It's not as strong as it once was anymore, so it's definitely weakened. Definitely weakened. I don't see the brace signature either. They extended it until 10. That's amazing.
The expansion concept.
Whiskey 7, you can cancel our list because we got a lot.
Yeah. Watch out for that. True facts. Yeah, I think as of right now, doesn't look terrible. I think it's fine.
I come to rescue 1, you can cancel.
Rescue 1, copy.
There you go. You see where the rotation is. And it's not bad. It's not terrible. We can actually see. There we go. Made it fit the screen a little bit better. But yeah, there's definitely some decent rotation still with this storm. And we got to continue to try and get this information out to as many people as possible if you can. But clearly a hook right within that cell. Clearly some rotation here still. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right there. So yeah, still a little bit of a hook. Boom. Boom.
X-ray 62, we're clear PRT en route to 2 from our partner 10-7.
Needs the tornado watch extended because of the new line of storms. Well, the new line of storms honestly aren't going to be tornadic. And these line of storms, you know, they aren't. Well, this was kind of forecasted for the most part. We knew that they were going to be here.
And you're going to be going to Delta 45. Thank you so much.
One thing I kind of want to check here. I'm Not gonna lie. Is
I come to medic 4.
Phil
Just the medical district.
Campbell's sky camera. It's not bad. It's pretty windy for the most part, but it's around. It is definitely around.
I come to medic 8. Neutron station.
Rogersville is interesting. And Vista Shores. I mean, you can see out further in the distance. And it's got some storms that are approaching it. So it's pretty interesting to say the least, but otherwise, kind of half and half for the most part. Let's go back over to the tornado warning storm.
Medic 11.
Yeah, rotation's fanned out. It's kind of died. Before it looked pretty good. Now it's just kind of not. Yeah, it doesn't have a whole lot of energy. What are some of the dew points? 64 degrees. 71 degrees, but it's so, like, congealed. So I'd say, like, 65 degrees dew points in some of these spots. Storms could continue to sustain, but we'll see. We'll see. We are 3 subscribers away from 24,900. And we're 103 subscribers away from 25,000. Which is pretty insane. So, thank you so much for helping out my channel. As I said, I really do appreciate it. Really do. Timing the ingredients was off with the setup, and that was a good thing. Yeah, that and the cabin version was not. Yeah, it was decently strong. But there was a lot of instances where when storms formed, they just ended up being extremely linear. Either or, it did not just wrap around quick enough. So.
Whiskey 211, clear. Thanks.
Orange Air Official. Hello, hello. Cape values for Georgia. That's a good question. Let's see. I am curious about that myself. Not high at all. Not high at all. Can I check Sanford, North Carolina for a snow chance, please? Like, please. Let me see.
Whiskey 211.
You said Sanford,
211. Can you swap over to off, please?
North Carolina. You guys might have a chance. You guys might have a chance for some snow, maybe some flurries. Maybe some flurries and stuff like that. Morgan is sleeping? Probably. Oh, it's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning
So
for
south of that.
East Central Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, northeastern DeKalb County in northeastern Alabama.
Huh? Excuse me? I mean, kind of? Maybe a little bit of an appendage there, but like, no. This is not hooking whatsoever. This is kind of just linear. If this starts to hook here, I'd be more concerned about something to be tornadic, but I don't see how this is actually supposed to be tornadic right now. But it's a new tornado warning. Jackson and DeKalb County in Alabama until 9:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you guys live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
I don't know. Where you want it?
100. You can actually go.
But, I mean, there's like barely any hook, number one. There's barely any rotation, number 2. There's barely anything, number 3. So, I mean, just watch out if you can. Just watch out, all right? You know, there could be something that forms along here, but honestly, I don't know why they were in this. I honestly have no clue. Scary looking cloud. There it is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I'm trying to look through here to see if there's any area of rotation. Let me look at a higher tilt.
We do have more inclement weather headed that way. So just if y'all want to...
It's in the other tornado warning, so...
Therefore, there's no place like home. Just to clarify, we're going to Lincoln Medical Center up there in Fayetteville, Tennessee, correct? And then bringing down to Huntsville Hospital.
What?
Yes, that is correct. Do you need some red shoes?
526.
That's
That's
whatever they are saying on frequency. There's no place like home after getting hit by weather. Alright, well, that seems legit. That sounds about right. Yeah, that's a brown number. It's true facts. Yeah, I was about to say, you might have spelled that incorrectly. Huntsville and Harvest area pretty much clear now for tornadoes. Yeah, I mean... You guys could get some more showers and thunderstorms, but there's just so many showers and thunderstorms right now that it's kind of like congealing with each other. It's making it difficult for other areas to produce tornadoes. So I'd say for right now, you guys are okay. There's only one more wave that I would really worry about, but even then, that's not super significant. I just had to look this up here real quickly. Excuse me? That's not okay. There's something to watch out for still in Fackler. So, I mean, it's still... I mean, this storm still here is tornadic, okay? But... the storm to the south of it... I think the only reason why I would think why they would add a tornado warning here... only reason why they would put a tornado warning there... would have to be because of this storm maybe going along the border of the tornado warning and going down further south than the storm or the National Weather Service think. That's the only way. That's the only reason what I can think about. But 15 minutes until the tornado warnings. Excuse me. Until the tornado warnings do expire. That is the good news. You're in Poplarville? You gonna get anything bad? If you're in Arkansas, no. Mississippi. That would be a no. Not anything significantly bad. And then Poplarville, Kentucky. Like, barely anyone lives over there, no. Nope. Anything in the center of the country coming? Not anytime soon. You might get something next, like, the mid to latter stages of this coming week. But other than that...
10-4-2-0-3.
See, that's what I'm thinking, Slippy. I don't know. Like, I'm just throwing stuff out, hoping that that's what they're thinking.
Also fired Angel 1B.
I don't know. I really have no clue as to why they issued that tornado warning. I'm kind of just like shooting from the hip.
10-4-1B.
Medic 6, 10-4. Whiskey 12, 10-4.
Well, on the other hand, these storms are starting to move through Chattanooga. So as soon as that passes through, I might end it here. Depending upon what this line, does. But for the most part, it's starting to kind of get towards the end here. So close to 25K, dude, I know, right? Dude, honestly, I think the thumbnail that I put in actually was not that bad today. The thumbnail that I put in today was not that bad. I honestly liked how it looked. Like, here, let me pull up the thumbnail for you all. Because I know it was kind of clickbaitish. But honestly, I liked how it looked. I mean, look at that. That's actually not that bad. I was looking at my thumbnail again. It had pretty good contrast. I was pretty happy with the result. Now, if I made all this, probably capital letters, probably would be better, but I did what I did. It is what it is. Still was not bad. 36-hour stream 2.0? No. We're not doing that. If I were to do a 36-hour live stream, I would split it into 3 live streams. That would be my, the fix for my mistake. But yeah, it's definitely eye-catching, isn't it? I mean, if you see it, definitely would probably want to click on it. At least I know I would want to click on it. Now, I haven't asked other people if they want to click on it besides people on my server, but to you all. If someone besides me had that thumbnail, that'd be a clickable thumbnail. We might need a tornado warning for this cell right here, although it's the smallest and weakest rotation I think I've ever seen along the line, so... I mean, you could, but... Meh. Yeah, look at that. Look at how close we are to 25,000 subscribers here. Let's actually... Here. I have my analytics pulled up. Look at that. And look at how low we were at December 8th. Look at this. December 8th, if you draw the line down here, it says 17... Oh, you can't see because it's super... That sucks. What would be the best way to do that? I don't know. Let's make it full screen. There we go. You can see now. And then, my face cam off. There we go. We can kind of see. Look. Down here, we are at 18,400 subscribers. And, the giant
Nate,
climb.
Your template on your screen is cutting that off. We can't see numbers.
Yeah, I know. That's why I changed it.
Yeah, there you go.
But, like, over here now, January 1st, here we are at almost 25,000 subscribers. We've only gained... Like, we've almost gained
Dang
What?
it, I don't think the website counted me unsubscribing. That's unfortunate.
Pretty... Dude, we just gained so many. It's pretty insane. Oh, it just said someone was unsubscribed.
Hey!
There it is. Classic. And then someone redid that. But you know what? That's pretty cool.
Wait,
All right,
I was
you know,
downstairs.
this right here is pretty nice. All right. Gotta say
Everyone
it myself.
unsubscribe.
Thank you, Morgan.
You're welcome. You lost another subscriber.
You know, if we are moving into a house, you know we need subscribers in order to make a living, right?
Well, not as dude. I want to work at the National Weather Service. Period.
Okay,
Regardless
that's
of
you.
anything else.
That's you. What about me?
Work at the National Weather Service with me.
I'd have to go through college.
So go to college. Dude, I got my sights set on Colorado in the next couple of years.
I'll have to see as to what I can do. I'd have to still wink, wink,
Follow
nudge,
me to
nudge.
Colorado.
I could. I'd have to try and see how I'm going with my current college situation first.
Cam Akers may be a coach's decision not to play. Come on, dude.
Go ahead.
He fully practiced this week, though.
Yeah, these storms are kind of just... Yeah. We got a new tornado
storm's
warning, and I think it's for the cell that I think I
Tornado
know what it
warning
is.
for northwestern
same
Walker
thing.
County in northwestern Georgia.
Yep, I knew
Northern
it.
Dade
I knew
County
it.
in northwestern
It's the
Georgia.
cell that's right along I-59. I knew it. They're going to issue these tornado warnings. They're going to issue these ones.
D's fill in the blank. So how about that 10 sig, boys?
It's doing fun.
It's doing fun.
It's doing fun. Quote
Bro,
of the
what
day.
is this? Why are they warning this?
Dude,
Yeah.
listen. I don't know. All I gotta say is if you live south of Chattanooga in Georgia, north of Lafayette, north of Rising Fawn and Cooper Heights, near the Trenton and Morganville areas. Yeah, Morganville and Trenton area. You need to get into a sturdy structure of some sort. Yeah, and consider the following, because this is really at this point, these storms are just
This is wind.
This is wind.
Linear.
Like, no joke, the past two tornado warnings, I've had no clue what they're thinking. But, you know, I don't work at the National Weather Service, so
Not yet.
not yet. Is Tyler Huntley going to play tomorrow? More than likely, yes. Which means we actually have a shot compared to...
No, you don't.
Which means we actually have a shot. Listen, all I gotta say is that Matthew Stafford looked pedestrian last week.
Maybe have better luck with public works on that one. Utilities
Okay.
backed up because of the storm damage.
That means that if he's pedestrian against our pedestrian defense, then we might have a chance. Because their defense is kind of
Nate, you wanna hear something
overhyped.
funny?
A little bit. Sure.
Tim Boyle is projected 4 points higher than Mike Glennon.
That sounds about right.
David Sills V is projected 6.5 points.
5, I need a nurse on car 1.
He exists. Wait, Kenny Galladay is the only actual available. Darius, what happened to Darius Slayton? Why is he out?
Number
He
stations
is
with the
COVID-19.
number stations with the $2 super chat says, Nate, how's the quest for a girlfriend going? listen here, you little. All right, this is. Look, I don't know what you want from me. All right, I'm trying. I'm not trying. I'm trying, but like, listen, okay. So it'll happen eventually, hopefully, maybe. I don't know,
Hopefully by
but
the time we own a house.
yeah, please. But like, listen, okay. I gotta make sure that the person can deal with my idiocy first, and I'm not sure if that'll happen. So you see, it's just kind of half and half. I don't know. I'm talking to people. I'm working on it, but they gotta. I gotta hope that they deal with my idiocy. Yeah, listen, Linda. So
Josh Johnson is projected 0.5 points.
why is the Ravens your favorite team? Because I lived in eastern West Virginia for the majority of time, and they were closer.
He just likes depression.
I went to the Ravens Super Bowl, and we won, so that's not depression. That's just...
Yeah, congrats, you won. The Giants won in 2011. Like, congrats.
You should. You're capable. Like, you're smart. You're almost like weather nerds. Weather nerdy buddy. Listen, all right. You know what would be pretty cool? If I had someone... Well, I mean, I am talking to someone who enjoys weather too. So hopefully things all go well. But, like, we could just go out, talk about weather. You know, we don't even have to talk about weather in depth. It could just be, like, for, you know, just doing whatever we want. I don't know. Like, that would be the dream right there. To just talk about weather. And I can even talk about, you know, other stuff too, like sports, music. I don't know, whatever you want.
A little inside,
no, I don't want to die a little.
No, check DMs.
Dude, that one man has been on a roll today with whatever. Like, he's all over the place. He needs to calm down. Tomorrow, the Ravens score prediction 34-14 Rams. Also, you're a Rams fan. I'm sorry, but the Ravens have a good offense with Tyler Huntley. It's going to be a little closer. 34-21. That's my final score. We're not going to go any further than that. Did you see that hook echo from last night? So, like, okay, if I'm on a date, I'm obviously not going to bring up weather unless if they bring it up. Because, you see, it's like going up to someone asking, so the weather's nice outside, isn't it? And then they just say, yeah, and then you all just sit there awkwardly. Like, that's not a discussion topic. You know what I mean? But if, like, someone's going to go back and just say, oh, well, how was that tornado that you covered? I'm going to be like, oh, it's pretty cool. You know, that's some pretty interesting stuff. And then if they tell me to go in depth with it, I'm going to just go, yeah. Listen, you Browns have to beat the Steelers first, all right? So you focus on the Steelers, and we'll probably lose tomorrow against the Rams. And if we lose against the Rams, we're done. I say we just fold, tank, get a better pick, something like that. Huntley doesn't throw interceptions, though. Like, that's the thing. I mean, he'll throw, like, maybe one or two, but he's not like Lamar bad with throwing his interceptions, surprisingly. Browns are not winning the AFC North. I'm sorry, the Bungles are. The Bungles, they're going to lose to Kansas City, though, tomorrow. I'm sorry, it's going to happen. You're going to lose. Did you hear about the weather lately? Nate, yeah, I love sky cams, too. Gotta get those sky cams. Ghost sky cams. That's
Joe Burrow had a game last week. You're telling us my guy went off.
Listen, all right. I know Joe Burrow had over 525 yards, okay? But that's kind of not hard to do when you have 3 wide receivers against a team that was brought off the street to play football. I'm sorry, it's not hard to do when you have 3 good wide receivers that can constantly get open. And you're playing against a defense that was probably found at the nearest parking lot of a Walmart store and a 7-Eleven. I mean, it's just not that hard for NFL quarterbacks. It's not. Now, Joe Burrow is a good quarterback. All right, he's a really good quarterback. But
Joe Burrow is better than Lamar Jackson. Changed my mind.
This year, yes. This year, he is. Last year, even, yes. You can't compare to 2019 Lamar. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen.
Okay. How far exactly did you guys go in the playoffs in 2019?
How far has Joe Burrow and the Bengals ever gotten? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. They haven't made it past the first round in their entire existence.
Joe Burrow was drafted in what? I think he started in 2020. Did he not?
He started last year, but the thing of it is that the Bengals are the Bengals.
He got injured.
Yep.
Which is not his fault. This year, with him at the helm of the Bengals, I could see them going somewhere in the playoffs.
Them Ravens, yeah, that's that Nathan Snyder can't talk about the Ravens and needs to stop it. What'll the weather be like in Michigan? You guys might get some snow, honestly. You guys might get some snow.
AFC North is greater than NFC East. Thanks, Captain Obvious. I didn't know that.
Ravens will be better year when we get our defense back. Dude, the Ravens will be better when we just get everyone back. Like, if we had J.K. Dobbins, I guarantee you. Like, if we had one player this entire year.
Will be back when their players stop tearing their ACLs.
Dude, I know, right? If we had one player, if I were to choose one player to keep, like, just to revive from their injury, it would be J.K. Dobbins. Because I guarantee you our offense would probably, like, never lose. It's just consistent chugging the ball down your throat. And it's just, then we're throwing it to, like, Bateman, Brown, and, you know, other wide receivers. All I gotta say, though, we gotta pass it to Rashad Bateman more.
Lions got this easy peasy. That guy knows. Let's go.
Discord GMs want to have a chance.
He's going to goof himself into the playoffs.
Skycam Manny. That sounds about right. Bengals don't even have an indoor training facility in 2022. I know, right? How are they going to go and win a bunch of stuff if they have an only outdoor facility? All right, one thing I got to say.
Nate, I thought of the meme of the century.
What?
I thought of the meme of the century.
What?
The caption is, I look at sky cams for a living.
Mars barely played this year, but his stats are pretty decent for the time he has played. I'm sorry, but Lamar is too tentative now. He's thinking too much about passing, and he needs to just take the open field when he sees it. He's like still sitting in the pocket when he has a wide open field right in front of him. He could just take it and run, but instead he decides to sit and get sacked, and it's just kind of stupid. I understand that his offensive line is kind of bad, but I mean, still, his offensive line was bad last year when we went to like Tennessee. Kevin Zeitler is the only person on that line that's actually good right now. It's unrealistic to expect anything else. Are you more of a NAM girl or an HRRR girl? That is the ultimate question at a date. True facts.
No, Native, nothing like at all was going on. I would say we should play Fortnite and everyone can watch me get wrecked. But
I would need to do that on the gaming channel.
Yes. Which we still have to rebrand.
Yeah, that's true. Today busted? Kinda. It's like the cap and the everything went linear.
Cap and the warm nose.
The linear. Well, warm nose and the cap are the same thing, you donut.
Kind of.
Yeah. 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 Stop the cap.
Stay off. I can't say that.
There's nothing tornadic right now going on, all right? There's nothing that big.
Yeah, they just let that other tornado warning
There's only
expire,
2.
Never mind, they canceled it.
Go take a look at Huntsville.
What, rain?
Look at that flash flood warning.
Yeah, it looks like a bookmark.
It does look like a bookmark. Look at this. Gauge reports and radar trends indicate thunderstorms producing heavy rain will force Indian Creek into the Madison area above flood stage.
I don't even see a creek.
I don't either. That's why I'm like considering the following. Where is the creek?
I mean, there's one south of the interstate, but I don't think that's what they're talking about.
I'm trying to figure out where this creek is.
Look on Google.
I'm looking on GR2 and I'm zooming in.
I'm looking on Google. What's the name of the creek? Nate!
Indian Creek.
Thank you. Indian Creek. Madison.
I think I found the creek. The only issue is that it doesn't extend as far north as the flash flood warning.
Creek my ass.
I don't know. All right, well.
Is that it? That's the Cypress Creek.
Listen, I don't know. They just issued a bookmark for Huntsville, so just consider the following if you can.
Just consider the following if you can. If you happen to be living in lower ground areas, consider the following.
Consider the following if you can. All right. Well, honestly, I don't know what else is like. I'm looking at all this, and I really don't think that there's anything else expected to come from this. I'm gonna be completely honest with you all. There might be a tornado warning, but to be fair, they've been issuing a tornado warning with like the weakest and or dumbest rotation I've ever seen out of the past 30 minutes. So I mean, if you still have a tornado warning, heed it because it's important.
If you have a tornado warning, consider the following.
Yeah. If you're in the bookmark, consider the following.
That's my new status now.
But, you know, for the most part, everything is pretty dead. You got all these thunderstorms that are moving on through, and there's not really too much to anticipate. So,
there.
If you're in the bookmark. consider the following.
Oi.
Yeah, I would say the tornado threat's transitioning mainly into a damaging wind threat. As a matter of fact, it probably is a damaging wind threat at this point. At this point, yeah. I hope you all enjoyed the live stream. True fact.
Fact.
True fact.
We're in triage part with the patient still. That ain't fixing for.
Get in the bookmark, Morgan. I don't want to hear it. I hope you all enjoyed the live stream. We're probably going to end it here within the next few minutes. You guys have already seen, you know, the stuff of what's potentially going to happen tomorrow, but I highly recommend you guys come out to tomorrow's video, all right? I will be uploading it sometime between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock, okay? 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you turn on notifications or you check my channel sometime in between then, okay? So I want to see all y'all in there, and we're going to have our give it to me straight question of the day. All right, it might be 2. Where did the bookmark come from? And then the second one is, actually, I'll tell you guys tomorrow, so get there. You really need to get there to the video. You don't want to miss what I'm going to be talking about with the winter storm, especially since I'll be going in depth with it. Yeah, it'll be pretty fun. So, go for Morgan.
You want to know what Mass Dog just said to me in DMs?
What?
He said Nate needs a sky cam girl.
May I come to Whiskey Club? You can cancel.
No, this is not very nice. All right, listen. He's just can I get a break, please? like, come on. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Just so happened that the same storm hit Tuscumbia like 5 times, you know, it's not my fault. So.
Just don't turn around yet.
Oh, that's a new mesoscale discussion that was issued, like, not new, 20 minutes ago. A few tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes. What?
Excuse me?
No, stop. That better not be it. Okay, I was about to say. I clicked on the wrong thing. I scared the crap out of myself. All right, severe threat is expected to continue late this evening.
Storms after 4Z is possible with a few tornadoes.
Possible convection developing after 4Z. Yeah, I'm sorry, not staying up that late. A, because the gap between there and then is not legit, and 2, there's got a lot of things that needs to be fixed with it. Fixed? What? Oh my gosh! I cannot speak. Needs to be fixed.
Lake Crest Circle, Cross Creek, Silver Hill Circle, and White Hall at 2114.
This is why you subscribe to the YouTube channel, ladies and gentlemen.
Get in the bookmark. Alright, so now I'm actually gonna go take a look and see what this thing in Hawaii is.
There's a marine warning for freaking East Point.
What?
It's for the freaking bay between Delaware and New Jersey.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is that an enhanced
Showers
risk?
were
Yeah, it
located
sure
along the
is.
line.
Sure was, and now it's... I doubt it's gonna do anything else. Like, I really do. So, tomorrow, come out to the video, and yeah, I'm gonna start answering questions and stuff like that, and then I'm gonna go to bed. Actually, I'm probably not going to go to bed. I'm going to hang around with Morgan for a little bit. We're 75 subscribers away from 25,000, surprisingly. So I really do appreciate everyone who's actually subscribed and stuff like that.
I think there's some... No. Stop. Get some help.
What?
Something in New Jersey is trying to rotate.
No, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
It's right next to Mount Holly, too.
It'll be fine. That's just cold cores. What's the dispatch unit app you use or website? It's the broadcastify.com. So if you go to broadcastify.com, you'll find like a bunch of stuff on there. Excuse me.
No evidence of corona. Medical evidence responding.
When will Jefferson, Georgia be hit? Let's take a look. Take a look. It's in a book. I got copyrighted.
So my school isn't shutting down next week for when we go back.
Isn't?
Is not.
Wow.
Dude, people are gonna drop like flies.
Have fun. You guys can get hit at like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Nate will be sure to be streaming by that point, so make sure you tune in if...
No.
Insert
the meme here. No.
Who is I watch Nate's Sky Cams? Telling you I had a crazy storm come through Chesapeake City and no one told us. Seems legit.
Yeah, well.
I don't want to be that guy.
What?
But where is Chesapeake City? I am a dumbass.
Bro, it's in Maryland.
Yeah, I know that. There's Chesapeake Beach. Dude. Forget it.
What I use for street cams, I either go around, hop around, and try and find traffic cameras. You know, I find M.dot. So usually, if you just search up the state and then traffic cameras, you could find like a map like this, an interactive map, and it'll pull up stuff. Or you just search up sky cameras for a specific city and hope it works. Check out what you sent me on Twitter. Let's see. There's a lot of people that just followed me here on Twitter. Someone just told me on Twitter, look at the sky camera and find a girlfriend. I'm considering the following.
Squad 2's going to be on scene. 544 has Lake Crest command.
Squad 2, 21.
The National Weather Service in Mount Holly has issued an urban and small stream flood advisory for Mercer County, Monmouth County, Middlesex County, Somerset County, Hunterdon County, Burlington County, Ocean County, Bucks County, Montgomery County, Philadelphia County.
Okay, there we go. I have to talk. I've talked to my father, told him to consider the following, and now I'm gonna follow the same. Yep, looks like that seems to be everything. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Considering the following with us.
Yeah, thank you so much for considering the following with me. If you did enjoy considering the following with the bookmark flash flood warning and the Skycam galore, no guarantees that we'll get more of those, but you know, feel free to subscribe and turn on notifications for more Skycam and bookmark galore. And yeah. I will see you all tomorrow morning. I'm gonna go yell at Morgan.
Epic.
So see y'all tomorrow. Make sure you get there on the video. Get there, stay square. Don't drive into flooded roadways. And I will see you all tomorrow. See ya. Peace out.